Chapter 321. Xia Changming's Plan, True Alliance. What is your plan, Northernly Emperor? Lin Yuan asked eagerly. The representatives from the other states also leaned in to listen attentively. Xia Changming lightly waved his arm, and a wisp of misty cloud rose in front of the conference table. The cloud quickly condensed into a three-dimensional, miniature map of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, floating before everyone's eyes. They were all dumbfounded by this feat of casually creating a misty cloud map. To condense a map of the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands in one hand, one not only needed precise control over their spiritual energy, but also needed to be extremely familiar with the geography of the entire region. For Xia Changming, controlling spiritual energy had long become easy. He could reach any place within the 9 provinces and 10 lands in a thought with his ethereal body. Xia Changming pointed his finger at Pengyin Immortal Island, located in the southeast corner, and said, "This place is the headquarters of the treasure pavilion of heaven and earth. It is not far from Pingzhou, and its trade routes extend throughout the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands. And today, the treasure pavilion has already refined many spiritual and immortal artifacts that even ordinary mortals can use without cultivation or spiritual energy. Among them, the dragon head cannon possesses the most astonishing power. Moreover, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, the power of those spiritual and immortal artifacts can be comparable to an attack of a heavenly venerable, or even a divine power realm cultivator." Upon hearing this, the people's faces changed in shock. An attack equivalent to a heavenly venerable or even a divine power realm. And this kind of attack could be unleashed even by ordinary mortals. This was simply unbelievable. In the subconscious minds of most cultivators, ordinary mortals who couldn't cultivate were useless ants. No matter how many of them there were, they could never compare to a cultivator's immortal art. But now they were being told that ordinary mortals could unleash an attack no less powerful than that of a heavenly venerable. It was completely shocking to everyone present. Xia Changming looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "King Lin's concern is that Pingzhou is weak and cannot withstand the demonic race. Is that right?" "Indeed." Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. "Then, what if you had the assistance of these spiritual and immortal artifacts, King Lin?" Xia Changming asked. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then replied with a serious expression. "If it's as the Northernly Emperor says, and Pingzhou has enough dragon head cannons, then Pingzhou will be able to resist the demonic race. But is the treasure pavilion of heaven and earth willing to sell these dragon head cannons to us? Even if they are willing, the prices must be very high, right? Yuzhou is relatively poor and may not be able to afford them." The representative of Yuzhou expressed her concern. Yuzhou was similar to Pingzhou. Although it was located in a strategic location, its spiritual energy was relatively sparse, and it also had very few cultivators. It didn't even have a spirit stone mine. Another king from another state also expressed his concerns. "Even if we get these dragon head cannons, where will we find enough spirit stones to use as energy, as the Northernly Emperor mentioned?" Facing everyone's doubts, Xia Changming smiled faintly and leisurely explained, "The world is now facing a common danger. The treasure pavilion of heaven and earth cannot possibly stand idly by. I will use my name as the master of the treasure pavilion to support the 9 provinces and 10 lands." As the words fell, everyone was shocked once again. The Northernly Emperor was also the master of the treasure pavilion of heaven and earth. So the Ling family had always just been acting as the deputy master. The strongest divine kingdom in the 9 provinces and 10 lands, and the wealthiest treasure pavilion were actually one and the same. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Everyone in the 9 provinces and 10 lands had mistakenly believed that the treasure pavilion was absolutely neutral, without any bias towards any side. In fact, it was the treasury of the Northernly Divine Kingdom, and the treasure pavilion had long since infiltrated every inch of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The 7 pillars of the Northernly Divine Kingdom alone were enough to sweep through the majority of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. With the support of the treasure pavilion, it felt like they could conquer the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands at any time. The people secretly rejoiced that the Northernly Divine Kingdom did not seem to have any intention of annexing the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Only the Holy Maiden in Lianxin had a smile on her face the entire time, showing no surprise at all. Xia Changming ignored everyone's shock and continued to use his spiritual energy to extend several transport routes from Pengyin Immortal Island to the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The treasure pavilion has already opened up several trade routes to provide support for the 9 provinces and 10 lands. I believe that you will soon receive the necessary supplies and spiritual artifacts. As for the spirit stone energy problem you are concerned about, the Demon Clan will provide all the necessary spirit stones as energy support for the various regions, so you don't need to worry about this either. Thank you, Northernly Emperor and Demon Empress. Upon hearing this, the representatives from the various states were filled with gratitude. Everyone knew that the Demon Clan possessed an inexhaustible supply of spirit crystal mines. With these, they may not necessarily lose against the demonic race. No one wanted their land to repeat the tragedy of the Northern Ice Wilderness. The Northernly Emperor is truly generous, Mangu said, his voice full of sarcasm as he looked at Xia Changming. Willing to provide these spirit stones, spiritual and even immortal artifacts to us for free? The fate of the world is connected, so it's not the time to quibble over such details, Xia Changming said, coldly gazing at Mangu. The Northernly is assisting the 9 provinces and 10 lands for the future of our human race alone. Before Mangu could reply, he continued, moreover, the Northernly is not asking for nothing in return. The Northernly will provide spiritual artifacts, supplies, and even send troops to help guard the state capitals. Pingzhou has a large population, and many of them are skilled craftsmen who are adept at building city walls and fortresses. Yuzhou is located in a strategic position and is the throat of the 9 provinces, which makes it very suitable for defense. If we can build and reinforce defensive fortifications and establish barriers, we can hold it well. Each region has its own advantages, so I propose that the 9 provinces and 10 lands truly unite. Truly unite? Everyone asked, puzzled. Some had already guessed what Xia Changming meant. Xuanhuan looked at Xia Changming and said, the Northernly Emperor means that we should integrate the personnel of the 9 provinces and 10 lands and redistribute them? That's right. Xia Changming nodded. Where the situation is weak, we will send cultivators to assist. Where the defenses are weak, we will send craftsmen to repair the fortifications. The various regions should use the twin boundary mirrors to communicate with each other, ensuring constant contact and improving support at any time. Now the Eastern continent has already united with the Northernly and even the Demon Clan, forming an alliance. What do you all think? Xia Changming's words caused everyone present to fall into silence. The people present were all kings, or the strongest representatives of their respective regions, all with their own considerations. Xia Changming was not in a hurry and waited patiently for their replies. After a brief moment of silence, Tianyuan was the first to say, the Azure Sky Mirror is willing to ally with the Northernly. The Sky region can be handed over to the Azure Sky Mirror for reconnaissance and protection. After Tianyuan expressed her willingness to join the alliance with the Northernly, the other regions also expressed their approval one after another. Pingzhou is willing to ally with the Northernly and provide human resources and craftsmen. Yuzhou is also willing. Huazhou too. In a short time, the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands expressed their willingness to ally with the Northernly, working together as one, drawing on each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. This way, they could make the most of the advantages of all the regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, rather than being in a precarious situation where they were united in name but fighting separately in reality. Finally, only the 3 representatives of the celestial venerables from the Scarlet Swamp, the Molten Lava Caves, and the Barren Lands had yet to agree, and their gazes were all fixed secretly on the heavenly profound holy maiden in Lianxin, who was sitting quietly on the side and had yet to reply. Chapter 322. Holy Maiden in Lianxin's Invitation. Holy Maiden, Your Highness, and everyone else, do you have any other concerns or suggestions? Xia Changming asked, smiling as he looked at In Lianxin. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with this holy maiden, but he couldn't see any clues for the time being. Everyone also looked at In Lianxin, waiting for her answer. The heavenly profound Holy Land was no smaller than the Northernly Divine Kingdom. Although its strength was far inferior to the Northernly Divine Kingdom, it was still considered one of the top powers in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. It was also known as the Granary of the World by the 9 provinces and 10 lands, which gave the heavenly profound Holy Land extraordinary significance. In Lianxin smiled faintly, stood up, and bowed slightly. I never expected that the Northernly Emperor would have such foresight and generosity, willing to integrate the 9 provinces and 10 lands into one. I am very impressed. Since that's the case, I have no reason to refuse. The heavenly profound Holy Land is also willing to join forces with the Northernly, taking up a position in the rear and providing logistical support for the world. Thank you, Holy Maiden, Your Highness. You are indeed a holy maiden who cares for the common people. Everyone praised Yin Lianxin enthusiastically. Cultivators only needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They didn't need food. However, most ordinary people were different. If they didn't eat for 3 days, they would lose their strength. How could they resist the demonic race? Therefore, the assistance of the heavenly profound Holy Land was essential. After Yin Lianxin stated her position, the 3 from the Barren Lands, the Scarlet Swamp, and the Molten Lava Caves also stated that they were willing to join forces with the Northern Li. However, their attitudes were lazy and casual, not like they were serious about it. Xia Changming took a deep look at Man Yin and the others. In any case, the alliance of the 9 provinces and 10 lands was settled. The next step was to establish twin boundary mirrors for communication and to prepare for the mutual transfer of manpower, supplies, spiritual weapons, and equipment. The Northernly Divine Kingdom would take the lead, acting as the general command to coordinate the 9 provinces and 10 lands and deploy resources from the various regions. The Treasure Pavilion of Heaven and Earth and the Heavenly Profound Holy Land would act as the rear support, opening transportation routes to provide continuous support to the various regions. The reconnaissance and defense of the Sky region would be completely handed over to the Sky Kingdom, the Azure Sky Mirror, floating above the clouds. Everything was ready and waiting for the return of the demonic race. The following discussions focused on the detailed numbers of troops, personnel, and even cultivators in each region, in order to decide how many cultivators and supplies to send to support each place. The discussions lasted until evening before finally ending. During this time, Xia Changming had been secretly observing Yin Lianxin, but he still couldn't find anything amiss. Her face was always adorned with a kind smile, and the divine aura emanating from her didn't seem like something that the demonic race could imitate. Until the end of the discussion, no anomalies occurred during the immortal gathering. Xuanhuan remained silent, looking preoccupied with his thoughts. And what he had warned about didn't seem to have happened, even after the meeting concluded. Thank you all for coming from afar. This immortal gathering has concluded for now, Yin Lianxin said to the crowd with a smile as she stood up. It's late tonight. Please rest in the Holy Palace for the night, and we can discuss further tomorrow. Thank you, Holy Maiden, everyone said as they rose and prepared to leave. As Xuanhuan stood up, she suddenly turned to Yin Lianxin and asked, By the way, Holy Maiden, Your Highness, where is that old fellow from the heavenly profound Holy Land? How come we didn't see him at such an important meeting? Only then did everyone remember the old celestial venerable who was in charge of the heavenly profound Holy Land. The heavenly profound celestial venerable, Xin Gu. He was also a celestial venerable who had survived from 1,000 years ago. The heavenly profound Holy Land was founded by him. Unlike other celestial venerables who lived in seclusion, he often roamed around the heavenly profound Holy Land. He was very kind, and he was loved and praised in the heavenly profound Holy Land. To the people of the heavenly profound Holy Land, he was not like a celestial venerable but like a kind grandfather. He wouldn't have missed such an important occasion. Yin Lianxin's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a brilliant and charming smile. Grandfather had some insights a few years ago, and he happened to go into seclusion, she said. He should be coming out of seclusion soon. I didn't expect that old fellow to have an enlightenment at this age. Ha ha ha. Maybe the heavenly profound celestial venerable has made some breakthroughs again. In that case, won't our immortal race have another powerful celestial venerable? If we have more powerhouses like the peerless celestial venerable, what do we have to fear from the demonic race? Everyone teased, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Yin Lianxin smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, I believe that when grandfather comes out of seclusion, he will surprise everyone. Ha ha ha, we must look forward to that. Everyone laughed and returned to their rooms in the Holy Palace. Back in his room, Xia Changming sat on the bed, repeatedly pondering whether he had missed anything at the immortal gathering. He believed that Xuanhuan was not lying to him. But why hadn't anything happened? Husband, are you still thinking about the immortal gathering? Suyueli walked over to Xia Changming and asked. Yes, I just feel that the Holy Maiden is strange. Xia Changming nodded and said thoughtfully. How so? Suyueli asked. She had also been paying attention to Yin Lianxin, but she hadn't noticed anything wrong. Instead, she felt that Yin Lianxin was constantly radiating a holy aura. She seemed completely like the kind and caring Holy Maiden that was described in the legends. Xia Changming thought it over and looked seriously at Suyueli. I think she's strange, strangely beautiful. Suyueli. Suyueli's face immediately showed a black line. She gnashed her teeth and reached out to pinch Xia Changming's waist. Ouch, ouch. My wife, be gentle. I was just joking. Himph. Su Yueli snorted, released her hand, and stared at Xia Changming, seemingly trying to see if what he said was the truth or a lie. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Emperor, His Holy Maiden requests your presence, as she has a matter to discuss with you. Su Yueli's eyebrows furrowed coldly, and her eyes narrowed even more, becoming increasingly scrutinizing. An invitation for a private meeting in the middle of the night. Did you plan this with her? How is that possible, my wife? Haven't you been by my side the whole time? Xia Changming couldn't help but feel helpless as he looked at Su Yueli's suspicious gaze. Su Yueli thought about it carefully, and she realized it was true. She had been by Xia Changming's side the entire time. She didn't see him talking to Yin Lianxin alone. That holy maiden Yin Lianxin was definitely plotting something by inviting Xia Changming to meet her alone at night. Why couldn't they discuss whatever it was tomorrow? Xia Changming opened the door and saw Song Lianxin standing at the door, respectfully bowing and saying, Emperor, the holy maiden has something she wishes to discuss with you. We hope you can go to her. Xia Changming thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go. I'll go too. Su Yueli said from behind him. However, Song Lianxin said, I'm sorry, Empress. Your Highness the Holy Maiden only invited the Emperor. Oh, she only invited my husband. Su Yueli lifted her beautiful eyes and glanced at Xia Changming meaningfully. My wife, please wait for me. I'll be back soon. Xia Changming said with a helpless smile. He turned around, hugged Su Yueli, and soothed her small emotions. Then, he turned and left the room with Song Lianxin. Su Yueli pouted her small mouth in dissatisfaction. She looked out the window and saw a large number of holy capital guards rushing towards the holy palace. Chapter 323. The Holy Maiden's Affection? Knock, knock, knock. Holy Maiden, Your Highness, I have brought him. Song Lianxin knocked on the door of an extravagant bedroom and said respectfully. Soon, Yin Lianxin's soft voice came from inside the bedroom. Thank you for your hard work. Let the Emperor enter. Emperor, please. Song Lianxin respectfully stepped aside, extending his arm to invite Xia Changming. Xia Changming slowly pushed the door open and walked into the bedroom. He wasn't afraid of a nighttime ambush. With his current cultivation level, no one could harm him except for his master and the supreme demon god. The room was spacious, and the interior was clean and tidy. Aside from the necessities, there were almost no other clutter. Yin Lianxin was sitting in front of the dressing mirror, wearing a light, white, lace-trimmed silk dress. Her delicate figure was faintly visible, her snow-white hair flowing freely down to her hips, her hair still glistening from the moisture, as if she had just finished bathing. Emperor, please sit down. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Yin Lianxin turned her head, her clear and bright eyes looking at Xia Changming with a soft smile. Xia Changming glanced around the room. Besides the stool Yin Lianxin was sitting on, the only other place to sit was her bed. He shook his head slightly and chose to stand by the side, asking Yin Lianxin directly, I wonder what important matter Holy Maiden wishes to discuss with me late at night? The demonic race is about to return, and I am truly disturbed, Yin Lianxin said calmly. I've heard that Emperor has fought the demonic race multiple times, so I want to learn more about the demonic race to be prepared beforehand. As she spoke, she used a comb to brush her snow-white hair, while also observing Xia Changming behind her through the bronze mirror. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, her smooth silk dress was draped around her hips. As she moved her jade-like hips and straightened her body, it created a beautiful and alluring curve of her back. Xia Changming averted his gaze and replied calmly, I have made everything about the demonic race very clear at the immortal gathering today, without holding anything back. Although the demonic race is immortal and can't be destroyed, it only happens when they are submerged in the tainted black liquid containing the demon god's blood. If there is no demon god's blood, the demonic race cannot be resurrected on the spot. After death, they can only be reborn in the chaotic demonic realm. It will take at least 1,000 years for the 7 demon gods to recover after their deaths, so this time, we will never lose to the demonic race. Hearing what the Emperor says makes me feel relieved, Yin Lianxin said with a faint smile. I didn't expect that Emperor would know the demonic race so well. Suddenly, she turned her head and softly asked Xia Changming, I wonder if the Emperor would be willing to comb my hair for me? It's too long and difficult to manage. Xia Changming did not hesitate, shaking his head decisively, refusing with a smile. I'm sorry. I will only ever comb the hair of 3 women in my life. One is my mother, one is my master, and the other is my wife. Is that so? Yin Lianxin said. Emperor, you are truly affectionate. Yin Lianxin put down the comb in her hand, slowly stood up and walked towards Xia Changming. Her graceful and charming figure was tall and beautiful. As she walked, she swayed slightly, and it seemed that she was not wearing any undergarments under her dress. Her eyes were fixed directly on his handsome face without any hesitation. Emperor is so young, and you have already reached the celestial venerable level. I heard a while ago that Emperor fought the supreme demon god in the northernly divine capital, repelling the demonic army. You are truly brave and extraordinary. Now that I see you, you are indeed exceptional. Lian Xin has long admired Emperor. I wonder if I can. Lian Xin's delicate body leaned forward slightly, and she reached her hand towards Xia Changming's chest. Xia Changming sidestepped, and Lian Xin immediately missed, almost falling to the ground. Lian Xin's expression was a little shocked, clearly not expecting Xia Changming to dodge so directly. The rumors are exaggerated. The battle in the divine capital was not a victory by me alone. It was the demonic army that was repelled by all the citizens of the divine capital together, Xia Changming said calmly behind Lian Xin. Also, when I announced the demonic invasion of the divine capital to the 9 provinces and 10 lands, I did not mention that the supreme demon god had appeared in the divine capital. His words were calm, but it made Lian Xin's beautiful eyes narrow, her expression shocked. The next second, a sharp and gleaming immortal sword was placed against her jade neck. Emperor, what do you mean by this? Lian Xin asked with a forced smile as she turned her head. Xia Changming snorted lightly, his eyes sharp and cold. Tell me, holy maiden, when did you join the demonic race? Or rather, are you not the holy maiden? Xia Changming could not sense any demonic energy or any abnormalities from Lian Xin's body. But he would not believe that the holy maiden Lian Xin, who was known and praised by countless people for her compassion for the world, would be such a frivolous and licentious woman, coupled with the slip of the tongue she had unintentionally made. It made him even more suspicious. He was not certain whether Lian Xin had joined the demonic race and was working for them, or if she had already been replaced by the demonic race. Could this person not be the real holy maiden Lian Xin at all? Or had she simply been controlled by the demonic race? Xia Changming was not sure. Otherwise, he would have killed her already. With the Emperor immortal sword against her jade neck, Lian Xin showed no fear. Her expression returned to calm, and her eyes even showed a hint of playfulness. It's ridiculous for Emperor to say that I have joined the demonic race and that I am not the holy maiden. Xia Changming's eyes narrowed. Without hesitating any longer, he intended to cut open a wound to verify whether the person in front of him was Lian Xin or a demon in disguise. But just as Xia Changming was about to act, when he regained his senses, he found that he had somehow ended up lying on a soft couch. His limbs were firmly bound to the 4 corners of the bed by binding immortal ropes. Lian Xin was now sitting on top of him, leaning forward and closing in on his face, her expression extremely charming and alluring. She no longer looked like the holy person he had seen before. Her loose silk dress had fallen off, revealing a large expanse of her alluring snow-white skin. Her snow-white breasts hung down naturally, with deep cleavage that was incredibly seductive. This situation was familiar. Xia Changming immediately recalled the demon god he had encountered in the illusionary abyss, the succubus. When had he been affected by charm magic again? No. He had been in the dream since the moment he entered the room and had met her eyes. It was completely unexpected. You are the demon god of lust, the succubus, from the 7 demon gods, Xia Changming said. Looking at Lian Xin, Lian Xin's expression faltered slightly. She covered her mouth, laughing with giggling giggles. Oh, I didn't expect Emperor to recognize me. I remember this is the first time I've met Emperor, right? Could it be that Emperor has been inquiring about me? That's so embarrassing. But I'm not the succubus demon god anymore. I'm the holy maiden Lian Xin. Lian Xin slowly leaned down on Xia Changming's body, her voluptuous breasts pressing against his chest. Her face was wume and alluring as she blew hot, teasing breaths at him. I heard the supreme demon god always mention you and was full of praise for you. I've really been longing to see you, Emperor. I can't stop thinking about you. I didn't expect that Emperor would also be so concerned about me. I'm so moved. Well, Emperor, don't you want to taste what the holy maiden tastes like? Chapter 324. Don't randomly attack other people's husbands. You're not the holy maiden Lian Xin at all. Xia Changming said coldly, staring at Lian Xin. Lian Xin giggled, placing her jade finger gently on Xia Changming's lips, and said flirtatiously, Emperor, you are wrong. I am the holy maiden Yin Lianxin. Don't believe me? Look. Saying that, Yin Lianxin's expression suddenly changed. Her alluring look turned to one of deep sorrow, pleading, "Please, kill me." The heavenly profound Holy Land, and even the 9 provinces and 10 lands, cannot fall into the hands of the demonic race. Xia Changming's expression was shocked. At this moment, Yin Lianxin seemed to have transformed back into the holy maiden who cared for the world. Her soul and consciousness were still within her body. She existed alongside the succubus. The succubus had not completely eroded her entire body. That was why she could disguise herself so meticulously and still retain her sacred aura. He. Now you believe me, Emperor? I am the holy maiden Yin Lianxin. I also want to taste what Emperor tastes like. Yin Lianxin had regained her consciousness at once. Her hands removed her only remaining silk dress, revealing her sacred body, without any attempt at concealing herself from Xia Changming's eyes. Her peach blossom-shaped eyes appeared, and her body slowly leaned on top of Xia Changming, her red tongue licking his cheek. You taste really good. I like it. Yin Lianxin licked her lips with satisfaction. Having entered her dream realm, in her eyes, Xia Changming was now like a lamb to the slaughter, waiting to have his essence sucked out, turning him into a dried-up corpse. After Xia Changming was turned into a dried-up corpse, she would keep him and enjoy him every day. Xia Changming remained calm and collected from beginning to end. Even in the succubus home turf dream, he didn't feel the slightest panic. This made the succubus feel slightly uneasy. But when she thought that this was her dream, that she was the creator here, that she could use her will to subvert all rules, her unease disappeared. Just as the succubus was about to undo Xia Changming's clothes, a drop of clear tear suddenly fell on Xia Changming's face. The succubus reached out to touch her own eye, discovering that she was actually shedding tears. Even now, holy maiden, are you still shedding tears? The succubus mocked her own body with sarcasm. Your body has already been played with by many of your most loyal followers. The control of her body was in the hands of the succubus. Yin Lianxin could only silently use the tears in her eyes to express her grief and despair. At this moment, Yin Lianxin's face was extremely complex. Her eyes were seductive, the corners of her lips sneered, but the tears continued to flow from her eyes. Xia Changming glared at the succubus with utmost anger, a terrifying killing intent on him. The demonic race all deserved to die. The bone-chilling killing intent swept through the succubus' entire body, and a trace of fear arose in her heart, but she quickly regained her composure. Oh, Emperor, you almost scared me to death. As punishment, I'm going to be impolite. The succubus had already undone the top half of Xia Changming's clothes, revealing his graceful, muscular, and powerful body. His body was filled with a faint aura of immortal energy. The succubus licked her red lips greedily, her hand reaching down involuntarily. Just seeing it made her feel a little impatient with thirst. This was the best prey she had encountered so far. Just when the succubus was about to start her meal, her expression suddenly froze. The next second, she disappeared from the dream realm. Xia Changming smiled faintly. He knew that it had taken action, but he hoped that next time it could act a little earlier, or he would be forced to cheat on his wife. Outside the dream, inside Yin Lianxin's bedroom, Xia Changming was lying on the soft couch, having fallen into a deep sleep. The succubus was sitting on top of him, naked, and a figure silently appeared behind her. The next second, golden lightning flashed in the room. A beautiful fist enveloped in celestial lightning slammed towards her head. The golden lightning sizzled and crackled, like a golden thunderbolt. The succubus was shocked and quickly raised her arm to block it. The golden lightning fist slammed onto her arm, instantly breaking her bones. The celestial lightning spread throughout her entire body, her whole body flying away in a stream of golden light. She crashed heavily against the wall of the bedroom. If she hadn't already set up a barrier in the room, she would have been sent flying for miles. The golden lightning was surging over the succubus body. Her body was numb, and she couldn't help but twitch. The power of this blow was clearly that of a celestial venerable, and it could also wield golden celestial lightning. The succubus glared at the person who was like a woman but wore a mask in front of her with resentment. She had not noticed when this person appeared behind her at all. Her demonic energy barrier was clearly set up within the room, and Zhang Lianxing was guarding the outside. The barrier showed no signs of being broken. It was as if she had appeared behind her like a ghost. Who are you? Trying to ruin my good time? the succubus said to the faceless puppet with a vicious look in her eyes. The faceless puppet turned to look at Xia Changming lying on the bed. She had no intention of paying attention to the succubus. She rarely communicated with others, let alone the demonic race. Being directly ignored made the succubus even more angry. Although I don't know who you are or how you came in, I hate women the most. The succubus said, tonight, you will stay here with me. The succubus cut her wrist, and murky red and black blood dripped onto the floor. Although only a few drops fell, a black liquid swamp-like substance gurgled up on the floor. A cloaked, decrepit figure slowly rose from the black liquid. The succubus knew that her peach blossom-shaped eyes were useless against women, so she simply summoned her new toy. Kill her, the succubus said coldly. The old man stepped forward, transforming into a smoke-like black shadow, rushing towards the faceless puppet, his hand condensed with black energy. The faceless puppet was not to be outdone. She clenched her fist, and her iron fist exploded with golden lightning. The wild golden lightning nearly destroyed the entire room. The two exchanged punches and palms, and the entire room was almost instantly reduced to ruins. The holy palace trembled. The faceless puppet and the old black figure each retreated a few steps. The faceless puppet's fist showed no sign of injury, while the black figure's arm was covered in blood, with golden celestial lightning spreading over his entire body. However, the black figure was completely unaffected by the golden lightning. His speed did not decrease at all. Instead, he attacked the faceless puppet again even faster. While the two were fighting, the succubus walked towards Xia Changming again. Such a large commotion would definitely attract the attention of everyone else in the holy palace. She had to seize the time to taste Xia Changming. She couldn't bear to kill such good prey directly. If she had just a few minutes, she would be able to drain him dry. She would turn his celestial venerable cultivation into her own. Just as the succubus reached out for Xia Changming again, a flash of silver light passed by, almost immediately slicing off her head. You damn vixen. Don't go attacking other people's husbands. Chapter 325. Blood Sacrifice in Nightmare Hell. Su Yueli stood at the head of the bed, holding the demon-slaying immortal sword, her beautiful eyes staring coldly at the succubus. The succubus was startled. She turned her head and saw that the demonic energy barrier had already been sliced through by Su Yueli's sword. Song Lianxing, who was guarding the door, was knocked unconscious and thrown aside. The succubus glanced at Song Lianxing, who was lying on the ground but still alive, and couldn't help but cover her mouth, giggling in mockery. I didn't expect that the rumored bloodthirsty empress of the demon clan would be so merciful. Not killing him immediately was your biggest mistake. What? Su Yueli was shocked. She suddenly felt an immense demonic aura approaching from behind her. She quickly turned around and swung her demon-slaying blade. Clang! The demon-slaying blade collided with a spiked iron chain, sparks flying everywhere. Song Lianxing had somehow woken up. A demonic energy, no less powerful than that of the succubus, emanated from his body. Murky, tainted spirit energy enveloped him, and he held an iron chain with sharp spikes in his hand. Su Yueli had been careless. She hadn't expected that Song Lianxing was also a demon in disguise. She had mistakenly assumed that he was just a regular divine power realm cultivator, so she had chosen to knock him unconscious rather than kill him. Su Yueli's 9 tails unfurled, the fox tails howling as they ripped through the void. One strike sent Song Lianxing flying. Without the obstruction of the demonic energy barrier, the raging fox tails easily tore apart in Lianxin's bedroom. Lianxin was also sent flying hundreds of meters away. The fox tails then curled around Xia Changming, pulling him back in front of her. Su Yueli looked at Xia Changming. Seeing that his breathing was steady and that he was only in a dream, she calmed down. After noticing the commotion outside the holy palace, she immediately rushed to Xia Changming's side. Just as she had expected, Lianxin wanted to attack Xia Changming alone. She hadn't expected that the demonic race could disguise themselves as the holy maiden of the heavenly profound holy land. And she didn't know what method they had used to make Xia Changming lose consciousness and fall into a dream. Honestly, husband, you should wake up, Su Yueli said, scolding him. She pressed her forehead against Xia Changming's, letting the immortal energy transform into a spiritual fox and seep into his sleeping spiritual sea and dream. Don't even think about it. Extreme punishment, guillotine. The succubus snapped her fingers, and a blood-stained guillotine hovered above Su Yueli's head and dropped. Just as it was about to fall, the faceless puppet suddenly flashed in front of Su Yueli, catching the rapidly falling blade with one hand. Aside from a slight cut on her palm, she was unharmed. Then, she crushed the guillotine with one hand. The succubus was shocked. Turning her head to look at the other side, she saw that the black figure she had summoned was now embedded deep in the ground. "SK, you're useless." The succubus clicked her tongue in displeasure. At this time, the representatives of the kings of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, who were temporarily staying in the Holy Palace, had all sensed the huge commotion and arrived. The immense fluctuations of spiritual energy and the aura of demonic energy in the Holy Palace could be felt even from outside the holy capital. What happened? I felt the aura of the demonic race. I felt it too. Is the demonic race already attacking the holy capital? No. The aura of the demonic race seems to be coming from the Holy Maiden. The confused crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. The guards stationed in the Holy Palace, and a large number of guards who had been called in advance from the Holy Capital, had also arrived. "There are assassins. Protect the Holy Maiden, Your Highness." The ordinary guards of the Holy Palace couldn't sense the soaring demonic energy coming from Yin Lianxin's body. Even if they did, they would completely choose to believe their Holy Maiden. They immediately assumed that their Holy Maiden had been assassinated. They pulled out their weapons and aimed their arrows at everyone in the area with a murderous intent. The crowd didn't dare to act rashly, hesitating. The guards before them were cultivators with lower cultivation levels, not from the demonic race. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the succubus, her face flushed, revealed a wicked and alluring smile and murmured, "Holy Maiden, can you see that? What loyal subordinates you have. I'm so moved that I'm about to have an orgasm. I'll show you something fun in a little while. Blood sacrifice. Nightmare hell." The succubus spread her arms, and blood dripped from her naked body. Some of the blood solidified on her delicate body to form thin, seductive demonic armor. The rest of the blood dripped to the ground, quickly spreading out in all directions. At this moment, countless holy capital guards holding weapons suddenly let out painful cries of agony. Ah! One by one, the guards fell to their knees, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Their faces were horribly disfigured, and they gradually turned into puddles of blood, dissolving into the murky red and black liquid on the ground. Before their deaths, the guards were still reaching out towards Yin Lianxin, crying out in despair, "Holy Maiden, run!" The succubus sneered as she watched tens of thousands of guards turn into puddles of blood in the blink of an eye. She murmured softly, "Hee hee, weren't you all willing to die for me? Now is the time to fulfill your promises." Ever since she merged with Yin Lianxin and occupied her body, she had controlled all the guards of the holy capital step by step, following the instructions of the supreme demon god. She had set up this blood sacrifice nightmare array. She had long since dripped her blood into the food and water they drank daily. The tainted spirit energy had already eroded their bodies, but it had been dormant until now. The purpose was to use them as a blood sacrifice at this moment to deal with everyone who came from the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The supreme demon god's intention was to eliminate everyone from the 9 provinces and 10 lands before Xia Changming arrived. The demon god tyrant would restrain Xia Changming on that side. But the succubus had violated the supreme demon god's intention. It was only because she wanted to prove that she could get rid of Xia Changming together for the supreme demon god. She wanted to share the supreme demon god's worries. In that case, she would definitely become the most beloved of the 7 demon gods by the supreme demon god. At the thought of being favored by the supreme demon god, the succubus couldn't help but clench her legs together in excitement. She was already becoming impatient, but at this time, tears once again flowed down her cheeks. The succubus couldn't help but show a look of displeasure. "What's the matter, Holy Maiden? You feel a little sorry after seeing all of your most loyal subordinates die tragically? Don't worry, I will turn the entire holy capital, no, the entire heavenly profound holy land, into a puddle of blood. They will all be merged together to stay with you forever. Isn't that nice?" As she spoke, the succubus couldn't help but laugh foolishly, her charming naked body shaking with her laughter. The crowd from the 9 provinces and 10 lands watched the succubus hovering in the air with a mixture of fear and anger. If they had to kill tens of thousands of people, it wouldn't be too difficult. But they would never use such cruel and terrifying methods, making everyone turn into puddles of blood bit by bit. The entire holy palace was filled with miserable cries of agony and shouts. This was naked evil. Looking around, the murky puddles of blood had already begun to spread from within the holy palace to the holy capital. The peaceful and tranquil holy capital was filled with screams and cries of agony. The guards who were supposed to protect the holy capital were suddenly filled with demonic energy and transformed into ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters, turning their blades against the citizens of the holy capital. Everyone in the holy capital didn't understand what had happened. They never had any war or conflicts before. Why would the holy capital suffer such a calamity? Despair and cries of agony echoed across the entire sky of the holy capital. Chapter 326, Xuanhuan's Plight and Resolve. You guys go suppress the demons in the holy capital. I'll handle her. Xuanhuan, full of anger, clenched her fists tightly as she stared at the succubus. This was unforgivable. To massacre the defenseless mortals of the holy capital in such a way, staining the holy capital red with blood. Bloodstains and corpses littered the streets and alleys. The peaceful and tranquil holy capital was now like hell on earth. Xuanhuan summoned her immortal artifact, the pair of silver crescent moon immortal rings in her hand. Suddenly, a fierce killing intent was accompanied by an immense spiritual pressure coming from behind her. When Xuanhuan sensed it, it was already too late. A heavy palm struck her back. Xuanhuan was sent crashing to the ground. Two other celestial venerables were also attacked. One was the celestial venerable of the sea origin, Haiqing. The other was the old celestial venerable of the boundless forest, and he was killed on the spot with his heart pierced through. Xuanhuan raised her head, her clear blue eyes looking at Mangu, Chongguei, and Rongyin in disbelief. I'm sorry, Double Moon Celestial Venerable. The demonic race has promised us conditions that we could not refuse. So I can only ask you to die. Mangu said, sneering at Xuanhuan. Chongguei threw the heart of the celestial venerable of the boundless forest to the swarming ghost insects nearby, making a sinister laugh. He. The demonic race is the ultimate end that we have pursued all our lives. By joining the demonic race, I can freely refine insect puppets and breed poisonous worms. I no longer have to put up with the righteous sex. As he spoke, a black tide of insects rose from under Chongguei, devouring the remains of the dead celestial body. Rongyin, who was standing aside, glanced at Chongguei in disgust, but didn't say anything. He simply said, "We have been pursuing the path of immortality for thousands of years. Despite becoming celestial venerables, we can't make progress, nor can we even touch the threshold of ascension. Whether it's truly possible to attain ascension above the celestial venerable level is still an unknown mystery. Instead of spending tens of thousands of years chasing after the non-existent illusion of ascension, it's better to become a member of the demonic race and be immortal. You're willingly falling into the demonic path, abandoning your immortal bodies?" Xuanhuan spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting angrily at Mangu and the other two. Mangu said coldly as he looked at her, "Humph. So what if we are? In this battle between immortals and demons, our human race has absolutely no chance of winning against the demonic race. Double Moon Celestial Venerable, you must understand the principle of a wise man submits to circumstances. Do you also want to see your azure sky mirror become like the holy capital one day? Pa, I would rather die here than collude with you. The azure sky mirror will never surrender to the demonic race," Xuanhuan said slowly as she covered her chest with her hand, preparing to fight Mangu and the others to the death. Suddenly, a beautiful immortal sword was placed against her jade neck. Divine Wind Valley Master? Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan beside her again in disbelief, her face pained. "Even you. I'm sorry, I was forced to. As long as you promise not to attack, I will guarantee your safety," Xuanhuan said with a guilty face, holding his immortal sword in his hand. "Humph. I don't know what your difficulties are, but do you know what will happen to the 9 provinces and 10 lands if we all die here today? Look back at the holy capital. In the future, the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands will end up like the holy capital. Do you think that your divine Wind Valley will be spared?" Xuanhuan's words were like a sharp blade that deeply pierced into Xuanhuan's heart. Looking at the fiery scene of the holy capital, with the countless heart-wrenching screams and cries of agony ringing in his ears, Xuanhuan felt deep guilt and his face showed his inner conflict. The arm holding the immortal sword couldn't help but tremble. Xuanhuan didn't say anything more to Xuanhuan. Instead, she turned to the other kings of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, those with lower cultivation levels at the immortal realm and divine power realm, saying, "Quick, go defend the holy capital. The heavenly profound holy land cannot fall." Lin Yuan and the others were stunned. They immediately woke up from their stupor. The battles between the celestial venerables were not something they could intervene in. The only thing they could do was defend the holy capital. Lin Yuan and the others looked at Xuanhuan. Seeing that he didn't seem to be stopping them, they turned into streaks of light and sped towards the holy capital. Humph, you think you can leave? Mangu threw a punch, and a dozens of meters-long fist made of solidified bones slammed towards Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan and the others turned around, their faces in shock. This ordinary punch was enough to take their lives. Fortunately, a silver light flashed, and the fist of bones was split into two. Xin Fengling stood in front of Lin Yuan and the others, saying to the people behind him, "Go now." After thinking about it, he finally couldn't bring himself to watch the holy capital turn into hell, while he allied with the demonic race. What difference would that make between him and the demonic race? "Thank you, immortal venerable Xin Fengling." Lin Yuan and the others thanked him before quickly turning into streaks of light and leaving. Mangu and the others weren't in a hurry to chase. Instead, they looked at Xin Fengling with a mocking look. I knew that immortal venerable Xin Fengling couldn't be relied on. After all, he's the master of the Divine Wind Valley, a prestigious clan. How could he be on par with us? Then we can only get rid of him as well. What do you say, holy maiden? Mangu turned around to look at the succubus, asking with a smile. His eyes were greedily scanning the succubus' naked body. As expected of the demon god who controlled lust, when combined with the holy maiden's body, it had the holy maiden's sacred face, but it revealed a charming and licentious temptation all over. However, Mangu was also well aware that he could not touch this woman. If he was careless, he would be sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. The succubus looked at Xin Fengling, her eyes cold, and threatened him. Immortal venerable Xin Fengling, do you really want to be an enemy of my demonic race? The lives of millions of your Divine Wind Valley citizens are all in my hands. You don't want the Divine Wind Valley to suffer the same fate as the holy capital, do you? Humph. I will bet on the lives and reputation of millions of citizens in my Divine Wind Valley to kill the demonic race. Xin Fengling said, his killing intent piercing as he held his sword at the succubus. A month ago, the heavenly profound holy maiden Yin Lianxin suddenly visited the Divine Wind Valley. Without any warning, the demonic army led by Yin Lianxin had occupied the Divine Wind Valley with overwhelming force. He was unable to resist alone and was captured on the spot. But the succubus had not chosen to kill him, nor did she convert him into a demon. Instead, she threatened him with the lives of millions of citizens of the Divine Wind Valley, wanting him to use his identity as a human to assist the demonic race. But under Tianyuan's words of reprimand, he had made up his mind. Even if he helped the demonic race, he did not believe that the Divine Wind Valley would be preserved in the end. It was better to risk everything and fight to the death with the demonic race. Seeing this, the succubus frowned in displeasure. She said coldly, "This is your choice. The Divine Wind Valley can disappear from the 9 provinces and 10 lands. It will be like the northern ice wilderness. Kill him." The succubus coldly ordered Mangu and the others. "I've wanted to meet the rumored immortal venerable of Divine Wind for a long time," Rong Yin said, stepping forward. "He will be mine. Then the double moon celestial venerable will be mine. I'm interested in her." Mangu's eyes flashed with lust as he set his sights on Tianyuan. The remaining Chonggu would naturally deal with the seriously injured Haiqing. On the other side, Suyueli had already transformed into a spiritual fox and entered Xia Changming's dream. Chapter 327. He alone, a legion. In his dream, Xia Changming still lay in bed, utterly unable to move. The succubus had clearly come prepared. Not only had she bound his limbs tightly with immortal binding ropes, but even his emperor immortal sword at his waist was secured with numerous layers of binding, wrapped so tightly it could barely breathe. Xia Changming was oblivious to what was happening outside his dream, but he could guess that the Wuxiang immortal venerable was certainly locked in a battle against the demon god succubus. He needed to break free from this dream quickly. Just then, a tiny, ethereal, and fey fox, like a small spirit, suddenly appeared in front of Xia Changming, stepping onto his chest. "Wife?" Xia Changming called out softly. The only fox in this world that possessed such ethereal beauty and adorable charm was his wife, Suyueli. Suyueli's fox eyes revealed a hint of playful discontent as she hopped forward and bit through the immortal binding ropes that held Xia Changming captive. "Humph. Honestly, husband, To be so easily seduced by a woman like that and fall into a dream. I was caught off guard, a miscalculation. Xia Changming chuckled sheepishly. He hadn't anticipated that Lian Xin would merge with the demon god succubus. Just a single look had been enough to unknowingly pull him into a dream. He hadn't even been aware he was inside a dream. It could only be said that the succubus's ability was indeed particularly effective against men, catching them completely by surprise. Suyueli was not entirely satisfied with Xia Changming's explanation. After freeing his hands and feet, she leapt to his cheek, her small face close to his, and asked, staring into his eyes, "So, you saw everything?" "Saw what?" A drop of cold sweat trickled down Xia Changming's forehead as his eyes darted evasively, feigning ignorance. Suyueli saw right through his act and moved her tiny face even closer. Under Suyueli's death stare, Xia Changming had no choice but to sigh and confess. "All right, I saw it. But it was just for a second." "Humph." Suyueli huffed with displeasure, her small fox mouth biting Xia Changming's finger. Xia Changming felt a sharp pain and immediately woke up from the dream. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with Suyueli's resentful gaze, and his entire body was tightly wrapped in foxtails. "Wife." "Humph. I'll deal with you later. I'll take care of that fox spirit first." Suyueli glared at Xia Changming, then slowly released her foxtails and let him go. Xia Changming looked around at the intense battles raging in the distance, his eyes then landing on the fiery sea of the holy capital, stained with demonic corruption and blood. From far away, he could hear the heart-wrenching wails and cries. His brow furrowed, his face turned cold, and his heart filled with fury. Wherever demons appear, it was always a bloody storm, a living hell. "Wife, go help the Wuxiang Immortal Venerable first. I'll secure the holy capital." "Okay." Suyueli didn't hesitate, giving a slight nod. She transformed into a divine rainbow and rapidly flew towards the succubus's location. As a woman herself, the succubus would be no match for his wife. Xia Changming then headed towards the holy capital. Hovering above, he looked down and saw corpses strewn across the streets. The guards who were supposed to protect the capital were now like fierce, demonic devils, mercilessly swinging their weapons at the citizens. The dark, murky red-black blood was tainting the entire holy capital. The monarchs of the 9 provinces and 10 territories were putting up a desperate resistance against the demonized and corrupted guards. But even with several cultivators at the divine power and immortal connection realms working together, they could not stop the relentless demonic army that surged towards them. "No, we can't hold the holy capital just with our strength." Lin Yuan, his face almost despairing, stared at the endless waves of demonic forces surging toward them. Even though they were determined to protect the capital, they felt utterly powerless. Was this truly the demon race? So terrifying. Many people present were seeing demons for the first time. The encounter left an indelible mark in their minds. Damn it all. If my army were here, I'd definitely annihilate these demonic brats. Lu Shtong, the monarch of Lan province, angrily declared after tearing a demon apart. Although the holy capital was not under his jurisdiction, the sight of this hellish scene filled him with righteous rage. "Everyone, we might all fall here today." Xiao Ru, the queen of Yu province, said with a sigh. She had never imagined that the joint immortal gathering of the 9 provinces and 10 territories would be a trap set by the demons. The nightmare hell domain had enveloped the entire holy capital. Their aim was to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. "Humph, I'm not afraid of anything. I've already prepared my will before coming here and designated my inheritor." Lu Xiong, known for his fiery temper, stated disdainfully. The other monarchs could not help but smile bitterly. Some even jokingly commented, "As expected of the king of Lan, you have foresight." Who would have thought that the 9 provinces and 10 territories, who have fought among themselves for centuries, would be working together so closely here? Lin Yuan remarked with a mix of emotions. Perhaps sensing their inescapable fate, everyone began to open up their hearts to each other. The usual conflicts were gone. In a way, they even had the demons to thank for bringing the 9 provinces and 10 territories together, turning swords into plowshares and joining forces. As they talked, another wave of demonic soldiers charged towards them. This time, they were even led by several demonic generals at the divine power and immortal connection realms. They snarled and roared as they approached. Everyone braced themselves, prepared to fight to the death. But just at that moment, several golden bolts of immortal lightning came crashing down from the sky, The thunderous roar echoed throughout the heavens. The immortal lightning swept through the streets and alleys, instantly reducing the demons in front of them to ashes. Xia Changming slowly descended from the sky, appearing before everyone. "It's the Divine Emperor of Bailey." The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. It was the first time they had seen Xia Changming in action. Such thunderous might was enough to obliterate any one of them present. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Please gather the survivors of the holy capital. Leave the rest to me," Xia Changming stated coldly as his gaze settled on the demonic forces. His hands came together, and the aura of divine power surged forth. Divine ability, ethereal myriad forms. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth condensed, and countless spirit beasts and generals formed from spiritual energy flooded the entire holy capital. Divine Lord descends. That wasn't all. As the incantation slipped from Xia Changming's lips, 100-foot-tall armored Divine Lord rose from the ground beneath him. Xia Changming stood atop the Divine Lord's head, pointing at the swarm of demonic troops before him, and commanded coldly, "Kill." At his command, all the spirits immediately charged into the demonic forces. 100-foot blade swung down, reducing the houses in front of it into ruins, and causing massive casualties among the demons. And if the spirits were destroyed, he could reform them with just a thought. While the demons were said to be immortal, his ethereal myriad forms, as long as he had enough spiritual power, could also be considered as such. He alone was a legion of powerful cultivators. At this moment, Xia Changming stood proudly atop the Divine Lord, his figure imposing and otherworldly. Though he was just one person, he was like an immortal monarch, surveying the world from on high. Lin Yuan and the others could only stare blankly upwards. Chapter 328. That guy isn't human. On the other side, the battle between the Wuxiang puppet and the succubus and others was in a stalemate. The Wuxiang puppet could not defeat any of the succubus's group, but neither could the three of them defeat it, despite their combined efforts. The succubus couldn't help but frown deeply. The masked figure before her was incredibly powerful. Despite the combined attacks of three immortal venerables, it was only slightly at a disadvantage. Every fist thrown from its slender arms could shatter the void, and the golden immortal lightning that enveloped its body rumbled with power, tearing through space. The residual force from one hit to her arm still made it feel numb and tremble slightly. And strangest of all, this guy hadn't said a single word the whole time. It just kept relentlessly pounding them. "Mei Yin, why haven't you used your demonic eye on her?" The succubus turned to Zhang Lian and grumbled. Her heart-shaped demonic eye was ineffective against women. This was her biggest disadvantage. If her opponent was a man many times stronger than her, she had the confidence to easily kill him. But if the opponent was a woman, and of similar immortal venerable realm, she would hardly be able to use her full strength, and it would be difficult for her to win. So, after 1,000 years of dormancy and further growth in their cultivation, the demon gods had also made progress and evolved. The lustful desires of the world did not only belong to men. Women also possessed the same desires. Thus, the succubus split into two, becoming the succubus and the Mei Yin. If the succubus was born of the lust of men, then the Mei Yin was born of the lust of women. The succubus's heart-shaped eye was only effective against men, and Mei Yin was the opposite. His heart-shaped eye only worked against women. Zhang Lian, like In Lian Xin, had already had his soul fused with and body taken over by Mei Yin. The demonic aura around him was no weaker than that of the succubus, and his eyes were the shape of a green heart-shaped demonic eye. Faced with the succubus's scolding, Mei Yin replied with helpless resignation. "My heart-shaped demonic eye has been open the whole time. But her mask doesn't even reveal her eyes. She isn't even looking at us." The succubus was also very puzzled. This guy was wearing a mask and had not even looked at them with his eyes, but was only relying on his perception of divine sense to fight them. The succubus didn't have time to overthink it and just wanted to take care of her quickly. "Kill her for me." At the succubus's command, the black shadow shot out again, facing the Wuxiang puppet with a punch. Divine ability, heavenly profound holy power. The black shadow mumbled to himself. The dark spiritual power in his hands changed, like a drifting mist, and when the Wuxiang puppet's fist made of immortal lightning hit it, the immortal lightning was no longer able to harm him in the slightest. The Wuxiang puppet was slightly surprised. This black shadow had not only successfully neutralized the immortal lightning in its hands, but had also increased the power of its fists and palms several times. The black spiritual power that transformed into a drifting mist-like divine ability was truly extraordinary. It was as if it was turning spiritual power into a new type of energy to strengthen itself. This person must have been someone with extraordinary power before he died. The Wuxiang puppet became serious. And just then, the succubus and Mei Yin, taking advantage of the Wuxiang puppet's entanglement with the black shadow, had seized a chance when it was unable to escape. Ultimate punishment. 10,000 arrows pierced the heart. Tens of thousands of black arrows materialized out of thin air, each arrowhead aimed at the Wuxiang puppet. The tens of thousands of arrows were fired, turning into black flashes of light, flying towards it. The Wuxiang puppet's body crackled with golden arcs of electricity, unleashing a burst of powerful and blinding immortal lightning from its body, enveloping it like a huge golden lightning ball. Before the thousands of black arrows could even get close, they were incinerated by the immortal lightning. The black shadow was enveloped in the mist-like dark spiritual power, preventing it from being completely turned to ashes by the ferocious lightning. Ultimate punishment. Heart extraction. Once the power of the lightning had subsided, Mei Yin risked being destroyed by the lightning and took advantage of the opportunity to appear behind the Wuxiang puppet. His hand, like a heart-digging blade, pierced through its chest. Mei Yin wore an evil smile, thinking he had succeeded. But the unusual sensation from his hand caused him to falter. When he pierced through its body, his hand felt like it had hit something incredibly hard, and he did not feel any blood flowing at all. Even though he had pierced its chest, he had not even touched its heart. How could this be? Mei Yin was greatly shocked. In the next moment, the Wuxiang puppet's head did a 180-degree turn, twisting to look back at him. Its arms also made a huge swing, and it threw a punch directly at him. Caught completely off guard, Mei Yan's chest was struck firmly by the Wuxiang puppet's fist of immortal lightning. His entire chest instantly caved in, and he fell to the ground like a meteor, and the Wuxiang puppet, seemingly unharmed, returned its body and arms to their original position. The hole in its chest instantly healed itself rapidly by absorbing the spiritual power of the heavens and earth. This guy isn't human. It was only at this moment that the succubus realized that the masked immortal venerable before them was not a human, but a puppet. No wonder no matter how Mei Yin had tried to use his heart-shaped demonic eye, it had been ineffective. It was even able to survive a fatal wound unharmed. This puppet seemed to possess its own consciousness and was fighting entirely with its own will. The succubus furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of difficulty. If the opponent was not alive, then her and Mei Yan's heart-shaped demonic eyes would be completely ineffective. It could be said that it was the perfect counter to them. She could only rely on him now. Xingu, burn everything, kill it for me. Upon receiving the succubus's command, the black shadow slowly took off the black robe, revealing a pale, corpse-like face. And he was none other than the heavenly profound immortal venerable, Xingu, who had protected the heavenly profound holy land and established the heavenly profound nation. Even though he had turned into a demon after death, his aged face still revealed a look of gentle serenity. His scarlet eyes were not as vicious or bloodthirsty as other demons. Xingu was engulfed in flames of dark spiritual power, which turned into a misty smoke, wrapping around his body, looking like immortal garments. The immense power of the misty spiritual power was almost enveloping the entire holy capital. This was Xingu's unique divine ability. It converted spiritual power into a unique power known as Xin power, which he could then use to multiply the power of his immortal body. At this moment, Xingu was burning everything he had, and his strength had reached its peak. He shot out, immediately plummeting down to the holy capital from the sky with the Wuxiang puppet. The two became entangled, causing a violent tremor throughout the holy capital. Xuanhuan, who was fighting with Mangu, also fell down to the holy capital. When she saw Xingu's demonic appearance, her heart filled with grief. Even the heavenly profound immortal venerable has been turned into a demon. Xuanhuan, already severely wounded by a sneak attack, was no match for Mangu. She was now on the verge of death, unable to fight anymore. Mangu landed in front of Xuanhuan with a swagger, his gaze lustfully sweeping across her body as he said, "Double Moon Immortal Venerable, why bother resisting? Why not join the demon race and enjoy eternal life and immortality?" Chapter 329. Strong? I don't think so. Hmph. Even if I die, even if my soul is annihilated, I will never be tainted by the demons. Tianyuan, clutching her double moon rings tightly, slowly rose from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with determination. Then it seems I have no choice but to capture you myself. I've recently acquired a rather interesting dual cultivation technique from the demons. Mangu leered, raising his arm to the sky. Divine ability, great desolate starfall. In an instant, the dark sky turned a fiery red, and massive, burning meteorites burst through the clouds. If these meteorites were to fall on the holy capital, they would likely level the entire city. Tianyuan's eyes narrowed, and the double moon rings in her hands emanated a soft, silvery white glow. The light bloomed, the sharp edge piercing the air, as if she held two beams of moonlight. Divine ability, double moon wheels. Tianyuan threw the moon rings, which began to whirl through the sky, their silver light extending for dozens of yards, each ring like a dazzling, speeding full moon. In the blink of an eye, countless meteorites in the sky were sliced into neat fragments by the moon wheels. The sky was filled with falling debris, like a waterfall of rock. Just then, Mangu suddenly burst out from the falling debris, smashing his fist towards Tianyuan. Tianyuan's double moon rings were yet to return to her hands, forcing her to throw her defensive immortal mirror in front of her. The power of the immortal venerable's punch shattered the mirror before her, and the fist crashed heavily into her crossed arms. Tianyuan was sent flying backward, crashing through countless buildings before barely coming to a stop. Her arms hung limply, blood dripping down, the impact having clearly been severe. Her already wounded body struggled to even stand up. Double Moon Immortal Venerable, if you just surrender obediently, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Mangu walked slowly toward Tianyuan, mocking her. Tianyuan glared at Mangu, but then suddenly smiled coldly, saying, "Even if I die, I will cut down a traitor to humanity like you." With that, two sharp, round moons flew from the distant sky, circled around, and then turned back to slash at Mangu. Sensing the danger, Mangu swiftly turned, his bone-clad hands clamping down on the two moon rings that attacked him from behind. Tianyuan took the opportunity to draw a slender sword, and in a flash, she stabbed it towards Mangu's heart from behind. The thin sword pierced into Mangu's chest. Success! Tianyuan was overjoyed. But in the next moment, Mangu backhanded her across the face, sending her flying dozens of miles away. The double moon rings, having lost Tianyuan's control, were casually tossed aside by him, sinking deep into the ground. I almost let you get away with that. It's just a pity that my heart is also protected by bone." Mangu pulled the thin sword from his chest and stalked towards Tianyuan, his face grim. She had almost managed to kill him. "I've changed my mind. I'll peel off your skin and drain your blood, eat your immortal marrow and gnaw on your immortal bones. Your skull will be my next trophy." Tianyuan leaned weakly against a wall, despair filling her as she realized that Mangu was not dead. The Barren Lands had an ancient tradition of eating people and drinking their blood to enhance one's cultivation, so she would likely suffer torture before her death. Tianyuan slowly took out a dagger, and without hesitation, raised it to stab herself in the chest. She would rather die than fall into Mangu's hands. But at this critical moment, a slender but powerful hand grasped hers. Tianyuan slowly raised her head and saw Xia Changming, who had arrived at her side unnoticed, looking at her with a smile. That was close, almost arrived a little too late. Why would the Double Moon Immortal Venerable think of doing something like this? Divine Emperor? Tianyuan murmured as she gazed at Xia Changming. For some reason, when she saw the humble, refined smile on his face, she felt an involuntary sense of peace, and the dagger in her hand slipped from her grip unconsciously. She could sense the absolute confidence radiating from his face. The Double Moon Immortal Venerable has worked hard. You should focus on healing for now. I will deal with him. After reassuring Tianyuan, Xia Changming turned his gaze to Mangu, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He had sensed Mangu's malicious intent long ago, and it seemed that they had indeed joined the demon race. The holy capital was largely protected by his ethereal myriad forms, and the efforts of Lin Yuan and the others. It seemed that the Wuxiang puppet didn't need his help that much, so it was time to settle the scores with them. Mangu wore a mocking smile, not taking Xia Changming in the least bit seriously. A mere child who had just entered the immortal venerable realm dared to act so arrogantly. He had wanted to see just how powerful the much-hyped Divine Emperor of Bailey was. Let me see just how strong the Divine Emperor of Bailey is. Divine ability, skeletal immortal armor. The various bones adorning Mangu's body began to extend, and in an instant, his entire body was covered in white bones, forming a skeletal armor. His true immortal venerable alias was the war skeleton immortal venerable. This was his full power. He had not even used his full strength when fighting Xuanhuan earlier. Xuanhuan stared at Mangu in surprise. He was actually a dual divine ability user. Divine Emperor, you must be careful. He is very strong. Very strong? I don't think so. Xia Changming smiled lightly, looking calm and unconcerned. This made Mangu feel like he was being mocked, and he angrily drew two bone blades and slashed at Xia Changming. Don't underestimate me, boy. The bone blades tore through the sky, arriving in an instant. Xia Changming remained motionless, gently pressing his palm downwards, the immense, invisible force slamming Mangu and his bone blades into the ground. Mangu knelt on the ground, his palms pressed into the dented earth, his expression shocked and filled with disbelief. What was this immortal art? It was actually pushing him to the ground and stopping him from even raising his head. Xia Changming clenched his hand, and the bones covering Mangu's body shattered into pieces instantly. He walked slowly towards him, his emperor immortal sword trembling and humming. The humming of the sword vibrated in Mangu's mind, causing cold sweat to pour down his forehead, and his body to tremble uncontrollably. This was the first time in hundreds of years that he had ever felt such fear. He was going to die. Divine Emperor, wait a minute. I was just temporarily seduced by the demons. That's why I made such a mistake. If you can give me a chance, I'm willing to lead the barren lands to join you to kill the damn demons. Xia Changming approached with his sword, and Mangu, trembling, expressed his desire to repent. He figured he was, after all, one of the few immortal venerables in the 9 provinces and 10 territories. He shouldn't be willing to kill him, right? Without him, the barren lands would be leaderless. Who knew? When Mangu struggled to raise his eyes, he was met only by Xia Changming's indifferent, cold gaze, as if he were looking at a dead man. You're even worse than that demon tyrant. Keeping you around is just a scourge. Vanish from this world with your soul. The golden immortal lightning crackled around Xia Changming's emperor immortal sword, the divine power radiating from it, awe-inspiring. Wait. Mangu wanted to beg for mercy, but the golden sword light sliced down at him. The sword light cut through the entire holy capital, tearing through the heavens and the earth. Mangu's body and soul were annihilated by the golden light. Xuanhuan stared blankly at this almost overwhelming display of power, too shocked to speak. They were both immortal venerables, but yet Mangu had been slain in the blink of an eye by Xia Changming. The last time she had seen someone kill an immortal venerable so easily was with that peerless sword immortal, as expected of that great man's disciple. Chapter 330. Another immortal venerable is about to vanish. Mangu was dead. There were still 2 more left. Double Moon Immortal Venerable, please stay here and guard the holy capital. After leaving a sentence for Xuanhuan, Xia Changming transformed into a divine rainbow and sped towards another direction. Xuanhuan had yet to snap out of her daze, staring blankly at Xia Changming's retreating form, and replied, "Oh, okay." On the other side, Haiqing was also struggling to fight the insect ghoul. The sky above was thick with soul-devouring ghoul insects that resembled dark clouds. Their massive numbers were awe-inspiring, like the sky itself was being blotted out. Haiqing, dressed in blue armor, stood holding his trident, his gaze stern as he looked at the countless insects. The trident was raised high, as a great torrent gathered, and a 100-yard tornado roared to life around him. The tornado swept through the sky, swallowing countless ghoul insects within it. He. As expected of an immortal venerable from the South Sea region, the surging wave immortal venerable, Haiqing. I'm truly impressed, the insect ghoul said with a sinister laugh. Haiqing did not give him any pleasantries. If it weren't for you despicable villains ambushing me, I would have slaughtered you long ago. He. Surging wave immortal venerable, you're mistaken. The victor takes it all. You can only blame yourselves for not being vigilant enough. The insect ghoul sneered. Shameless villain. Today, I will definitely kill you and rid the world of your evil. Haiqing stamped his foot, causing the earth to crack, and then transformed into a divine rainbow, slashing towards the insect ghoul who was standing in the sky. The insect ghoul casually waved his hand, and countless ghoul insects swarmed towards Haiqing. Don't be impatient. I'll be feeding you to my ghoul insects soon. You'll become the best nutrients to nourish my insect horde. Then try it. Hai Qing pointed his trident forward. His whole body enveloped in a towering pillar of water and directly crashed into the insect horde. The sharp water blades forcefully tore open a path within the insect swarm, countless ghoul insect corpses falling from the sky. However, the higher he went, the denser the insect swarm became, the greater the obstacle in his path. Before long, Hai Qing was starting to feel exhausted. Not only were these ghoul insects highly venomous and difficult to touch, they were also able to devour spiritual power and souls. His sharp water pillar immortal art was slowly being devoured by these ghoul insects. Once the pillar of water around him disappeared, he would surely be devoured by the insects. Unable to do anything else, Hai Qing had to abandon his attempt to kill the insect ghoul and retreated back to the ground. The insect ghoul hovered in the sky, countless ghoul insects protecting his sides, and emitted a series of hoarse, smug laughter. He. It seems the surging wave immortal venerable is nothing more than this. Hai Qing gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. If he wanted to get rid of the insect ghoul, he had to get rid of the troublesome insect swarm. His trident was thrust deeply into the ground. The earth cracked. Divine ability, surging tides, and huge waves. In an instant, springs gushed out of the ground, and the trident began to spew out raging waves, like a dam had burst. The waves did not spread across the holy capital, but instead gathered around Hai Qing, hovering in midair, turning into 100-yard-high waves that crashed towards the insect ghoul. Ghoul insect annihilation. The insect ghoul smiled with contempt, casually manipulating countless ghoul insects to form a 100-yard-high insect wave. The two waves crashed into each other, and for a moment, were evenly matched. Hai Qing stood within the waves, completely isolated from the insect's corrosion. His trident was swung, and the aura of divine power on his body surged once more. Divine ability, Water Dragon Roar. Roar, roar, roar. The 100-yard waves spewed out several dozens of yards-long water dragons which roared as they devoured countless ghoul insects and broke through the insect wave. Without the insect wave blocking him, the water dragons roared, opening their bloodthirsty mouths towards the insect ghoul. What? Dual divine abilities. The insect ghoul was startled, quickly waving his sleeve, and a large number of ghoul insects wrapped around him. The water dragons tore through the insect ball from the sky, smashing into the ground. A large, deep pit was formed on the ground. The insect ghoul was within the pit, standing amid the insect corpses, soaked and thoroughly disheveled. Damn it! I'll make sure the ghoul insects devour every inch of your body. You will be tormented to death in endless pain. Enraged, the insect ghoul leaned down, placing his hands on the ground. Countless ghoul insects surged out of his palms, gathering on the ground and forming a massive insect array. Divine ability, Centipede Sky Insect. Boom! The insect array collapsed, and a centipede immortal insect, hundreds of yards in size, burst out from the ground. Its head was covered in sharp fangs and pincers. Its whole body was black as ink, as hard as steel, and its countless legs swept across the holy capital, turning the world upside down and reducing everything to rubble. Lin Yuan and the others, far away in another part of the holy capital, were shocked. Even though they were 100 miles away, they could feel the tremors of the earth and saw the gigantic object standing tall between the sky and the earth. He, you shall become my insect's food. Swallow him, my child. The insect ghoul gently caressed the centipede sky insect under his feet. Then with a cold gaze, he ordered the centipede sky insect to lunge towards Hai Qing with its open jaws. Hai Qing quickly unleashed surging waves to strike at the centipede sky insect. The huge waves, powerful enough to smash mountains, crashed onto the centipede sky insect's shell, but failed to leave even the slightest mark. Water Dragon Roar. Hai Qing did not hesitate. He ordered the dozens of yards-long water dragons to wrap around the centipede sky insect's body and tear at it. The centipede sky insect swung its 100-yard-long body. The blades on the sides of its shell sliced through the water dragons, its pincers easily breaking through the 100-yard-high surging waves in front of it. Hai Qing was heavily hit by the centipede sky insect and fell from the sky. He laid on the ground, looking in disbelief at the centipede sky insect that was blotting out the sky. How could the centipede sky insect be so powerful? He. It seems another immortal venerable is about to vanish from the world. The insect ghoul stood on the centipede sky insect's back, watching Hai Qing on the ground and laughing triumphantly. He had found this centipede sky insect by chance in the Red Marsh, and had been feeding it with his own essence blood for thousands of years. Over that time, he had fed it countless cultivators and demon beasts, and even 2 immortal corpses of immortal venerables. Now, this centipede sky insect was connected to him through his divine ability, and had been tempered and turned into his demon beast. After thousands of years of cultivation, it was powerful enough to look down on all immortal venerables in the world. Child, eat him. He's your meal today. The insect ghoul pointed to Hai Qing on the ground and gave his order. Hai Qing's face was determined as he gripped his trident tightly and slowly rose to his feet. Just as the centipede sky insect was thrashing its body, opening its terrifying jaws to lunge towards Hai Qing, the world suddenly darkened, and time seemed to freeze. You're right. Another immortal venerable will vanish from the world today. A haughty and cold voice echoed in the insect ghoul's ears. The insect ghoul felt a chill run down his spine. The voice was very familiar to him. It was the divine emperor of Bailey, Xia Changming. He was behind him right now. He wanted to escape, but his body was extremely sluggish, almost unable to move. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xia Changming slowly walking past him, hands behind his back, his figure leisurely and carefree. But his eyes hid a chilling, killing intent. Chapter 331. Divine Windling Battles Molten Flame. A millennium-old centipede skyworm, quite a rare sight, Xia Changming remarked, standing on the creature's carapace. He looked with a touch of surprise at the massive being beneath his feet. A centipede skyworm that had been cultivated for 1,000 years had reached the immortal venerable level. Its carapace radiated a brilliance even harder than ordinary immortal swords. This would make excellent material for a puppet, he mused. The faceless immortal venerable would likely appreciate this. Xia Changming slowly drew his emperor immortal sword, raising it high towards the sky. Its chilling sword aura shot straight through the 9 heavens. 100 zhang tall, invisible giant sword materialized, its surface shimmering with sharp, spiritual energy. The terrifying sword aura alone caused both the insect ghost and Hai Qing to tremble. Insect Ghost's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shaking uncontrollably. There's someone else with such a terrifying sword aura besides him. Could he be that peerless immortal venerable's disciple? Insect Ghost saw a figure in Xia Changming that brought back a lifetime of fear. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Run, I'll die. He wanted to flee, but he could feel the boundless heavenly pressure immobilizing the area. Even moving his feet was a luxury he couldn't afford. What Xia Changming was currently using was no longer simply the power of a single realm's laws, but the laws of heaven itself. Peerless sword art, Skyfall. The giant sword of the sky descended, its fierce aura tearing through the void. It sliced straight through the centipede skyworm's 100-zhang body, starting from its head. Standing upon the worm, Insect Ghost's eyes were filled with terror. He was also obliterated by the light of the sword. Even in death, he couldn't believe that his millennia of cultivation had been ended by a single strike. When the sword aura dissipated, a gruesome tear remained in the fabric of reality. The world regained its color, and time began to flow once more. Hai Qing still stood rooted to the spot, staring in disbelief. An immortal venerable, one of the top cultivators in the 9 provinces and 10 lands, had been so easily slain by a single sword strike. Such power was far too domineering and terrifying. For the first time, he felt that his immortal venerable cultivation was truly weak. Immortal venerable raging tide. Are you all right? Xia Changming asked, his emperor immortal sword in hand, his figure floating in the air with an immortal aura. He turned to look at Hai Qing below. Hai Qing snapped out of his daze, turning back with a polite and respectful tone. Why yes, I'm fine. Thank you, Divine Emperor, for saving me. No need for such formalities. I'm quite fond of this centipede skyworm. Could you please watch over it for me? Xia Changming pointed to the centipede's corpse, now split vertically in 2, with its innards oozing out. Hai Qing wouldn't dare object. He quickly nodded. Why yes, of course. Thank you for your trouble. Xia Changming nodded and turned, then sped off in the other direction. After watching Xia Changming disappear into the distance, Hai Qing turned back to the dead centipede skyworm, pondering. The Divine Emperor wants this worm. Maybe I should clean it up first? Meanwhile, Divine Windling's battle against Molten Flame wasn't going smoothly either. Divine Windling floated in the air as if riding the wind, his body surrounded by fierce golden gusts. He stared with a solemn expression at molten flame in front of him. Molten flame was encased in molten lava armor, with veins like flowing lava on his face. His palms were covered in what looked like molten magma, constantly dripping hot lava. "What's the matter, immortal venerable divine wind? You look pale," Molten Flame said mockingly. Divine Windling remained serious, not responding. Molten Flame was much more troublesome than he had expected. It seemed it would take quite a while to determine a victor. Yet he was deeply concerned about Tianzhou, Haiqing, and the situation in the holy capital. If he was severely injured, Xuanhuan and the others wouldn't stand a chance against Manbone and his group. He had to defeat Molten Flame as quickly as possible. Divine Windling's gaze hardened, a killing intent flickering in his eyes. Divine ability, Divine Wind? Divine Windling lightly swiped his immortal sword, a faint golden brown, transparent wind blade shooting toward Molten Flame. Initially, Molten Flame didn't take it seriously, assuming it was just an ordinary wind-type immortal technique. It wasn't until the golden divine wind suddenly expanded mid-air that he began to worry. It was supposed to be easily dodged by sidestepping, but instead, it slashed across his molten lava armor on his chest. That light contact was enough to crack his proud lava armor, and blood began to trickle from his chest. Such an astonishing sharpness. Molten Flame was shocked, his expression immediately becoming serious. That seemingly casual swing produced a golden wind blade with a sharpness that surpassed even a standard immortal sword. I've long heard that Divine Wind Valley's Divine Wind Blade is unparalleled, and today I've experienced it firsthand. But you won't win against me with only this divine wind. Divine ability, Molten Flame Domain. Molten Flame pressed his palms together. Lava flowed all over his body. The earth beneath him cracked open, and molten lava fountains erupted. In the blink of an eye, the lush green mountain terrain was transformed into a volcanic landscape, a sea of fire. Lava flowed everywhere, spraying and spreading. Divine Wind. Divine Windling swung his immortal sword again, sending out several golden wind blades. Molten Flame looked calm and composed, raising his hand. The molten lava below him surged up to form a thick lava shield. Several golden wind blades struck the lava, cutting a deep gash. But the wind blades were also instantly melted by the intense heat. My lava is capable of melting all existence, Molten Flame proclaimed confidently. Even immortal artifacts are no exception. Your divine wind blades are sharp, but they are too singular. If you can't touch me, they are useless. With a flick of his arm, several streams of lava shot towards Divine Windling. Divine Windling's expression tightened. He rapidly swung out several divine winds. Molten Flame saw this and pinched his hand. Just as the divine winds were about to cut through the lava pillars, he detonated them in mid-air. Countless drops of lava showered down from the sky like rain. Divine Windling used a wind barrier to protect his entire body, but the lava dripped onto the barrier, melting it with ease. Several drops landed on him, searing his immortal body. The heat was so intense it felt like even his immortal bones would melt. In the blink of an eye, Divine Windling was covered in blood, large burns and holes all over his body. How does it feel to be burned by lava? Molten Flame asked, his expression arrogant as he stared at Divine Windling, whose arm was dangling limply, his body severely injured. At this point, the outcome of the fight was already clear. Divine Windling slowly raised his head, his expression resolute, and suddenly threw his immortal sword towards Molten Flame. Golden Divine Wind enveloped the sword, transforming it into a golden sword rainbow that flashed across the sky. Humph! A last-ditch effort. How naive. Molten Flame chuckled, and lava surged before him, forming a massive lava hand that firmly caught the sword. The sword was held in the palm of the lava hand, very close to Molten Flame, but it was unable to move forward even an inch. Throwing away your sword, what a foolish decision. If you still had your sword in hand, you might have had a chance to fight me. But now your sword will be melted by my lava. At this moment, your fate is sealed. Chapter 332. Divine Wind Valley's Thousand-Year Heritage, Immortal Sword Divine Wind. Molten Flame shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that he had overestimated the legendary Divine Wind Valley. So what? He upturned his palm, and lava from the ground surged like a giant wave, engulfing Divine Windling. If he had his sword in hand, he would certainly be able to break through this wave of lava with a divine wind strike. But now he could only watch as he was melted by the lava. His body would be reduced to nothing. Divine Windling, however, remained calm, showing no fear. Instead, he suddenly flashed a knowing smile. My fate is sealed, you say? That is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Immortal venerable Molten Flame. Molten Flame's expression tightened, and he suddenly felt a surge of unease. He seemed to remember something and turned to look at the immortal sword that was held in his giant lava hand. Normally, an ordinary immortal sword would have already been melted by his lava. Yet this sword had remained untouched, with no signs of melting. Looking closely, he realized that even after being thrown, the sword was still constantly emitting sharp, pale gold wind blades. They were wrapping around the blade, repelling the lava. This is impossible. This was definitely not a normal immortal sword. At that moment, Divine Wind Ling pointed a finger towards the lava and coldly said, Immortal venerable Molten Flame, the divine wind of Divine Wind Valley is not those golden wind blades, but this immortal sword. This sword is named Divine Wind. It is also the product of the 1,000-year heritage of Divine Wind Valley, driven by the power of a divine ability. With that, Divine Wind Ling's expression became stern as the laws of his divine abilities swirled around him. He softly commanded, Divine Wind, slay him. As his voice fell, the Divine Wind immortal sword suddenly released a dazzling golden light. It unfurled like a sword rainbow, instantly tearing through the lava hand, heading straight for Molten Flame's brow. Molten Flame was shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief. At such close range and speed, he had no time to dodge. Only now did Molten Flame understand that Divine Windling had been deliberately hiding his strength, hiding that this sword was the true manifestation of his divine ability. The divine wind blades he initially threw were just to make him falsely judge his divine ability to be the golden blades. Even the golden wind blade that did not cut through his lava shield was also meant to make him underestimate its power. Divine Windling had been using himself as bait, waiting for an opportunity for this final strike. Molten Flame suddenly understood, realizing he had been tricked. But it was too late. He could only watch as the Divine Wind immortal sword flew towards his face like a golden meteor. The divine wind pierced straight through the lava armor on his forehead, passing completely through his skull. Molten Flame's eyes widened in unwillingness as he plummeted from the sky, falling into the sea of lava he himself had created. In the blink of an eye, he was submerged in the lava, his body melting away without a trace. On Divine Windling's side, things were also not looking good. Though Molten Flame was dead, the giant wave of lava he created had not disappeared. As he watched the wave of lava roaring down upon him, Divine Windling gently shook his head. It seemed that he would perish here today. To trade his life for one enemy, that was some compensation for his mistake in assisting the demonic race. He didn't regret his decision today, only that as the master of Divine Wind Valley, he failed to protect Divine Wind Valley that day. To perish here would be no disservice to all the past masters of Divine Wind Valley. Just when the 100-jong lava wave that blotted out the sky was about to engulf him, a fierce gust of wind suddenly shredded the entire wave into pieces. Xia Changming had finally arrived, conveniently saving Divine Windling. To his surprise, Divine Windling had killed Molten Flame all by himself. Truly deserving of the legacy of the Divine Wind Valley that has been passed down for 1,000 years, he thought. Divine Windling was pleasantly surprised to see Xia Changming. Assuming that Xia Changming had just woken up from his dream, he quickly said, Thank you for your rescue, Divine Emperor of Bailey. I'm fine. You should go and help Immortal Venerable Dual Moon. Oh, over there? I already took care of that on my way here. Xia Changming said dismissively, as if he had just done something insignificant. Divine Windling's expression went blank, unable to believe what he just heard. What does he mean? Manbone and the others have been taken care of? He casually killed 2 Immortal Venerables? Divine Windling looked towards the other side of the holy capital. Indeed, he could not sense the presence or movements of Manbone and his group. At that moment, Divine Windling felt a sense of relief that he had not chosen to join forces with Manbone and his group. If he had, he might have also been casually killed. Divine Wind Brother seems to be badly injured. You should step back as well, Xia Changming said. This matter in the holy capital should come to an end soon. Xia Changming's gaze turned cold as he stared towards the distant sky, where several divine rainbows flickered, along with the 100-jong figures of several immortal fox. Su Yueli was in combat against the 2 demon gods, Succubus and Nightmare. and on the other side. A constant stream of collisions and tremors occurred as building after building collapsed, rocks tumbled, and dust flew everywhere. It was obvious that the battle was extremely fierce. The faceless puppet and Xiangu were engaging in the purest form of physical combat, using only the spiritual energy that strengthened their bodies. The gusts of their fists were tearing through the void, and one strike was enough to obliterate the very laws of the world. The fight was heaven-shaking, earth-shattering. Divine Wind Ling stared blankly at the intense, chaotic battle, a lost expression on his face. He had thought that his immortal, venerable cultivation was enough to make him stand out. However, he realized there were those even higher. He was still very far behind Xia Changming and the mysterious masked person. Divine Emperor, aren't you going to help her? Divine Wind Ling asked Xia Changming, who was quietly observing. Though he did not know who that mysterious masked person was, he had seen her guarding the sleeping Xia Changming. He assumed they must know each other. She had the slim figure of a woman, but her fist force was as fierce as a gale, capable of tearing apart the void. Each time her delicate feet landed, mountains were shattered, and the earth trembled. It was hard to believe that this slender figure was a powerful physical cultivator at the immortal venerable level. Looking at her fair, jade-like skin, he could imagine that she was a stunning beauty hiding behind her mask. Xia Changming smiled upon seeing Divine Wind Ling staring at the faceless puppet, lost in thought. He shook his head slowly and laughed. Divine Wind Brother, do you think she needs help? Divine Wind Ling stared at the faceless puppet, who was currently pummeling Xiangu, and shook his head. It didn't seem like she needed any help. Xia Changming was sure the faceless immortal venerable would not lose to Xiangu. Now, it had absorbed the immortal thunder, making it her own. It could also freely absorb the spiritual energy of the world to repair its body. Its body was capable of holding countless spirit stones and crystals, making it terrifyingly strong. An ordinary immortal venerable wouldn't last 2 hits. Though Xiangu was strong, against the faceless immortal venerable, he was only capable of being passively beaten. Xia Changming turned his attention to Su Yueli, who was fighting the demon gods, Succubus and Nightmare. It was better to go and assist his wife. Before he left, Xia Changming seemed to remember something. He stopped, turned to Divine Wind Ling, and advised, by the way, I would advise Divine Wind Brother not to get interested in her and try to approach her. Otherwise, you will get hurt. With that, Xia Changming transformed into a sword rainbow and sped away, leaving Divine Wind Ling confused. Why would he advise him not to approach that masked woman? He would get hurt? Was she too violent? Chapter 333. He is this Empress's only one. Above the sky, Su Yueli single-handedly faced the demon gods, Succubus and Nightmare. 3 divine rainbows darted back and forth across the sky, with flashes of blade light and thorny iron chains tearing through the clouds. Her fox tails lashed out wildly, leaving the sky in tatters. Succubus glared hatefully at Su Yueli, who stood with breathtaking beauty in the sky. Not only had she ruined her plans, but she was so troublesome. Su Yueli held her demon blade in one hand and gently stroked her foxtails with the other, her cold and proud gaze fixed on Succubus. She slashed out with her demon blade, and a magnificent foxfire followed the blade's edge, heading straight for Succubus. Succubus dodged, but the foxfire still grazed her face, leaving a shallow wound. Succubus' eyes grew even more venomous. You actually scratched my face. Later, I'll use every torture imaginable to torment you to death. Humph. As if you could, Su Yueli sneered disdainfully. Her face took on a long unseen cold arrogance and ruthlessness, the hallmarks of her time as an empress of the demon race. Several foxtails lashed out at Succubus from all directions. The sky was torn apart as easily as paper, the foxtails as sharp as blades. Succubus' eyes narrowed, and she reached out towards Su Yueli. Extreme punishment, drawn and quartered. 5 jet-black thorny iron chains emerged from 5 shattered rifts in the void, firmly binding Su Yueli's tails. The chains contracted into the void, intent on tearing her fox tails apart. Nightmare seized the opportunity, attacking her from behind. Su Yueli furrowed her brows and fiercely drew in her tails into a spiral, forcibly breaking the iron chains. Without turning back, her fox tail swung around, sending Nightmare flying with a heavy blow. Extreme punishment. The Iron Maiden. Seeing that the dismemberment punishment was easily broken, Succubus bit her lip in frustration and clasped her hands together. A humanoid cage with a grotesque face suddenly closed around Su Yueli from both sides, trapping her inside. The face on the cage contorted into a sinister smile. A dense array of sharp spikes pierced inwards from the cage's surface. Succubus was delighted. But her joy lasted less than half a second before the Iron Maiden's sinister smile twisted into a look of agony. A blade of light sliced vertically through its head, splitting the cage into two as it fell. Xuanhuan, clad in immortal armor, appeared proudly before Succubus, her pretty face looking bored. With the protection of the armor, she was completely unharmed. Her husband had always talked about how powerful demon gods were. Now it seemed that they were not what she imagined. Except for the supreme demon gods, no one seemed to be worth fighting. Xuanhuan was disappointed. Succubus' chest rose and fell with anger. Neither she nor Nightmare could unleash their true power unless they could draw their opponents into a dream. And to deal with women, they could only rely on Nightmare's demon eyes. Nightmare, behind Xuanhuan, was a mess, struggling against the barrage of fox tails. Several times, he was nearly cut in half by the tails or smashed to pieces. "Stop messing around, Nightmare." Succubus snapped at Nightmare. Nightmare felt wronged. He had almost died several times, and she thought he was messing around. But he kept his complaints to himself and quickly moved into position, acting at the same time as Succubus. In a flash, they switched places. Now Xuanhuan faced Nightmare, while Succubus moved behind her. They switched places deliberately? Xuanhuan pondered, her expression unchanged, as her eyes met Nightmare's. Nightmare smiled wickedly. In the next moment, Succubus suddenly attacked from behind. Xuanhuan swung her fox tails to intercept, but just as they were about to touch Succubus, she suddenly vanished. Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Nightmare, in front of her, attacked with thorny iron chains. As Xuanhuan swung her demon blade towards Nightmare, he also vanished into thin air. When she came to her senses, she found herself bound to a demon pillar. A dream. Xuanhuan quickly understood what had happened. She had unknowingly fallen into a dream realm. Now she understood how Xia Changming had been dragged into a dream. Even with her guard up, she had still been suddenly drawn in. Those peach blossom eyes were not to be looked at. Nightmare suddenly reappeared in front of Xuanhuan, walking towards her with a lecherous smile, shamelessly examining her exquisite and voluptuous figure. "I've heard that nine-tailed fox demons are naturally seductive, so alluring and captivating that they are the most desirable women in the world. If they fall in love, the fragrance and sweat they naturally emit are the purest aphrodisiacs. I wonder if it's true. I can't wait to taste you." As he spoke, Nightmare reached out to caress Xuanhuan's soft chest. Xuanhuan's expression turned cold, and several foxtails shot out towards Nightmare. "Only my husband is allowed to touch my body." The tails instantly pierced Nightmare's body, but Nightmare slowly faded away before Xuanhuan, and then reappeared soundlessly beside her. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan swung her tails at Nightmare again. Just as they were about to touch him, dozens of iron chains suddenly appeared, tightly restraining her tails. The tips of her tails stopped just a few centimeters from Nightmare's brow. Nightmare clasped his hands behind his back, smiling mockingly at Xuanhuan. "Useless. This is my dream domain. Everything is under my control. Everything you see is fake. The real you has already fallen into a deep sleep. How could you resist?" Hearing this, Xuanhuan fell into thought. Nightmare leaned close to Xuanhuan's face, running his fingernails slowly across her cheek, and smiled wickedly. "There is no need for you to resist me so much. Lust is a natural instinct for you humans, and it's how we were born. What you call love is just a better way of saying lust, or simply an additive to lust. Why don't you follow the desires in your heart and unleash your true nature as a nine-tailed fox? Ascend to the peak of pleasure with me." Nightmare's words echoed like a demon's whispers in Xuanhuan's mind, trying to stir up her desires. He couldn't resist tasting the nine-tailed fox demon and couldn't wait to see her fall. To him, there was no love in the world, only the instinct of lust, and his demonic voice could awaken those desires. To his surprise, the nine-tailed fox, known for her allure, stared at him with an ice-cold gaze. "You might be right," she said, "but my heart is only filled with one person. He is my only one. You, disappear from my sight." With that, Xuanhuan's foxtails suddenly broke free from the chains and slammed heavily into Nightmare's arm. Nightmare was sent flying for miles, his entire arm bone shattered. Nightmare looked up at Xuanhuan in disbelief. How is this possible? The real her should be sleeping. How is she still able to hurt him? Chapter 334. I alone am enough to deal with you. Outside the dream realm, Su Yueli's head was lowered, and her eyes were tightly shut as she fell into a deep slumber. But she was still floating in the sky. Succubus drifted down in front of Su Yueli, looking at her triumphantly. As long as she was trapped in the dream, Su Yueli was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Drain her dry, Nightmare, Succubus commanded. So nothing else unexpected happens. Nightmare ran his fingertips across Su Yueli's cheek, a lecherous grin on his face. I know. Just wait a little longer. Just as Nightmare was leaning in, a foxtail suddenly shot out from behind Su Yueli, slamming into Nightmare's arm. Caught off guard, Nightmare was sent flying like an arrow. Succubus was stunned. How could she resist while in the dream? Did she not fall asleep at all? On closer inspection, Succubus saw that Su Yueli had indeed fallen into a deep slumber. But the foxtails behind her possessed a will of their own, protecting her. And her tails were not affected by the dream. How could Succubus know that the tails behind her were the manifestations of Su Yueli's soul? If she were to materialize them as humans, each one would be an immortal venerable with her same power. And they all shared her immortal techniques and divine abilities. Succubus bit her silver teeth in frustration. Am I, a dignified demon god, unable to deal with a few foxtails? Extreme punishment, boiling oil. A vat of boiling oil appeared above Su Yueli. Countless skeletons were submerged within. With a wave of her hand, Succubus tipped the vat, and the boiling oil poured down. Su Yueli's foxtails tightly wrapped around her, forming a furry ball. On the surface of the tails, a layer of jade-green armor formed. The boiling oil poured from the sky onto the armor, but the armor remained completely undamaged. How is this possible? Succubus was enraged. She was helpless even against someone in a deep sleep. Extreme punishment, bone-crushing, extreme punishment, skinning. Unwilling to give up, Succubus tried various other methods, but she still could not break the immortal armor that automatically formed around Su Yueli. Instead, she was swatted by the 9 foxtails and sent crashing to the ground. Succubus slowly climbed out of the crater on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She looked up at Su Yueli, who was floating in the sky, and yelled in exasperation, Nightmare, enter the dream and kill her. I know. Nightmare was also angry about being swatted by a tail. He quickly turned into a wisp of black smoke, passing through the foxtails and entering Su Yueli's brow. He would enter the dream as his true self and personally solve this. In the dream, he was the master of everything. In the dream, Su Yueli's tails had already released her from her restraints. At this moment, Nightmare appeared again in front of Su Yueli. Damn you! Don't think you can defy me with just a few tails. Su Yueli gazed at Nightmare with disdain and smiled faintly. It seems that I have figured out your dream. In this dream, you seem to control everything with your thoughts, but you are also influenced by the outside world. Secondly, the control of this dream can only be directed at me, and not at anyone else. Ha ha ha, you're right, Nightmare said. But so what? Do you expect someone else to enter the dream to save you? He mocked. Even if Su Yueli knew the flaws of their dream, what could she do? With Succubus guarding the outside, and himself on the inside, Su Yueli would not be able to win because of the power of his will, except for the tails behind her. In the dream realm, he was the master. I don't need him to deal with you, Su Yueli said scornfully. I alone am enough. She slightly parted her red lips and whispered, Divine ability. 9 tails, 9 sovereigns. The foxtails behind her instantly separated, transforming into 9 human figures. In the blink of an eye, 9 immortal venerable Su Yuelis were standing before Nightmare. Each Su Yueli drew a 9-tailed immortal weapon from behind. Nightmare was instantly dumbfounded. His arrogant and triumphant look vanished. 9 immortal venerables, and he was only able to control Su Yueli's true body at will. The other 8 were not affected by his will. This meant that he was going to fight 8 of them. Looking at the 9 Su Yuelis, with their cold expressions and 9-tailed immortal weapons, Nightmare's face gradually became terrified. Are you kidding me? If he didn't have the power of his will within the dream, he wouldn't even be able to defeat one of them. Now he had to fight 8. How is that even possible? Kill him, Su Yueli commanded, and all of them transformed into divine rainbows, charging towards Nightmare. Nightmare waved his hands, shouting, Wait a minute. Outside the dream realm, Succubus was still dodging foxtails while trying to find a way to break through the armor. Nightmare has been in there for a while. Why hasn't he taken care of her yet? What is he doing in there? She complained in anger. Not long after, a wisp of black smoke quickly flew out from Su Yueli's brow. Nightmare took on human form again, but he was covered in blood and scars. He was nearly half dead. Succubus was shocked. Nightmare had been forced out of the dream realm. Why did you come out of the dream? If I hadn't run, I would have never made it out, Nightmare said, clutching his chest angrily. He almost got trapped. He didn't expect that Su Yueli had soul manifestations, and there were as many as 8. At this time, Su Yueli also slowly opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Nightmare with a mocking smile. You ran away pretty quickly. That's perfect. I'll take care of you both together, lest you, fox demons, try to seduce someone's husband. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes narrowed as a killing intent radiated from her. The nine-tailed divine ability was once again unleashed. Several of the soul manifestations transformed into hundred-zhang immortal fox figures, bearing their fangs with ferocious expressions. The fox faces were menacing as they surrounded Succubus and Nightmare. Their sharp fangs seemed capable of swallowing the sky itself, crushing the sky in their jaws. The wild fox tails swept across from all directions, and the 2 demon gods dodged like flies. Every time they were hit by a tail, they were sent flying like ping-pong balls. Succubus and Nightmare had no chance to retaliate, as they were immediately captured by the foxtails. Su Yueli lifted her demon blade and slowly floated towards them. Her beautiful eyes coldly stared at them, and the demon blade was engulfed by a jade-green foxfire. Seeing that Su Yueli was about to behead her, Succubus hurriedly shouted, You can't kill me. The Saintess Lianxin is still alive. If you kill me, it's like killing her. Succubus' words made Su Yueli, who was filled with killing intent, hesitate. Fearing that Su Yueli wouldn't believe her, Succubus quickly released Lianxin's consciousness. The consciousness returned briefly, and Lianxin gritted her teeth and shouted at Su Yueli, Don't hesitate. Kill me. Chapter 335. The Price of Seducing My Husband. Su Yueli hesitated for a moment. Should she kill Succubus? But if she did, Lianxin would also cease to exist. Seeing Su Yueli's hesitation, Succubus became more and more confident. What is it? If you really kill me, the Saintess of Tianjin Holy Land will have died by your hand. Do you think the people of Tianjin will still be willing to assist you if they know that their Saintess died at your hands? While I, at most, will just have to wait another 1,000 years before returning. Succubus's words made Su Yueli more conflicted. Saintess Lianxin held an irreplaceable position of prestige in Tianjin Holy Land. She was the faith of everyone there. If she killed her, along with Lianxin's death, the hundreds of millions of people of Tianjin Holy Land would hate them. It was hard to say whether Tianjin Holy Land would still be willing to work with the 9 provinces and 10 lands to resist the demons. Just as Su Yueli was caught in this dilemma, Succubus suddenly changed her flustered expression into one of triumph and whispered softly, Hell's punishment, blood pool hell. As her voice fell, countless blood whips emerged from the blood pool below, wrapping around Su Yueli's body, trying to drag her down into the pool. Su Yueli's cold eyes narrowed, and she no longer hesitated. She drew in her foxtails, preparing to crush Succubus and Nightmare. Succubus and Nightmare also seemed to realize that Su Yueli was truly going to kill them, and they proactively separated themselves from Lianxin's and Song Lianxing's bodies. At this point, they no longer needed the identity of Saintess Lianxin. There was no need to risk their lives for her. If she had to wait another 1,000 years before returning to the supreme demon god, it would be too agonizing. The surface of the blood pool seethed, and countless bloody hands emerged, struggling as if to drag everything into the blood pool. Su Yueli had a premonition that once she was pulled in, she might never return. She threw Lianxin and Song Lianxing, who were entangled in her foxtails, to a safe spot. Then, she swung her demon blade and used her foxfire to sever the blood whips binding her. Hell's punishment, copper pillar hell. Just as she had freed herself from the blood whips, a tens of zhang thick copper pillar smashed into Su Yueli. The copper pillar was terrifyingly grotesque, red-hot, and emitting scorching heat. Its surface was covered in charred skin and bloodstains. Su Yueli crossed her foxtails in front of her, and the copper pillar hit them, creating a sizzling sound as the tails were burned. The immortal armor on her tails had begun to melt. Su Yueli pushed away the copper pillar, tens of zhang in size, and looked at Succubus in the sky with a grave expression. After separating from Lianxin and Song Lianxing, Succubus and Nightmare joined hands, merging into one. Succubus was now a hermaphrodite. The upper half of her body had the physical characteristics of a woman, while the lower half had those of a man, and her eyes had turned into red and green peach blossom-shaped heterochromia. This was the true and complete form of the current lust demon god. Succubus looked down at Su Yueli with a triumphant and arrogant expression. "This is my true form," she declared. "The most perfect form. You should have just killed me earlier. Now that Nightmare Hell is fully unleashed, the entire holy capital is within my domain, and I have transformed into my most perfect form. You have no more chances." From her pleas for mercy earlier, Succubus had been delaying, waiting for the Nightmare Hell beneath her feet to completely envelop the holy capital. Once Nightmare Hell had been fully deployed, she swiftly separated from Su Yueli and merged into her strongest form. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes were grave. Indeed, the demonic energy emanating from Succubus was completely different from before. It had increased several times in an instant, but Su Yueli laughed, because she had made the biggest mistake. She had proactively left in Lianxin's body. Hell's punishment. Stone press hell? Succubus smiled mockingly, clapping her hands lightly. Two flat giant stones appeared out of nowhere and suddenly slammed together from front and back. The stone walls were stained with blood and smeared with flesh. Su Yueli's brow furrowed, and her foxtails blocked the two stones from colliding. Succubus laughed, clapping her hands again. Two more towering stones fell. With each clap of her hand, two more stones appeared on top. After dozens of stones were added, the stones began to close in on Su Yueli. Su Yueli gritted her teeth, revealing her fangs, her pretty face filled with anger. Her foxtails spun rapidly, like sharp windmills, shattering all the stones. Succubus was shocked. Su Yueli's strength was much higher than she had imagined. Divine ability. 9 tails, 9 sovereigns. Su Yueli coldly glared at Succubus and suddenly gave a strange smile. She unleashed her divine ability, dividing herself into 9 bodies. "Since you've come out of her body, I don't have to hold back anymore." Divine ability. Immortal Fox Spirit Sovereigns. Several of the soul manifestations leaped into the air and transformed into Hundrajong immortal fox figures clad in immortal armor. "The price of seducing my husband will be paid with your life." Seeing the immortal foxes lunging at her with their jaws wide open, Succubus hastily chanted an incantation. Hell's punishment. Stone mill hell. A huge stone mill wheel rolled towards the immortal foxes formed by Su Yueli's soul manifestations. If ordinary people were rolled over by this stone mill wheel, they would be crushed into mush. But facing the Hundrajong immortal foxes, it was completely harmless. The cold and composed Su Yueli crushed the stone mill wheel with one bite. Her fox eyes were fixed on Succubus. Succubus looked on in disbelief, and her heart was filled with fear once again. Even in her strongest form, she was not Su Yueli's match. That was impossible. In 1,000 years, she had grown several times stronger than before. He. What I hate most is when someone tries to seduce my husband. My husband can only be mine. Just as Succubus was lost in shock, a sick, wicked voice sounded behind her. The obsessive Su Yueli had somehow appeared behind her, holding the Amino-Murakumo sword. A silver light tore through the sky as she slashed down. Succubus hurriedly dodged, but one of her arms was still sliced off. "Aya!" Succubus cried out in pain, her voice shifting between male and female as it faded. Void bow. A black and white transparent void arrow cut through the sky, heading towards Succubus. Succubus dodged, but a long spear came from behind her and pierced through her chest. Demon-slaying spear. Suppression. The spear's runic patterns unfolded, transforming into arrays that tightly bound her in midair. Succubus tried to struggle desperately, but she found that the more she struggled, the tighter the runic restraints became. Su Yueli, holding the demon-sealing, immortal-slaying blade, slowly walked through the void to stand in front of her. The Hundrajong immortal foxes were gazing at her, and several other Su Yuelis holding fox-tailed immortal weapons stood by. This time, Su Yueli no longer hesitated. The demon blade in her hand unleashed a magnificent, mesmerizing foxfire. The demon blade swung out, its light like a dazzling, multicolored, burning crescent moon. Foxfire Inferno. Ea, Supreme Demon God. Her head was cut off, but Succubus still let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, her whole body turned to ashes in the scorching foxfire. Su Yueli coldly watched the demonic fire consume succubus and snorted. Remember this. Don't try to lay a finger on another person's husband. Chapter 336. Su Yueli doesn't want to be praised. With succubus demise, the blood pools flowing through the holy capital gradually dissipated, and the demonic energy barrier enveloping the sky also vanished. Su Yueli floated in midair, slowly sheathing her demon blade. Xia Changming had just returned, and he was slightly surprised to see the ravaged sky and the beautiful figure floating there. Though he was confident that his wife could beat the demon god succubus, he hadn't expected her to solve it as quickly as she did. He had gone to protect the holy capital and took care of man bone and insect ghost, which didn't take up much of his time. He had planned to quickly finish and come over to help Su Yueli, but it turned out that she had already solved her problem. It seemed that he had underestimated his little girl. At this time, Su Yueli and the others noticed the arrival of Xia Changming. Su Yueli smiled and was about to fly over when the other Su Yuelis quickly swarmed towards Xia Changming. One by one, they hugged him, acting as if they were trying to win his favor. Even the others in their immortal fox forms transformed into small, cute foxes and leaped onto him. Husband, I beat that demon god. Am I amazing? Hee, could my husband reward me tonight? Ah, you're too cunning. I want a reward too. You guys, don't make things difficult for our husband, okay? Xia Changming was both amused and helpless as he patted each of their heads. They all closed their eyes and tilted their heads, enjoying his touch. The foxtails behind them swayed happily back and forth. The original Su Yueli was both angry and shy. You're all manifestations of my soul, representing my true thoughts, but couldn't you be a little more reserved? Don't say everything directly. And that spot is mine. Divine ability. Withdraw. Su Yueli pouted, a little angry. She immediately retracted all of her soul manifestations back into her body, leaving only the foxtails. Having been suddenly pulled back, the foxtails behind her shook back and forth in dissatisfaction. Seeing Su Yueli's resentful and shy expression, Xia Changming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slowly walked up to her, looked at her breathtaking beauty, and asked softly, "Wife, are you hurt?" "Humph. Who do you think this empress is?" Su Yueli said, turning her head away coyly. Xia Changming reached out and pulled Su Yueli into his arms. He stroked her hand and patted her head gently. "You've worked hard, wife." Having suddenly received praise, Su Yueli's pretty face flushed slightly, and she mumbled into Xia Changming's chest, "I didn't want you to praise me." Her foxtails behind her swayed back and forth joyfully. Xia Changming smiled but said nothing. He knew his little girl's often contradictory personality very well. She was nothing like her straightforward soul manifestations. At this moment, another violent tremor shook the holy capital. Xia Changming and Su Yueli looked over, knowing that the faceless immortal venerable's battle had also ended. Using the simplest and most extreme form of physical combat, the faceless puppet would absolutely not lose to Xiangu. Sure enough, a divine rainbow sped towards them. The faceless puppet dragged Xiangu's body and flew before Xia Changming. The demonic energy on Xiangu had completely dissipated, but he was devoid of life. Only a faint, fragile, and scattered wisp of his spirit remained. It seemed like he was holding on to something, which was why he had been able to last this long without being completely corrupted. This was also why Xiangu's face wasn't as ferocious as other demons. Xiangu's spirit slowly floated out of his body and deeply bowed to Xia Changming and Su Yueli, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you both. If it weren't for you, Tianzhou Holy Land would have already become a living hell. I am ashamed that I failed to protect Tianzhou Holy Land and was corrupted by demons, becoming their pawn." Immortal Venerable Tianzhou doesn't need to blame himself. The demons are masters of disguise, so it's unavoidable that one might be careless. Xia Changming comforted him. He could see that Xiangu didn't have much time left. He was just holding on with his will. He didn't want this old man, who had protected Tianzhou Holy Land for 1,000 years, to disappear from the world with regrets and self-blame. Xiangu slowly shook his head, his expression both sad and relieved. Of course, he could see that Xia Changming was only trying to comfort him. 1,000 years of peace had made him careless, and he almost destroyed the entire Tianzhou Holy Land. But fortunately, he saw a new generation of hope in Xia Changming and Su Yueli. "You should be the disciple of the peerless immortal venerable, right?" "Wu Mingzi is my master," Xia Changming replied, as expected of her disciple. "Now that I've seen you, I can rest easy. My human race has not declined." Xiangu smiled happily. He then looked at the faceless immortal venerable, who had defeated him. This must be the legendary faceless immortal venerable? I was fortunate to have met you a few times 1,000 years ago. Thank you, faceless immortal venerable, for stopping me. The faceless immortal venerable did not respond, only nodding lightly. Xiangu didn't mind, as he knew the eccentric nature of this immortal venerable. He then looked around at the sky, at the holy capital, which was now in ruins. The light of dawn shone on the broken walls of the holy capital, and the warm sun sprinkled on every citizen. It was as if everything from last night was just a nightmare that had passed. Xiangu's aged eyes were filled with memories and regrets, but they also held a relieved smile. At least the holy capital still existed. That girl, Lianxin. Is she still alive? Xiangu had finally let go of the holy capital, which had been on his heart for 1,000 years, but he still had one person he was concerned about. That was the saintess of Tianxian, Lianxin. Lianxin was an orphan he had picked up from the ruins in his later years. He had no children of his own, so over the years, he had always treated her as his own granddaughter. He taught her cultivation, passed on immortal techniques, and groomed her to become the beloved saintess of Tianxian and his successor. Now the only person he still cared about was her. Xia Changming also looked at Su Yueli beside him, his eyes conveying the question he wanted to ask. Su Yueli pointed to the ruins not far away and said, "This empress did not kill her. She's over there." "Thank you, Xiangu," thanked Su Yueli softly upon hearing that Lianxin was still alive. Though he had prepared himself for Lianxin's departure, what he truly longed for was for her to still be alive. Tianxian Holy Land could exist without him, but not without Lianxin. Xia Changming brought Xiangu's wisp of a spirit, which was like a candle in the wind, to Lianxin. He slowly landed before her. She had already woken up from her coma. She was completely naked, kneeling on the ground, her eyes as lifeless as a pool of dead water. Although the demon god succubus had taken over her body and consciousness, her own consciousness had always been there. She remembered clearly what she had done during that time. Chapter 337, Xiangu's Final Entreaty. When Xia Changming removed his outer robe and draped it over Lianxin's naked body, she didn't react. She simply looked up silently, her eyes as if already dead. She might even have been regretting not dying. "Lianxin," an old and gentle voice called out. Light returned to Lianxin's pale brown eyes, and she turned her head in disbelief. She saw Xiangu's thin wisp of a soul floating beside her, looking at her with a kind and gentle expression. "Grandfather?" Seeing Xiangu, who had regained his sanity, Lianxin's eyes immediately welled up, and tears streamed down her face. Almost wailing, she cried out, "Grandfather! Grandfather! Lianxin is sorry. I'm sorry for your expectations, sorry for all the people of Tianxian Holy Land." Lianxin cried her heart out. She was no longer the revered and admired saintess, but just a young girl who had done something wrong and was feeling wronged. More than sadness, remorse and self-blame dominated her heart. She had been the first to be possessed by succubus. In one unguarded night, she had been possessed by succubus, who had merged with her soul. Then, Song Lianxing had also been deceived by her and possessed by nightmare. Even her beloved grandfather, Xiangu, had been killed by her sneak attack. This was what had led to the current hellish state of the holy capital. Countless citizens of the holy capital had died because of her. Xia Changming and the others exchanged glances and quietly stepped back, leaving the space for Xiangu and Lianxin. No one but him could convince Lianxin to pull herself together now. Xiangu placed his hand on Lianxin's head, gently patting it as if she were his own granddaughter. "Lianxin, it's not your fault. It was my lack of awareness that caused you to suffer so much. Grandfather knows that you have always worked hard, and you've done very well. You've always been my pride. Grandfather, but I?" Lianxin tried to say something, but Xiangu raised a hand and interrupted her. "Lianxin, let the past be the past. The 1,000 years have made the holy capital too complacent. Let this experience serve as a painful warning." Xiangu looked at the ruined holy capital. From a distance, the sounds of heart-wrenching cries and wails could be heard, causing him immense grief. The 1,000-year-old holy capital that he had built had become so ravaged, with ruins everywhere. But he knew this was just the beginning. They couldn't wallow in sorrow and regret. The demons would soon be truly descending again. What they would have to face then might be an even more brutal immortal demon war than the one from 1,000 years ago. They could not afford to sink into grief. Lianxin, Do you remember what I told you when I named you the Saintess of Tianqian? Lianxin remembers, Lianxin said softly, lowering her head. As a saintess, your duty is to sow smiles throughout Tianqian Holy Land, treat people with kindness, and uphold equality in the world. To ensure that the people of Tianqian live and work in peace, free from conflict, discrimination, hunger, and disaster. Good. Since you remember, then you should also know what to do next. After I'm gone, Tianqian Holy Land will be in your hands. From now on, you will be the holy leader of Tianqian Holy Land. Xiangu said calmly and kindly, entrusting her with his legacy. He knew his time was about to come, but he no longer had any regrets, because he believed that even after he was gone, Tianqian Holy Land would one day achieve the vision in his heart. Hearing that Xiangu was about to leave, Lianxin panicked. Seeing that the wisp of his soul was growing fainter, she cried out desperately, "Grandfather! Grandfather, don't leave. Lianxin can't do it alone. Please, grandfather, don't abandon Lianxin." Lianxin reached out to touch Xiangu, but her hand passed straight through his soul. This meant that Xiangu's soul had reached its limit and was so thin that it could no longer be touched. It was about to dissipate into the world. She could no longer touch him. Xiangu's aged eyes were filled with affection and reluctance, but he still gently placed his hand on Lianxin's head. Though he couldn't physically touch her this time, it still felt like he could. He could feel the sensation he had felt so many times when touching her. "I'm leaving the rest to you." At this time, Song Lianxing, who had awakened, slowly walked over, trembling and clutching his arm. Seeing Xiangu and Lianxin kneeling on the ground and crying, his eyes also grew wet. He walked in front of Xiangu and knelt down with a thud. "Grandfather, it's my fault." Song Lianxing was also an orphan, but not one that Xiangu had picked up. He was a child who had survived on his own outside for months and had made his own way to Tianqian Holy Land. It was Lianxin who had saved him back then. Later, because he had a noble ideal and shared Lianxin's compassion for all living beings, Xiangu had promoted him to the position of archpriest, assisting Lianxin. He had gained Xiangu's praise and was also recognized as his adopted grandson. The name Song Lianxing was also changed at that time. He was also full of self-blame for being possessed by the demons and for committing so many unforgivable crimes. What he regretted most was his failure to protect Saintess Lianxin. Xiangu looked at Song Lianxing, still speaking with kindness. "You don't need to worry too much either. From now on, I entrust you with staying by Lianxin's side and assisting her. With the two of you in Tianqian Holy Land, I can rest easy." Xiangu's words had a deeper meaning behind them. His aged eyes conveyed something else. Over all this time, how could he not see what Song Lianxing's true feelings were? Song Lianxing had always harbored a secret love for Lianxin. Perhaps, at first, he didn't have the so-called noble ideal of compassion for all living beings. It was just to please Lianxin. But over time, he seemed to have become truly devoted to it, treating the people with kindness and becoming an archpriest that everyone recognized. Xiangu had seen this and chose to have him stay by Lianxin's side and assist her. He had also taken him in as an adopted grandson and given him a new name. After becoming the archpriest, Song Lianxing had kept his feelings hidden deep within his heart. Xiangu could probably guess why. There was no room for romantic love in Lianxin's heart. She only had compassion for all living beings in the world. Song Lianxing had probably realized this as well, which was why he had kept his feelings hidden and had chosen to simply stay by her side. "Lianxing, I'm entrusting Lianxin to you," Xiangu told Song Lianxing one last time. His soul was gradually becoming transparent, before finally grasping the hands of Lianxin and Song Lianxing and returning to the world. Lianxin and Song Lianxing knelt before his disappearing spirit, watching with great sadness as the Tianqian Immortal Venerable, the father of the Holy Land, and also their grandfather, passed away. Chapter 338. The show is about to begin. In the chaotic demonic realm, inside a ruined black and gloomy palace, a man with exceptionally handsome and refined features sat on the throne of the dark, deep hall. He rested his face on one hand, his eyes lightly closed, his ink-black hair falling behind him, with a few strands falling to his cheek. His face was serene, his features handsome and charming. The ruined demonic palace hall was pitch black and silent, without any living figures, until a black shadow emerged silently from the shadows and respectfully kneeled on one knee before the man to report, "Supreme Demon God. Demon God Tyrant has died. But, according to your will, he has already destroyed the treasure mirror of immortality. The black shadow spoke calmly, as if reporting a perfectly normal occurrence. Sarcastic laughter and ridicule immediately came from the surrounding chaotic, dark demonic energy. Tyrant died again? Humph. What a waste. What a waste that the supreme demon god entrusted him with such an important task, but he couldn't even completely destroy the Penglai Immortal Island. If I had gone, all of Penglai would have already disappeared from the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The demon gods mocked freely. Even though Tyrant, one of their fellow 7 demon gods, had died, they felt no emotion. They even wanted to laugh. Demons were beings of chaos and disorder, and represented evil in the world. Sympathy or worry. Those words didn't exist in their dictionary. Besides, they were immortal, and would just sleep for 1,000 years before returning. Death was just a slumber to them. The supreme demon god listened quietly to the clamor, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the throne, before suddenly speaking softly, "Succubus and Nightmare have also died." As soon as he said this, the hall went silent for a moment. Then, shocked voices erupted. Eh? No way, Succubus and Nightmare have also died? Heart Corrupt was very surprised. Great. That genderless, depraved slut was always trying to seduce the supreme demon god. I was so jealous. I wanted to kill her a long time ago. Mad Demon said viciously, biting her finger. Succubus always took advantage of her 2 extra lumps of flesh in front, and her slightly prettier face, to shamelessly stick herself to the supreme demon god. She deserved to die. The handsome face of Greed was adorned with a faint smile. Does that mean the plan at Tianzhou Holy Land also failed? The demon lord, with an arrogant expression, said disdainfully, "What a waste." Tyrant was, and so were Succubus and Nightmare. 1,000 years of evolution, and they are still so useless. Who killed them, anyway? Spirit Eater asked in confusion. No matter who it is, I will destroy them. Don't speak too soon. Maybe your opponent was that peerless immortal venerable that the supreme demon god is so fond of. Don't forget that you were the one who was killed by a single sword strike in the demon race before. Spirit Eater mocked without holding back. What did you say? The demon lord was infuriated, and the space around his demonic energy shook and trembled. On Spirit Eater's side, raging polluted spirits swirled in the black demonic energy. It seemed that the two were about to have a fight. The supreme demon god's expression was languid. He glanced at the demon lord and Spirit Eater, who were concealed in the demonic energy, and said, "Enough." The demon lord and Spirit Eater immediately stopped and didn't dare to speak again. It wasn't her who killed Tyrant and Succubus, but her disciple and the 9-tailed fox. Succubus also did not follow my orders, which has disappointed me greatly. The supreme demon god's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the demon gods. The demon gods were so terrified that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. The supreme demon god usually didn't restrict them from anything. Even if they argued and fought in front of him, he wouldn't bother. But that didn't mean they weren't afraid of the supreme demon god. The supreme demon god was not only the source of their demon power, but also the creator who determined whether they could be resurrected again. The supreme demon god was everything to demons. He could never be disobeyed. Succubus hadn't followed the supreme demon god's orders. Even if she had returned alive, she would probably have been obliterated. Spirit Eater and the Demon Lord were very surprised when they heard that Xia Changming had killed Tyrant and Succubus. They were among the few demon gods present who had fought Xia Changming before. They knew Xia Changming's strength well. 20 years ago, he was just a small, heavenly venerable who was barely at the same level as their demon god incarnations. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to be capable of killing 2 of their demon gods. The disciple of the peerless immortal venerable that the supreme demon god has been longing for. I am a little interested. Supreme demon god, please let me bring him to you, Greed said, placing his hand on his chest and bowing slightly to ask for orders. Seeing that Greed had been the first to request it, the other demon gods also stepped forward. Supreme demon god, please, let me go. Why should it be you? The score between that guy and I has yet to be settled. If anyone goes, it should be me. You guys can go. Just don't let Heart Corrupt go. Heart Corrupt was the only one who weakly said that he didn't want to go, immediately attracting the scorn of the other demon gods. In front of the supreme demon god, he was acting so cowardly and lazy. The supreme demon god didn't care and slowly stood up from the throne, looking down at everyone. I'm also a little interested in him. Upon hearing this, the demon gods closed their mouths. Their faces hidden in the demonic energy revealed their surprise. The supreme demon god was interested in that guy. Did the supreme demon god plan to make a move himself? The supreme demon god narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he continued, "You might not be a match for him. Leave him and her for now. I'm quite fond of them. Yes, we shall obey the supreme demon god's orders." The demon gods furrowed their brows, unable to stop themselves when they heard the supreme demon god praise Xia Changming and belittle them. But they didn't dare say anything in his face. "All right, it's about time we started. The show is about to begin. I hope the gift that I prepared for Wu Mingzi won't make her wait too long," the supreme demon god said lightly. The demon gods were first stunned, before revealing cruel, unrestrained, and ferocious smiles. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. "We shall obey the supreme demon god's orders," everyone shouted in unison. Then they walked out from the demonic energy, flicking their arms before shouting loudly towards the outside of the demonic palace hall. "The supreme demon god's orders. Open the void rifts of the chaotic demonic realm. We demons will once again descend upon the world." Their demonic voices spread to the outside of the demonic palace hall. Outside the hall, countless demon armies stood in a densely packed formation. The swarming demon armies were clad in black armor, their eyes bloodshot and bloodthirsty. The dark masses of them looked like a tide, and each one was letting out a roaring howl. "Destroy the humans. This world belongs to the demons. The supreme demon god will be immortal forever. Turn the 9 provinces and 10 lands into a living hell. Roar. Tear open the void tunnels of the chaotic demonic realm." Rifts were torn open in the sky of the chaotic demonic realm, and the demon armies surged toward them without hesitation. The demon gods looked at each other and smiled cruelly. Finally, it is time to begin. Chapter 339, Chaos Approaches. Above a towering mountain peak in Bailey God capital, dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind howled. Golden lightning flashed within the dense clouds. The heavenly thunder crackled, and the golden lightning, as dense as an ocean, surged, covering the entire sky in golden light. Everyone in the god capital looked up at the terrifying heavenly immortal thunder, their hearts trembling with fear. A single bolt of this golden lightning could probably kill a powerful immortal transcendence cultivator. Just who is it that is here, undergoing tribulation? The other 7 pillar gods, except for Fengyu, were already standing above the god capital, maintaining the capital's barrier. Seeing the golden thunder, they couldn't help but shiver. This golden immortal thunder was no joke. They had already received orders to protect the barrier so the golden lightning wouldn't accidentally fall into the god capital. They couldn't help but wonder, just what could have drawn this heavenly immortal thunder? Lu Feng couldn't help but look up at the mountain peak far from the god capital, towering into the sky. It seemed that the immortal thunder was all heading in that direction. On the mountain peak, Guyu closed her eyes, sitting cross-legged in the ancient god formation. Starlight lamps were arranged around her. Her body was covered in strange ancient runes of the Wu tribe. The aura of her divine abilities flowed into the clouds, spreading over the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The ancient god's eye on her forehead shone brightly, constantly rotating. She had begun to peer into the future of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Such a glimpse into the future of the world, going against the heavens, would inevitably draw the ruthless obliteration of the heavens. And the golden immortal thunder was a result of this. Wu Mingzi stood in the air, her sword on her back. Her expression was calm and serene as she gazed at the incoming heavenly immortal thunder. At this moment, she was Gu Yu's protector. As the heavenly immortal thunder fell, the void trembled and tore apart. With a casual swing of her sword, Wu Mingzi released a terrifying sword aura, shattering the immortal thunder. Another bolt of immortal thunder descended from above, winding down like a golden arc of light. Wu Mingzi pointed her sword towards the sky. The immortal thunder landed on the sword and was drawn into her hand. She then slashed her sword, sending the immortal thunder that was entwined around the blade back into the sky, crashing against the incoming bolt of lightning. The 2 bolts of immortal thunder collided, creating an explosion of golden light and causing the sky to roar. The entire void shattered into pieces. The sky was covered in cracks, like a broken mirror. At this moment, Wu Mingzi stood in the sky, alone, using a single sword to block thousands of bolts of immortal thunder. This time, she would also do that which went against the heavens. Guyu, sitting in the ancient god formation, frowned more and more. Cold sweat streamed down her face. She saw it. The demonic realm rifts of the demon race were opening above the skies of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Countless demon armies surged out from them. Fights were breaking out everywhere. The 9 provinces and 10 lands were a sea of fire, filled with wails and blood. Corpses littered the ground. The 9 provinces and 10 lands were in internal strife, caught in a cycle of mutual killing. The demon race had already infiltrated everywhere, and they had been preparing in secret for this day. Guyu wanted to continue to peer into the more distant future of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, but she didn't know that a faint, ethereal figure had appeared behind her. Heaven's way is predetermined destiny. Everything follows the cycle of heaven and cannot be peered into. You have crossed the line too many times, the figure said softly. Guyu, however, couldn't hear the figure's voice. The figure reached out to Guyu, gently closing its hand into a fist. The starlight lamps of the ancient god formation went out, and Guyu spat out a mouthful of blood. The ancient god's eye on her forehead also seemed to be shedding tears of blood as she was forced to close her eyes. Wu Mingzi, who was busy dealing with the immortal thunder, also noticed Guyu's abnormality. She quickly flashed to her side, a rare hint of worry on her face. Immortal Venerable Guyu. It's bad. Guyu disregarded the injuries she had sustained and instead hurriedly raised her head, speaking to Wu Mingzi anxiously. The demons are returning today. The 9 provinces and 10 lands will fall into chaos. The demons have been prepared. Wu Mingzi's expression became extremely serious upon hearing this. At this moment, both of them felt a familiar and disgusting aura. Turning around, they saw a void rift suddenly open on the horizon, piercing through the sky and earth. Dense, ominous demonic energy spread from it, and polluted spirits flowed out, followed by swarming demon armies. Wu Mingzi's expression was cold as she instructed Guyu. Immortal Venerable Guyu, your injuries are severe. Stay here for now. I'll go and come back soon. With that, Wu Mingzi transformed into a sword rainbow and disappeared into the distance. Guyu covered her chest and watched Wu Mingzi's departing back, before turning to look behind her. There was nothing behind her, but Guyu's charming face revealed a stubborn and unyielding smile. She had just felt the heavenly aura. It had been very close to her. It seems that the heavens are really angry this time. Heh. If you won't let me see, then I'll make sure I do it. When I recover, I will do it again. Guyu shouted angrily at the empty space around her. Of course, there was no response. The Barren Lands, one of the most notorious dangerous places in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate land, full of dust and sand, where no weeds grew. The barren land was littered with the skeletal remains of demon beasts and humans buried in the sand. And within this barren land, a vast and magnificent capital had been built. At this moment, countless barbarian warriors gathered outside the barbaric hall of the capital, each one burly, with surging momentum. A figure clad in black robes with various bones hanging on his hands and feet slowly stood on the hall, leaning on his cane and looking down at the crowd. The crowd waited quietly for the black-robed elder to speak. Brave warriors of the barbarian race, our great warbone Immortal Venerable has fallen. What? Who did it? Didn't warbone Immortal Venerable go to Tianzhou Holy Land? How could he? The words caused an uproar, and those below the hall were shocked and began to discuss among themselves. The black-robed elder trembled with his cane. His voice was filled with sorrow. All of this is a conspiracy of Tianzhou Holy Land and Bailey God Kingdom. Under the guise of a joint alliance, they tricked our great warbone Immortal Venerable into going to the holy capital, and then they murdered him. They are trying to exterminate our barbarian race. The black-robed elder's words were so shocking that they ignited the rage of all the barbarian warriors. Unforgivable. Kill them. Avenge our great warbone Immortal Venerable. That's right. Let them see the might of our barbarian race. High Priest, let us go and kill them. Under the black robe, the corners of the elder's mouth turned up in a sinister smile. He leaned on his cane and announced to the crowd in a solemn voice, "Order all the barbarian warriors. Declare war on Tianzhou Holy Land, Bailey God Kingdom, and the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands." Roar, roar, roar. The barbarian capital resonated with thunderous roars. Countless barbarian warriors riding various primordial demon beasts surged out of the capital, heading out on their attack in an awe-inspiring manner. And scenes like this were happening everywhere in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Chapter 340. Immortal Demon War, Chaos in the 9 Provinces. Crimson Marsh. In the marsh filled with crimson forests, countless flying insects and venomous snakes darted through the trees. A dense mass of cultivators jumped through the trees. Some stepped on the heads of snakes to move forward, and others controlled countless venomous insects to fly. In an instant, it was as if the entire crimson marsh had been emptied. People shouted, "Avenge immortal venerable insect ghost! Declare war on Bailey God Kingdom." On the other side, the same thing was happening in the molten lava cave. Almost everyone was wearing rock armor and heading towards Bailey God Kingdom. All of them had received the news that their immortal venerables had been ambushed and killed in Tianzhou Holy Land. Bailey and Tianzhou were planning to destroy the 3 dangerous areas. Qing Province, Qingyun Capital Palace. All the civil and military officials, as well as the prominent powers of Qing Province, gathered in the main hall. Everyone looked at each other with confused expressions. All of them had been specially summoned by the Qingyun king, but after they arrived at the hall, they found it empty. Only others who had received the same invitation were there. And wasn't the Qingyun king supposed to have already gone to Tianzhou Holy Land to discuss the 9 provinces and 10 lands alliance? Who issued this decree? Just as everyone was confused, a little boy with a delicate and youthful face slowly walked to the center of the hall, appearing before everyone. "Third Prince? Why are you here?" "This is the political court. It's not a place to play." "Quick, someone bring the third prince back." Several ministers quickly stepped forward to persuade the little boy. The little boy ignored them and instead walked past them, looking at the crowd with a smile. "Everyone should be here now, right?" Hearing this, everyone looked at the little boy with suspicion. Had the third prince invited them all? Did the third prince invite us all? A sect master from one of the sects stood up and questioned him. The little boy nodded, his face full of bright smiles. "That's right. It was Heart Corrupt who called you here." Heart Corrupt? Hearing the third prince refer to himself by that name, everyone was even more confused. Wasn't the third prince's name something else? Had he given himself a new name? Although they were confused, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Maybe it was just a childish nickname. "May I ask, third prince, what is the reason for summoning us here?" Some of the cultivators were already starting to get impatient. They felt as if they had been tricked and made fools of by a child. If it weren't for the fact that the little boy was the third prince of Qingyun Kingdom, they would have slapped him to death. However, what the little boy did next made everyone's hair stand on end. The little boy took out 2 brocade boxes and gave them to the ministers beside him, saying mysteriously, "I called you all here because Heart Corrupt was too lazy to go look for you one by one. Here, I brought you all gifts. Why don't you open them and take a look?" "Oh my, third prince, there is no need to be so polite, bringing us gifts and all," one of the ministers said flatteringly, before happily accepting the brocade box. The cultivators had already begun to frown. The moment the 2 brocade boxes had appeared, a faint smell of blood had filled the air. The next moment, an ear-piercing shriek rang through the court. The minister who had opened the brocade box looked terrified. He slumped to the ground, his eyes fixed on the box that had fallen from his hands in horror. Inside the box, a bloody human head had rolled out. The other brocade box contained a head as well. The 2 weren't anyone else but the Qingyun Kingdom's eldest prince and second princess. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Was this a struggle for the throne? But the little boy in front of them was only 8 or 9 years old. Yet he was already able to resort to such cruel methods, killing his own siblings. Was this something a child should be capable of? What the people didn't know was that the little boy in front of them was no longer the so-called third prince. He was the demon god Heart Corrupt. Clap, clap. Heart Corrupt happily clapped his hands, and dozens of monsters, stitched together with various demon beast and human limbs, walked out from around the court. All the monsters were emitting a terrifying, demonic energy. Demons. Everyone's pupils shrank. Why were there demons in the palace hall? Everyone suddenly understood something. They turned to look at Heart Corrupt, who was smiling at them. Heart Corrupt smiled slightly, his face showing a harmless smile, and asked gently, "Can all of you please just obediently die?" "Don't worry, Heart Corrupt will be as gentle as possible." Soon, the sounds of agonizing screams echoed through the Qingyun Palace. At the same time, Heaven Province, Tianzhou Kingdom, countless demon armies swarmed in, trampling every city they came across. Everywhere they went, rivers of blood flowed. Corpses piled up like mountains, and raging fires burned the entire kingdom. A guard hurried into the palace hall, only to find that the vast palace was empty. The imperial guards who were usually responsible for guarding the palace were nowhere to be found. It was terrifyingly silent, but he didn't have time to think about it. He rushed up the stairs. He just wanted to quickly meet the emperor to tell him about the demon army invasion. All the military camps had been turned into demons. They had conquered one city after another. They were now close to the capital. Before even entering the palace hall, the guard started to shout urgently, "Your Majesty, it's terrible. The demons have invaded. All sides are in distress." When the guard stepped into the main hall, the scene before him shocked him. Their ruler was sitting on the throne, holding a human head in his hand as he examined it. The head's face was filled with horror and disbelief, and at his feet were the corpses of all the civil and military officials and the imperial guards of Tianzhou Kingdom. Blood had stained the entire hall red. The demon lord turned to look at the guard, his face revealing an arrogant, playful expression, and said lightly, "Thanks for your trouble. I know." Similar things were happening in various kingdoms and sects all across the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The great general of the martial sect kingdom suddenly led a rebellion. Tens of thousands of troops turned into bloodthirsty berserkers overnight. A disciple of a certain sect directly killed the sect master with one sword strike and wiped out the entire sect. Or a certain kingdom suddenly sided with the demon race and launched a war of annihilation against its neighbor. No one would have expected that the companions they had been with every day, or the beloved rulers and generals, would suddenly turn into demons. Those they had known and spent time with had been demons in disguise all along. The entire 9 provinces and 10 lands fell into chaos overnight. Countless void rifts leading to the chaotic demonic realm were torn open in the skies above various places. The demon armies once again descended upon the world. The flames of war instantly spread across the entire map of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Inside the chaotic demonic realm, the supreme demon god sat before a chessboard, smiling, his eyes fixed on the board. He casually picked up a black piece and placed it down. "Now it's your turn, Wu Mingzi." At the moment the black piece was placed down, it meant that chaos had begun in the 9 provinces and 10 lands, and the immortal demon war had officially begun. Chapter 341. Wait a few minutes. Heavenly Profound Holy Land. With Xian Gu now deceased, In Lianxin lifted her head, staring blankly as his divine soul transformed into countless tiny, shimmering sparks, drifting away into the heavens. From this day forward, the Heavenly Profound Holy Land would no longer have the Heavenly Profound Immortal Venerable, nor would she have her most revered grandfather. After watching his soul dissipate, In Lianxin gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. Her expression became serious, her gaze firm. The Heavenly Profound Holy Land still needed her. At this moment, the Holy Land had just suffered a calamity, and it was when she was needed most. She needed to shoulder the responsibilities of the Holy Maiden. In Lianxin and Song Lianxing slowly walked towards Xia Changming, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect. "Thank you, Divine Emperor of the Northern Li." If Xia Changming and Su Yueli hadn't been there, the Heavenly Profound Holy Land would have already fallen. In Lianxin was sincerely grateful to the two of them. The Heavenly Profound Holy Land will spare no effort in assisting all regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands in jointly resisting the demonic race. Xia Changming nodded, replying, "Then we'll rely on the Holy Maiden. The Northern Li will assist in rebuilding the Holy Capital. Please do not hesitate to let me know if there's anything you need." "Thank you." In Lianxin expressed her gratitude again. She didn't decline the offer. The battle among several immortal venerables had almost completely destroyed the Holy Capital. It was now in ruins, and it was indeed necessary to rebuild it as quickly as possible. Just then, Shun Fengling hurriedly flew over from the horizon, his expression grave. Following him were representatives of the various monarchs and other immortal venerables from the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Without exception, they all wore solemn and worried expressions. "What is it, Brother Shenfeng?" Xia Changming asked, puzzled. Shun Fengling replied with utmost solemnity, "We just received news from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The demonic race has returned to the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Rebellions have broken out everywhere. The Savage Lands, the Crimson Forest Marsh, and the Molten Lave Caves, as well as other nations, have all launched an all-out war against the nations of the 9 provinces and 10 lands." Hearing this, Xia Changming looked surprised. The 3 immortal venerables of the Savage Lands, Crimson Forest, and molten lave caves had all defected to the demonic race. It wasn't hard to understand why they had been bewitched into launching a rebellion. But why had rebellions broken out in all areas of the 9 provinces and 10 lands at the same time? His master, Mingzi, had been maintaining the peace of the 9 provinces and 10 lands for the past 1,000 years. It was all for the sake of being able to better unite the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands when the demonic race returned. But the current situation was completely unexpected. The joint immortal gathering of the 9 provinces and 10 lands had fallen prey to the demonic race's scheme. If it hadn't been for him and Su Yueli, the various monarchs and immortal venerables present would probably have perished here. As soon as the succubus plan failed, chaos broke out throughout the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Taking advantage of the fact that the various nations of the 9 provinces and 10 lands had not yet returned home, the demonic race arrived. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment. Xia Changming gently closed his eyes. His spiritual body left his physical form, and in an instant, he appeared above the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Looking out, the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands were already engulfed in a sea of fire. The eastern continent, the demon race, and even the northernly divine kingdom were all engaged in battle with the demonic race, or various other nations. However, several sword lights flashed from the northernly side. It seemed like it was already nearing its end. "Husband," Su Yueli worriedly called out beside him. Hearing that the demonic race had returned, she couldn't help but worry about the demon race. Without her guarding them, she didn't know how they were faring. "Don't worry, my dear, the demon race is safe for now. Bai Yu and Imochi are coordinating the demon race's defense." Xia Changming's spiritual body returned to his physical form. He took Su Yueli's hand, giving her a reassuring look. Although she didn't know how Xia Changming knew that the demon race was okay, hearing his words immediately put Su Yueli at ease. "Divine Emperor, we must also return to our lands quickly," Shen Fengling and the others said to Xia Changming. Their faces were all worried, deeply concerned for the safety of their nations and their people. Xia Changming nodded. "Everyone should return as soon as possible. From now on, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will act as the liaison between you all. Contact us at any time if anything unusual occurs." "All right," the crowd replied. With Xia Changming's cultivation and strength, as well as the combined power of the Northernly Divine Kingdom and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, no one had any objections to the Northernly Divine Kingdom acting as the overall leader of the alliance in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. One after another, they transformed into divine rainbows and flew towards their respective capitals. Then, Divine Emperor, I must also take my leave. There are still matters I need to deal with in Shunfeng Valley. Shen Fengling cupped his fist in a farewell gesture to Xia Changming. But Xia Changming called out to him, "Brother Shenfeng, wait a moment. I still don't know why you would assist the demonic race." Shen Fengling sighed deeply, slowly telling Xia Changming what had happened in Shunfeng Valley. If it hadn't been for the succubus threatening him with the lives of 1,000,000 people in Shunfeng Valley, he would never have assisted the demonic race. Now that he had rebelled against the demonic race, by the time he returned, he was afraid that no one would be left alive in Shunfeng Valley. He had already prepared for the worst. Hearing this, Xia Changming pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Brother Shenfeng, there's no need to worry. I have a way. Wait a few minutes." "What way?" Shen Fengling couldn't wait to ask. "Don't rush, just wait a moment." Xia Changming closed his eyes again. His illusory spiritual body appeared within Shunfeng Valley. In Shunfeng Valley, millions of the valley's residents were gathered within the various valleys. Numerous demonic soldiers holding demonic blades stood in formation above the valley and its exits. Outside the valley entrance, countless corpses were piled up. Anyone who tried to escape or resist would be ruthlessly killed. People could only hug each other, huddled together, praying to the heavens. A little girl fearfully curled up in her mother's embrace, her big, watery eyes filled with fear and tears. But she still gritted her teeth, not allowing herself to make a sound. Because making a sound meant death. She could only pray for a response from the heavens. Xia Changming's spiritual body descended in front of the little girl, using the wind spirit to create a transparent hand and gently stroking her head. Suddenly touched on the head, the little girl forgot to cry and looked around with a bewildered expression. She said to her mother, who was holding her tightly, "Mother, it seems like Grandpa Heaven just responded to me." "Hush, don't talk. Immortal Venerable Shunfeng will definitely come and save us." The woman quickly shushed the little girl. She just thought it was her imagination and hugged her even tighter. At this time, A demonic general walked up to another, and after saying something, suddenly wore a ferocious smile. He then walked to the cliff of the valley, looked down at the people of Xuanhuan Valley and roared, "Lord Demon God has given an order. Kill them all at will." As soon as these words came out, despair filled the faces of the people in the valley. Chaos and crying erupted. People began to scatter and flee, or chose to fight to the death. The demonic general with a Changming face raised the demonic blade in his hand and excitedly shouted, "Kill!" As soon as the words left his mouth, his head was instantly crushed by a fierce wind blade. Everyone, including the demonic army, looked dazed, completely unaware of what had just happened. A powerful demonic general just died like that? Chapter 342. Facing the demonic race. Amid the crowd's confusion, demonic soldiers began to fall one by one, their bodies torn into fragments by wind blades. No one knew what was happening. Even the demons were bewildered, watching their companions being shredded one by one, and they couldn't escape their own fates. Kill them. One of the demons believed that the people of Xuanhuan Valley had secretly done something to them, and roared angrily. The rest of the demonic army raised their demonic blades and charged towards the people of Xuanhuan Valley. A fierce wind blade swept across, and almost all of the charging demonic army was instantly sliced in half. The other demons were shocked, finally realizing something was wrong, and roared at their surroundings. Who is it? The next second, he was also ripped apart by a wind blade. The wind rose, the wind blades like knives. In a flash, all the demons in Xuanhuan Valley were massacred. The ground was covered in demonic blood and severed limbs. The people of Xuanhuan Valley slowly regained their senses and knelt towards the heavens in gratitude. It's Xuanhuan. It must be immortal venerable Xuanhuan protecting us. That's right. Long live the wind god. I knew immortal venerable would come to save us. Xia Changming's illusory form floated in midair, quietly watching everyone kowtowing, and shook his head helplessly. In order to create the illusion that it was Xuanhuan who had rescued everyone, he had intentionally only used wind-based immortal techniques to kill all the demons. This is all I can do for you, Brother Xuanhuan. After confirming that there were no surviving demons, Xia Changming's illusory form disappeared into the sky. He slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness returned to before the others. He smiled at Xuanhuan. Brother Xuanhuan, I've already taken care of Xuanhuan Valley for you. You don't need to worry. Taken care of? Xuanhuan asked in shock. In his eyes, Xia Changming had simply closed his eyes. The aura of his supernatural powers had filled the world. A short time later, he opened his eyes again. That was all. And then he suddenly told him that Xuanhuan Valley was fine? Xuanhuan found it hard to believe. What had Xia Changming done? Yes, you'll know when you return. Xia Changming didn't explain much, simply smiling faintly. His heavenly Tao divine power was too overbearing. It far surpassed the existence of ordinary divine laws, and it was difficult to explain to others. In an instant, his spiritual body could reach any place in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Xuanhuan didn't ask any further. Half believing, he bid farewell to Xia Changming and quickly transformed into a divine rainbow, heading towards Xuanhuan Valley. Holy Maiden, the 9 provinces and 10 lands are in danger. We should also return to Northernly first. The demonic race will definitely attack the heavenly profound Holy Land again. Holy Maiden, please be careful. I will send people to assist you in guarding the heavenly profound Holy Land later. After Xuanhuan left, Xia Changming turned to Lianxin and said, although he could use the heavenly Tao divine power to exterminate the demons in various parts of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, he still couldn't stop the endless demonic army from arriving. He needed to return to the Northernly temporarily to discuss countermeasures against the demonic race. Lianxin gratefully nodded. Thank you, Divine Emperor. I will definitely protect the heavenly profound Holy Land. Please rest assured. Xia Changming nodded, took Su Yueli's hand, summoned his dragon carriage, and transformed into a golden divine rainbow, disappearing into the sky. After watching Xia Changming leave, Lianxin's beautiful face turned cold. She said to Tsang Lianxing beside her, Lianxing, immediately summon all the holy sect disciples of the heavenly profound Holy Land. Do everything possible to help everyone in the holy capital. Also, open the sacred forbidden ground. Open the sacred forbidden ground? Lianxin, you. Tsang Lianxing said in shock. He had already guessed what Lianxin wanted to do. Lianxin stared coldly at Tsang Lianxing and said sternly, This is an order from the Holy Maiden. I understand, Holy Maiden. Song Lianxing bowed slightly, accepting the order. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. In Lianxin looked towards the holy capital, her eyes full of longing. She must protect the heavenly profound Holy Land. From this moment on, the Holy War begins. Within a few days, In Lianxin, the Holy Maiden of the heavenly profound Holy Land, suddenly soared from the spiritual power realm to the immortal venerable realm. Several immortal venerable level stone demon statues appeared within the heavenly profound Holy Land, guarding the heavenly profound kingdom and sweeping away all the demonic race from the heavenly profound Holy Land and the surrounding nations. Northernly Divine Kingdom, Divine Capital. When Xia Changming drove his dragon carriage to the sky above the Divine Capital, the ground outside the city walls was already covered with the corpses of demons. However, compared to last time, this time with Wumingzi and Xuanhuan and Jizun sitting in the Divine Capital, the demons had barely managed to reach the city walls before they were all killed. Xia Changming, seeing that the Divine Capital was safe and sound, was relieved. He drove the dragon carriage straight into the Divine Palace. At this moment, the Divine Palace was like a military command center. A map of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, shrouded in ethereal mist, floated in the center of the hall, and countless people from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion were communicating with various regions through two-way mirrors. Xuanhuan, Jizun, and the 7 Pillars gods who were still in the Divine Capital were staring at the map of the 9 provinces and 10 lands before them, each with a grave expression. Currently, the 9 provinces and 10 lands were in turmoil, with conflicts and battles happening everywhere. The situation was not optimistic. Wumingzi was also staring silently, her beautiful eyebrows tightly knit. This was the first time Xia Changming had seen his master with such a worried expression. When Xia Changming and Su Yueli entered, everyone addressed him. Divine Emperor, you're back. Something terrible has happened. I know. Xia Changming held up a hand, interrupting Lu Feng, and went straight to Wumingzi's side. Master, what is the current situation in the 9 provinces and 10 lands? Wumingzi slowly shook her head. It's not optimistic. It seems the demonic race has also been prepared and has launched a preemptive strike. Why have rebellions broken out in the other nations of the 9 provinces and 10 lands? Is it the demonic race's doing? Xia Changming asked. Rebellions had broken out suddenly overnight, and nations had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. The only explanation he could think of was the demonic race. Wumingzi also nodded, looking somewhat self-reproachful. The demonic race had been lurking in the nations of the 9 provinces and 10 lands for a long time. It was my negligence? Her 1,000 years of planning and preparation, and her 1,000 years of maintaining the peace of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, was all for naught, as she did not realize that the demonic race had long infiltrated every region. Xuanhuan glanced at Jizun beside her and said with annoyance, The Lord asked you to tour the 9 provinces and 10 lands to find the demonic race, and is that what you have done? You weren't just drinking again, were you? It was my negligence. Jizun did not refute. He reproached himself. Wumingzi had entrusted him with the task of touring the 9 provinces and 10 lands, and during this time, he had killed countless demons lurking in various areas. But he had never imagined that those were just bait to make him relax his vigilance. Those truly deep-lurking demons had never shown themselves. Over 1,000 years, the demonic race had evolved to such an extent that even his 9 young dragon pupils could no longer see through their disguise. Master, what should we do next? Xia Changming asked Wumingzi. Wumingzi pondered for a moment, then her calm, beautiful eyes looked at Xia Changming. In just half a month, the immortal aura emanating from Xia Changming was even more pronounced than before, and he seemed to carry a faint, familiar aura of the heavenly Tao. Seeing that Xia Changming had grown so much again, Wumingzi's tranquil face showed a hint of joy. Her expression then returned to its usual determination and serenity. We will face the demonic race. We will wipe them out from the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Chapter 343, Countermeasures. To completely annihilate the demonic race, the most crucial step is to first resolve the chaos within the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Currently, the 9 provinces and 10 lands are in disarray. If they cannot unite, they will become like scattered sand, vulnerable to being defeated one by one. Xia Changming told Wumingzi about the alliance plan and results he had discussed with the forces of the 9 provinces and 10 lands at the heavenly profound Holy Land. Wumingzi nodded slightly, expressing her approval of Xia Changming's plan to integrate the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands, learn from each other's strengths, and leverage the advantages of each region. She had initially had the same idea. However, the prerequisite for implementing this plan was that the 9 provinces and 10 lands must unite as one and avoid internal strife. In reality, the 9 provinces and 10 lands were currently in chaos. Stabilizing the situation was the most urgent and critical task. Among these issues, the most serious were the 3 major forbidden lands, led by the Savage Lands. These 3 lands, united, had a total of 1 million soldiers. This army was not fighting against the demonic race, but rather turned their blades against their own people, causing a sigh. 1,000 years ago, when the human race spontaneously united to resist the demon and monster races, there was an unprecedented unity. But 1,000 years later, it had become even more difficult to unite them. Several hundred years ago, Wamingzi had met with the 3 rulers of these lands, Mangu, Chongguo, and Rongyan. At that time, they had all expressed their willingness to jointly resist the demonic race when they descended upon the world. Wamingzi had also spared their lives because she saw they were at least immortal venerables, possessed some cultivation and strength, and could provide some fighting power. Otherwise, she would have already eliminated them and taken their places. She never expected that her hesitation back then would plant the seeds of disaster in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Eliminating this million-strong army was not difficult for either Xia Changming or Wamingzi. It was simply a matter of whether they were willing to do so. Wamingzi needed to be ready to respond to the appearance of the supreme demon god at any time, so she left the decision to Xia Changming. It was up to him to handle the rebellion of the 3 forbidden lands. Xia Changming pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "Master, if the million-strong army of the 3 forbidden lands disappear, there will be no more 3 forbidden lands. If it concerns the survival of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, it doesn't matter if the 3 forbidden lands disappear," Wamingzi said calmly. Her concern was for the common people of the world and the preservation of the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands. As long as peace could be restored to the world, even if it meant sacrificing a small number of people, she was willing to do it. Moreover, the 3 forbidden lands were the most chaotic and the easiest places for evil to take root. It would be fine to get rid of them. Although Wamingzi spoke nonchalantly, Xia Changming could still detect a hint of concern in her words. Even if the 3 forbidden lands were chaotic, they were still part of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Not everyone there was evil. Many people might just have been bewitched by the demonic race. Wamingzi was still reluctant to truly annihilate the 3 forbidden lands. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hesitated until now. Xia Changming decided to try to persuade them first. If he could convince everyone, there would be more forces to resist the demonic race. If he couldn't persuade them, then the 3 forbidden lands would vanish from the world. If he were to directly annihilate the barbarian army, he could easily do so in his spiritual form with the help of the heavenly Tao divine power. But he still wanted to try to persuade them, so he had to go there in person. Xia Changming felt that the 3 forbidden lands had not truly rebelled completely. It was very likely that the demonic race was plotting in the shadows. "My dear, are you going to return to the demon race first?" After deciding to solve the problem of the 3 forbidden lands first, Xia Changming turned to Su Yueli beside him and asked. The demon race was also currently fighting against the demonic race. His wife must be worried about their safety. Su Yueli pondered for a moment and then decisively said, "Wherever my husband goes, this empress goes." "Then the demon race?" Xia Changming asked. His wife was actually willing to leave the demon race? Su Yueli smiled slightly, seemingly prepared, and her hands formed a divine seal. Divine power, 9-tailed 9 souls, 8 spiritual incarnations, identical to her original self, materialized. Su Yueli ordered one of them to go to the demon race, while the other spiritual incarnations could fly to various locations to provide support. This was equivalent to having 8 more immortal venerables guarding the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Xia Changming looked at the battle situation of the 9 provinces and 10 lands shown on the ethereal map, pondered for a moment, and came up with a plan. He immediately ordered Lu Feng and the other 7 Pillars gods to lead a portion of the Northernly Army and Su Yueli's spiritual incarnations to assist various locations in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. With Su Yueli's spiritual incarnations, it should not be difficult to quell the chaos everywhere. Lu Feng and the others quickly accepted the order and left the divine palace. He also instructed Chan Lianxiang to contact the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters at Penglai Immortal Island and expedite the delivery of supplies to all regions. They would maintain contact with dual realm mirrors at all times. Chun Lianxiang also quickly agreed and led a group of people to contact various Heavenly Treasure Pavilions to prepare. Finally, He asked Xuanhuan to sit in Panglai Immortal Island, and Jiuzun to assist the Heavenly Profound Holy Land. One was a critical support and armory for the 9 provinces and 10 lands, and the other was the granary of the world. Both were very important. Xia Changming suspected that the demonic race would likely target these 2 places again. If Jiuzun and I are not there, what about the divine capital and Northern Li? Xuanhuan asked. Wumingzi definitely needed to be ready to deal with the supreme demon god at any time. The 7 pillars gods of the divine capital had also left to assist various places, so if the 2 of them also left, no one would be left to oversee the divine capital. Currently, the divine capital was the command center for the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands, connecting the entire region. It was even more important than Panglai Immortal Island and the Heavenly Profound Holy Land. This was something Xia Changming had already considered. He turned his gaze to Guyu, who was sitting on the side with an indifferent expression. Everyone followed his gaze and focused on her. Why are you all looking at me? Let's get this straight. I promised Wumingzi to only help you predict the future of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. I didn't say I would help you resist the demonic race. Guyu immediately distanced herself from the situation. Senior Guyu, we don't need you to fight the demonic race. We just need you to oversee the divine capital and protect it. Using your ability to see the past and future, you can lead the overall situation. Xia Changming walked in front of Guyu and requested. Guyu's strength was above Qiluan and Jiuzun, and her ancient god eyes that could foresee the future could play a crucial role in the war. She would be the most suitable choice to sit in the divine capital. Guyu hesitated for a moment. She had absolutely no intention of joining this immortal demon war in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. But she also knew the gravity of the situation. Once the 9 provinces and 10 lands were destroyed and the human race vanished, she would no longer be able to foresee anyone's future. That was her only joy in this world. Most importantly, she wouldn't be able to see the future she wanted to see. The end of Xia Changming and Su Yueli. She wanted to witness it with her own eyes, no matter what. Guyu scratched her head in distress. She had never had such a difficult choice before. Wumingzi also stepped forward and requested, "Can I ask for your help, immortal venerable Guyu?" Guyu pondered for a moment, then turned to Xia Changming. "Well, it's not impossible. But you have to promise me one condition. Please speak." Xia Changming agreed without hesitation. Guyu beckoned him. Xia Changming leaned closer to her. She then whispered something in his ear. "That's all?" Xia Changming asked, puzzled. Guyu nodded and said, "That's all. Okay, no problem." Xia Changming agreed with a wry smile. She was actually asking to see his child after it was born. That was probably not going to happen anytime soon. Guyu secretly glanced at Su Yueli next to her, the corners of her mouth curving into a beautiful arc. It would have been great if the demonic race had arrived a few years later. Chapter 344. He will fulfill my wish. With all arrangements made, Xia Changming bid farewell to Wumingzi, and once again took Su Yueli's hand as they transformed into a divine rainbow, flying towards the Savage Lands. Qiluan and Jiuzun also set off for Panglai Immortal Island and the Heavenly Profound Holy Land. The 9 provinces and 10 lands had officially entered a state of war against the demonic race. After everyone had left, Wumingzi suddenly seemed to sense something. She silently left the divine palace and arrived at a secluded mountain peak outside the divine capital. From here, she could see the entire divine capital in the distance. Wumingzi stood at the edge of the cliff, her tranquil eyes flashing with a sharp light. She coldly said towards her surroundings, "Now that you're here, show yourself." As soon as her words fell, the void behind Wumingzi trembled, and a rift was forcibly torn open. The refined and handsome Supreme Demon God slowly stepped out from the rift. The Supreme Demon God smiled and greeted Wumingzi. "We meet again, Wumingzi." Before the Supreme Demon God could finish speaking, a sharp, massive sword light slashed down. The sword light plunged into the mountain peak, instantly turning half of it into nothingness, leaving only a smooth cut and the lingering, chilling sword aura. The Supreme Demon God floated in the air and smiled lightly. "Oh dear, that was close. You haven't changed at all, just like before. Can't you wait for me to finish speaking? It has been a long time. How about we have a chat? I have nothing to say to you." Wumingzi stared coldly at the Supreme Demon God. The immortal sword in her hand once again emitted a chilling light. The Supreme Demon God placed his hands behind his back, showing no intention of fighting with Wumingzi. He continued to smile and said, "Are you really going to fight me here? If you and I were to start fighting, Do you think your divine capital would still be safe? Hearing this, Wamingzi frowned slightly, but she slowly sheathed the chilling sword aura. This supreme demon god's actions were hard to comprehend. He could have directly attacked and destroyed the divine capital, which would definitely benefit the demonic race, but instead, he wanted to waste time talking with her here. However, since 1,000 years ago, this supreme demon god seemed to have always been like this. He was free and unrestrained in everything he did. Destroying the 9 provinces and 10 lands seemed to be just one of his many pastimes. Sometimes, he could order millions of demonic soldiers to slaughter an entire region with a single word, and sometimes, for a moment of what he considered to be fun, he would disguise himself as a human and blend in with human society. Once, to persuade her to join the demonic race, he even ordered the entire demonic army to stop their attacks. He personally went into many immortal venerable territories to look for her. He was an enemy whose actions were completely unpredictable. He was also her destined rival. This time, as soon as the immortal demon war began, he had come to her again. She didn't know what he was planning. Before I cut you down, state your intentions. Wamingzi held her sword and stared at the supreme demon god as she coldly said. When the supreme demon god saw that Wamingzi had sheathed her sword aura, he slowly floated down from the sky and said leisurely, I know you have always been wary of me. So, I have a proposal. How about you come with me into the Chaos Demon realm? You and I will not intervene in this immortal demon war. At that time, not only will you not have to worry about me doing anything to the 9 provinces and 10 lands, you can also attack me in the Chaos Demon realm at any time. You don't have to worry about destroying this realm or being hesitant and timid. What do you say? The supreme demon god smiled as he narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Wamingzi frowned and pondered. The supreme demon god's meaning was clear and simple. She would enter the Chaos Demon realm with him, and neither of them would interfere with the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The 9 provinces and 10 lands would solve their own problems, relying on the plans she had laid out over the past 1,000 years and the seeds she had planted. Wamingzi hesitated, but she was tempted. As long as she could keep the supreme demon god from attacking the 9 provinces and 10 lands, she believed Xia Changming and the others would be able to quell the chaos in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. She could also choose to attack or monitor the supreme demon god in the Chaos Demon realm. If she could successfully kill him in the Chaos Demon realm, then this immortal demon war could be ended early, and the demonic race would fall into slumber again. She knew that the person before her was just a manifestation of the supreme demon god's body or power source. It was not his true form. To truly kill the supreme demon god's main body and force him to sleep again, just like she had done 1,000 years ago, she definitely needed to go into the deepest part of the Chaos Demon realm. Seeing Wamingzi quietly pondering, the supreme demon god smiled. Have you made up your mind? This is a chance for you to kill me. Don't worry, I haven't set any traps. No other demons in the Chaos Demon realm will attack you. I'll be waiting for you at any time. With that, the supreme demon god turned around leisurely and disappeared into the rift that led to the Chaos Demon realm. Such a rift directly leading to the Chaos Demon realm was not something that could be torn open at will. To enter the Chaos Demon realm, you could only go in when the rifts opened, and the demonic army descended into the world. To directly enter the depths of the Chaos Demon realm through such a rift was an extremely rare opportunity. After a moment of thought, Wamingzi held her immortal sword and slowly walked towards the rift. Just as she was about to disappear into it, Guyu's voice suddenly stopped her. Hey, you're not really going to listen to this guy and obediently go to the Chaos Demon realm with him, are you? Have you never considered that what if you can't come back? If you're gone, the 9 provinces and 10 lands will be finished. Guyu stood behind her and warned Wamingzi. When Wamingzi left the Divine Palace, she had noticed it and secretly followed her. She never expected Wamingzi to want to enter the Chaos Demon realm alone. The Chaos Demon realm was the abyss of the demonic race. It was filled with endless evil. Countless immortal venerables had perished in it. Anyone who had entered the Chaos Demon realm 1,000 years ago knew how terrifying it was. Even Wamingzi, who had once killed the supreme demon god inside, could not guarantee that she would be able to return successfully from the Chaos Demon realm this time. She had no choice but to stand up and stop Wamingzi. Wamingzi turned back to look at Guyu. Seeing her worried expression, as if she cared about her, a shallow smile appeared on her face. Immortal Venerable Guyu, don't worry. I may not be able to defeat him, but I will not lose either. Even if I truly cannot return, you will still be here for the 9 provinces and 10 lands. My little one is now below my level in terms of cultivation and strength. He will fulfill my wish. You? I'm not worried about you. I just feel that if you're gone, I'll have half less of my fun. If you really decide to go, I don't care. Guyu folded her arms and said angrily. This guy, was she really going to go into the Chaos Demon realm with a determination to die, and buy time for the 9 provinces and 10 lands? Wamingzi nodded slightly, turned around and disappeared into the rift that was about to close, only leaving behind the words, Immortal Venerable Guyu, I entrust the 9 provinces and 10 lands to you. I don't care. Guyu said angrily as she watched Wamingzi enter the Chaos Demon realm. Seriously? She was throwing everything to her? She had said that she wouldn't help her. Guyu stomped her foot in anger and transformed into a divine rainbow, flying back to the divine palace. As soon as she arrived in the hall, she shouted angrily, Hey, listen up, everyone. From now on, you'll all listen to me. Chapter 345. Who's in charge here? Border of the Savage Lands. A vast barbarian army stretched out endlessly, cutting across the savage lands. All sorts of ferocious primordial beasts roared as they charged towards the northernly divine kingdom, shaking the earth and raising clouds of dust. The barbarian warriors riding the primordial beasts shouted enthusiastically, Kill! Avenge immortal venerable Xuanhuan! Trample the northernly divine kingdom and slay the divine emperor of the northern Li. Xia Changming and Su Yueli traveled swiftly to the border of the savage lands and witnessed the barbarian race's near nationwide assault. At this speed, the barbarians could directly reach the divine capital within days. Their direction was also clearly towards the northern Li divine capital. Xia Changming's fingers swept through the air, and a sharp sword chi suddenly slashed open a deep trench in front of the barbarian vanguard. The sudden appearance of this trench frightened the vanguard, and they hurriedly reined in their beasts to stop. Who is it? Show yourself. The vanguard general, Mini, roared angrily at his surroundings. Xia Changming and Su Yueli slowly descended from the sky, landing in front of the crowd. Mini and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind him glared at Xia Changming with hostility. Who are you, daring to block my barbarian army's march? Mini frowned and rode his beast forward, asking with displeasure. That sword chi was not something an ordinary person could produce. Xia Changming placed his hands behind his back, his expression arrogant, and said calmly, I am the divine emperor of the northern Li you are looking for. What? The barbarians were all shocked. The incredibly young and handsome man in front of them was actually the rumored divine emperor of the northern Li. He dared to come alone, personally blocking the barbarians' hundreds of thousands of troops. Who's in charge here? Xia Changming asked, looking at the several barbarian generals in front of him. An immense pressure emanated from his body, sweeping over the barbarian army. The fearless barbarian army was suddenly filled with extreme fear, trembling uncontrollably. Some were unable to even stand properly and fell to their knees. Nearly all the primordial beasts under them were so scared that they had collapsed onto the ground. Only a few of the most aggressive and bloodthirsty beasts still tried to open their fangs and roar. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing her fangs, scaring even the primordial beasts who were still trying to resist into submission. It was a complete suppression by the demon race's bloodline. Mini was shocked. He had long heard that the Northern Li Divine Emperor was a generation of immortal venerable, but he never thought that his cultivation would be so terrifying. He had caused the barbarian army to tremble at once. He could barely breathe under the pressure. I do not intend to attack you. I just want to talk to your leader, Xia Changming said again. If possible, he really didn't want to fight the barbarians. Of course, that was only if they knew what was good for them. While Mini was still hesitating whether to call out the high priest, another barbarian general, Manxiang, who was on par with him in rank, had already forcefully supported himself half-kneeling up and roared ferociously at Xia Changming. We barbarians have nothing to talk to you about. You killed our immortal venerable Xuanhuan. The barbarians will surely trample your Northern Li divine kingdom. We will leave not a single soul alive in the Northern Li. Your men will be tortured, and your women will become our barbarian slaves. They will bear children for our barbarian race. As soon as his words fell, Manxiang, still wearing a vicious grin, was instantly crushed into meat paste. Blood splashed all over the faces of those around him, and flesh flew everywhere. Only a pile of minced meat remained on the ground. The surrounding barbarians were stunned with shock. Mini was even more incredulous, turning his head blankly to look at Manxiong, who was talking just moments ago. A strong cultivator at the celestial passing stage had just been easily killed with a casual flick of a hand. Even if an ordinary immortal venerable attacked someone at the celestial passing stage, it wouldn't be so sudden and without any warning. Manxiong was a powerful fighter personally selected and empowered by the high priest. Xia Changming's expression was cold. He slowly lowered his arm and asked again in a cold voice. I'll say it again, call out your leader. Or would you prefer I wipe out the entire barbarian race from the 9 provinces and 10 lands? The Northern Li Divine Kingdom was built by his master. He would never allow anyone to desecrate or defile it. If the barbarians were intent on causing trouble, then he wouldn't mind erasing their entire race. Many knew that Xia Changming was not someone they could contend with. The only ones capable of fighting immortal venerables were immortal venerables. Quick, go and inform the high priest. Many ordered those beside him. There's no need. This old man is already here. An elderly man wearing a black robe and leaning on a cane slowly came to the front of Xia Changming, supported by a soldier. This old man is the high priest of this barbarian race, Manlu. Divine Emperor of the Northern Li, please speak directly. Xia Changming's gaze focused on the old man who called himself the high priest. His spiritual energy was full, and there was no trace of demonic aura. However, after experiencing it many times, Xia Changming had long stopped trusting external appearances. The demonic race's disguises now were far more sophisticated than before. You couldn't determine whether someone was a demon simply by their appearance. Xia Changming's eyes narrowed slightly. He first deliberately raised his voice and asked, Your immortal venerable Xuanhuan colluded with the demonic race, intending to do harm to the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Are you aware of that? Hearing this, the barbarians exchanged glances, revealing expressions of confusion and disbelief. Impossible. Our great immortal venerable Xuanhuan would never defect to the demonic race. That's right. Don't even think about slandering immortal venerable Xuanhuan. Don't think we'll believe you. Soon, the barbarians were all filled with righteous indignation, their eyes looking as if they wanted to swallow Xia Changming whole. Seeing this, Xia Changming revealed a smile. If the vast majority of the barbarians didn't know that Manga had defected to the demonic race, then that was great. The barbarian high priest named Manlu also roused the crowd at this time, pointing at Xia Changming and angrily saying, Warriors of the barbarian race. The divine emperor of the Northern Li has killed our great immortal venerable Xuanhuan, and now he seeks to defile the immortal venerable's name. This crime is unforgivable. The barbarian race will swear to fight the Northern Li to the death. To the death. The barbarian warriors all brandished their weapons and shouted loudly, Kill him. Even if we die, we must let them see the bravery of the barbarian race. Manlu waved the cane in his hand directly at Xia Changming and immediately gave the order. A large number of barbarian warriors charged towards Xia Changming with great momentum. The fact that they attacked so readily instead made Xia Changming smile slightly. He pressed his hand gently downwards, and the pressure in the world suddenly intensified. The barbarian army in front of him instantly collapsed onto the ground, unable to move. When did the demonic race start being so good at stirring up emotions and manipulating people's hearts? Xia Changming's cold gaze focused on Manlu, who was standing behind the crowd. Instantly, many and the other barbarians all turned their gaze to Manlu. Could their high priest of several hundred years actually be a demon? Some people doubted, but most were still unwavering in their trust. Manlu had been the barbarian high priest for hundreds of years. How could he possibly be a demon in disguise? The Manlu under the black robe was silent for a moment, and then gave a laugh and said, Not only does the divine emperor of the Northern Li slander our immortal venerable Xuanhuan, now you want to accuse this old man of being a demon. Chapter 346, You won't have a next time. Xia Changming smiled lightly, and without hesitation, he waved his arm. A sharp wind blade instantly cut Manlu, who was hiding behind the crowd, in half. The barbarians were shocked. They were all filled with anger as they glared at Xia Changming. Even if he was an immortal venerable, to directly kill their respected high priest in front of everyone was too much. It was simply too outrageous. The barbarians all had fierce expressions, roaring as they rushed forward. Stop! Many immediately shouted. The barbarians all stopped in their tracks, looking confused as to why Minnie was stopping them from avenging immortal venerable Xuanhuan and the high priest. Minnie was not afraid of death. Even in a battle where they were certain to lose, He would fight with all his strength to display the courage of the barbarian race. That was the way the barbarian race was meant to sacrifice themselves. But the barbarians would never be used by others, making pointless sacrifices. Many slowly walked to the corpse of the high priest Manlu and crouched down to observe it. He realized that their high priest Manlu was already dead. The black robe had fallen off, revealing his true form. His body was emaciated and withered, and his face was gaunt. Even after being cut in half, not a single drop of blood was flowing out of his body. No wonder the high priest had suddenly started wearing robes to cover his whole body several years ago. So he had already died back then. Immortal Venerable Xuanhuan had really colluded with the demonic race. With the facts before them, they had no choice but to believe it. The demonic race wanted to use the barbarians to attack the 9 provinces and 10 lands, causing the human race to turn on each other. Many clenched his fists in anger and unwillingness. They had almost been kept in the dark and used as pawns by the demonic race. Many stood up again and sternly said to the other barbarian generals, "The high priest has been dead for a long time. This is just a corpse being controlled by a demon. Tease, how is this possible?" The crowd expressed disbelief. Many people personally went to look, and after seeing the mummified Manlu, they were all shaken. They had unknowingly spent so long with a demon, and they had been obeying the demon's every command. Then that meant that the rumors of their immortal Venerable Xuanhuan colluding with the demonic race were also true. Many turned his gaze to Xia Changming, slowly walked forward, bowed deeply, and apologized. "I'm so sorry. It was our barbarian race's negligence. From today onwards, the barbarian race will retreat and will no longer offend the northernly divine kingdom. But before that, there is one more thing to do. We need to first find all the demons hiding in the barbarian race." Xia Changming's sharp gaze focused on the barbarians in front of him. Hearing this, the barbarians all looked at their companions in shock. They looked at each other with suspicion and fear. A demon was hiding among them. As the barbarians were all in a state of chaos, Xia Changming smiled and looked at an inconspicuous barbarian warrior who was following many. He was the soldier who had supported Manlu earlier. "What, aren't you going to show yourself yet?" Many immediately moved away from his trusted subordinate in alarm. The soldier had an innocent and confused look on his face. "Why you? What are you talking about? How could I possibly be a demon?" As soon as the barbarian man finished speaking, Xia Changming raised his hand and killed him with a single sword strike. A dark and ominous black energy quickly flew out of the corpse. The figure of the Soul Eater materialized in mid-air. "How did you find me?" The Soul Eater asked curiously. He was exposed when he disguised himself as the Wang family butler before. He thought that this time his disguise should have been flawless. For this, he had even prepared a double layer of protection, controlling a corpse and also occupying the body of a soldier. He never expected that he would still be discovered by Xia Changming. Xia Changming coldly glared at the Soul Eater and said with a mocking smile, "If you wanted to control the corpse better, you would need to be present to improvise. And you are the one among these hundreds of thousands of barbarians who is the least afraid of me. Even though you acted very well, your eyes did not match your facial expressions." Hearing this, Minnie was surprised. Xia Changming had already observed hundreds of thousands of people in just this short moment. How detailed and broad his divine sense must be. The Soul Eater nodded lightly. "I see. I am enlightened. I'll pay more attention next time." "Unfortunately, you won't have a next time." Xia Changming pointed his finger, and a celestial lightning bolt streaked across the sky. A golden arc of electricity poured down from the sky, shattering the void wherever it passed. The Soul Eater's body erupted with turbid spiritual power, and he abruptly formed a dark, liquid-like barrier in front of him. The celestial lightning, which was capable of shattering space, struck the barrier. Not only did the barrier not shatter, it instead trembled as if in excitement. The immense celestial power of the lightning was completely devoured and absorbed by this dark barrier. When the celestial lightning was completely absorbed, a mouth opened on the dark barrier. The absorbed celestial lightning pulsed on the barrier's surface before bursting out from its mouth. Xia Changming and Su Yueli quickly dodged left and right. The black lightning struck the earth, turning an area of tens of miles into nothingness. Xia Changming stood in the air, gazing at the Soul Eater with a puzzled expression. The first time they fought, he knew that the Soul Eater's ability was to absorb spiritual power for his own use. However, he could only absorb spiritual power by making contact. But at this moment, His real body was capable of absorbing and returning even celestial techniques. Your spiritual power is getting more and more delicious. It makes me excited. You naive fool. You didn't think that you could defeat me with just immortal techniques, like last time, did you? The Soul Eater licked the corner of his mouth with relish, laughing mockingly. After 1,000 years of evolution, his real body was already capable of devouring all kinds of spiritual power. Mere immortal techniques were just a treat to change up his palate. Not necessarily. Xia Changming also smiled mockingly. His finger pointed directly at the 9 heavens, and in an instant, dark clouds filled the sky and thunder rumbled. His finger fell lightly, and a series of majestic golden thunderbolts crashed down. The Soul Eater wrapped himself in dark spiritual energy, forming a ball-like shape. The golden lightning poured down on the surface of the dark spiritual energy and was quickly absorbed. Your spiritual power is truly the most delicious thing in the world. It makes me even more excited than before. This is the first time I've ever swallowed such a rich and delicious spiritual power. The Soul Eater felt the vast and endless celestial lightning entering his body. His expression was so excited that he could barely contain himself. But soon after, the Soul Eater's expression gradually turned to shock and fear, because he couldn't see any sign of the awe-inspiring celestial lightning ceasing. The celestial lightning continued to pour down like a tidal wave. The barbarian army around them was so scared by the deafening roars of thunder that they nearly died from fright. The primordial beasts below them were scared and scattered in all directions. No matter how hard they tried to pull, they were unable to restrain them. At this moment, Xia Changming stood between heaven and earth, like a black hole. The spiritual power of heaven and earth rushed into his body like a continuous stream. I want to see how much you can swallow. Chapter 347. Sorry, she has a husband. Xia Changming raised his arm high, and countless celestial lightning bolts obscured the entire sky. One after another, the lightning bolts fell like a waterfall, the heavens and earth echoing with their deafening roars. In the blink of an eye, the sky was torn apart. The Soul Eater's dark spiritual barrier, as it continued to absorb the celestial lightning, kept swelling like a balloon. Xia Changming tossed out his imperial immortal sword. The sword floated beside him in the air. Unrivaled sword technique, myriad swords. As Xia Changming gave the command, countless dazzling golden immortal swords, filled with celestial spiritual energy, materialized around him. The sheer number of golden swords formed an almost impenetrable golden sword wall behind Xia Changming. Go! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With one command, countless immortal swords transformed into golden sword rainbows, rushing towards the Soul Eater's dark spiritual form. The swords pierced the dark spiritual sphere one by one, but they were gradually devoured, and their energy merged into it. Immortal swords formed from spiritual energy were ultimately unable to resist being absorbed. However, this was precisely what Xia Changming intended. Before long, the dark spiritual sphere swelled even larger, and a crack appeared on its surface. Xia Changming stood proudly in the air, watching quietly. There were many ways to kill the Soul Eater, but he wanted to choose the method that would shatter his confidence. The Soul Eater was horrified. This was the first time someone had been able to use spiritual power to crack open his devouring spiritual energy. That kid from before had already grown to such a terrifying level. Poof! The dark spiritual energy exploded like a water balloon, the black liquid splattering everywhere. A bewitching flame slashed down from behind him. The Soul Eater quickly raised his hand to condense dark spiritual energy once more to defend himself. The flimsy dark spiritual energy could not completely block the slash of the demonic blade. The blade cut through the dark energy and sank into his shoulder. The Soul Eater's expression twisted in pain and viciousness. The dark spiritual energy around him entangled Su Yueli's demonic blade. Other dark spiritual energy swarmed towards her, like a horde of ferocious, greedy mouths. The demonic blade in Su Yueli's hand seemed to be stuck. The fox fire on the blade was also devoured, and she was unable to pull it out. Hiss, your spiritual power tastes good too. It has an aura of demonic energy and celestial spirit. I like you very much too. The Soul Eater smiled ferociously and condensed a black blade in his hand, swinging it towards Su Yueli. Su Yueli frowned, facing a choice. Either release her demonic blade or use her foxtails to block the demonic blade. However, she was not sure if her foxtails would be stuck to the demonic blade. Compared to 20 years ago, the Soul Eater's true abilities were much more unpredictable. Just as the demonic blade was about to strike, Su Yueli suddenly smiled. How could she have forgotten that he was there? Xia Changming, with lightning speed, waved his imperial immortal sword and cut off the dark spiritual energy that extended from the Soul Eater. His gaze was cold as he stared at the Soul Eater. Sorry. She has a husband. Don't harass my woman. SK. The Soul Eater clicked his tongue unwillingly. Everyone was such a hindrance. Ancient desolate god, awaken. The Soul Eater leaped onto the ground and placed his palm on the earth of the savage lands. Countless bizarre black words spread out from his palm. They connected and scattered like a magical array. The next moment, a deafening rumble echoed throughout the savage lands. The entire earth trembled, and the ground suddenly cracked open. For a moment, mountains collapsed and the ground was upturned. Many of the barbarians couldn't even stand steady and fell into the cracks. Those who could fly in the air using cultivation techniques were buried by various falling rocks. As the tremors gradually subsided, a colossal figure hundreds of meters tall, towering between heaven and earth, rose from the ground and stood before everyone. His bronze-colored skin was as hard as rock. His limbs were as thick as pillars supporting the sky. His eyes were covered with cloth, and a high mountain was on his back. With each step, the entire ground trembled violently. Countless barbarian warriors were reduced to a bloody mist. The true barbarians, the ancient giants. Xia Changming was amazed. It was said that the ancient barbarians could move mountains, overturn seas, and reverse the sun and moon. It turns out that it was not just a legend. There were actually still surviving ancient giant barbarians in the world. But soon, Xia Changming noticed something amiss. This ancient giant barbarian was not alive. He faintly exuded demonic energy. Clearly, it was another corpse being controlled by the demonic race. The barbarians were all shocked by the appearance of this ancient giant. This was the only remaining ancestral remains that had survived for thousands of years. And now, he could not rest in peace. He was being used as a slave, forced to attack his own people. Mini was extremely angry. He clenched the sword in his hand tightly, brandishing his weapon, and roared, "Barbarian warriors, kill! The ancestral remains cannot be defiled by the demonic race." Hundreds of thousands of barbarian warriors fearlessly charged towards the ancient giant. The Soul Eater scoffed and pointed at the charging barbarians, saying coldly, "Kill them." The power of the ancient giant was no small matter. It was an existence that reached the level of an immortal venerable purely through its physical body and strength. With a simple wave of its hand, the wind it generated could shatter the barbarian army. The barbarian army suffered heavy casualties in an instant, turning into a cloud of bloody mist and disappearing. Charge! Many had no intention of retreating and continued to order the charge. It was said that the barbarians were brave and fearless, not afraid of death. Now that he saw them, it was indeed extraordinary. For a moment, Xia Changming didn't know whether to praise the barbarians or call them foolish. If they kept charging like this, they would all be dead in a few rounds. Even if they were fearless, they should look at the situation. "General Man, have your men retreat? There's no need for them to continue to throw away their lives." Xia Changming slowly floated down next to Minnie and said. Minnie's face was flushed with anger. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his arm and stopped the barbarian army from continuing their charge. All troops retreat. He knew that they could not possibly defeat the ancient giant. It would be better for them to retreat, so that the divine emperor of the Northernly could attack without any worries. After the barbarian army had completely retreated, Xia Changming and Su Yueli raised their heads to look at this colossal figure. "My dear, which one do you choose?" Xia Changming smiled as he asked Su Yueli beside him. Su Yueli thought carefully for a moment and pointed at the ancient giant, saying with a smile, "This empress will choose him." She knew that the Soul Eater's abilities were more of a counter to her, so she chose the ancient giant as her opponent. She also wanted to see how powerful the legendary ancient giant, who could reverse the sun and moon, really was. "Then be careful, my dear." Xia Changming chuckled and slowly floated upwards. "I told you not to underestimate this empress." Su Yueli protested with a pout. She leaped high into the sky, transforming her body into a 100-meter-tall celestial fox wearing immortal armor. However, this 100-meter-tall celestial fox still looked small compared to the ancient giant. Su Yueli pounced on the ancient giant, spitting out bewitching foxfire. The scorching foxfire almost melted the void of space, but it could only leave faint burn scars on the ancient giant's body. Seeing that Su Yueli had already begun, Xia Changming also turned his gaze to the Soul Eater in front of him. Then let's begin as well. Chapter 348. I'll eat you another day. Don't be so smug. The Soul Eater's eyes were filled with malice as he charged towards Xia Changming with his demonic blade. If he had endless immortal techniques, then he would just stop him from using them. Xia Changming's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Naive. Now, his will could control anything. So what if it was close-range combat? Besides, he wasn't sure if he could even get close to him. When he was a few feet away from Xia Changming, a fierce wind suddenly swept towards the Soul Eater. Sharp wind blades tore through the air. The Soul Eater's arm flowed with dark, spiritual energy, which condensed into a shield in front of him. The wind swept over the shield and was completely absorbed. Xia Changming lightly waved his finger again, and a massive rock formation instantly rose from the earth under their feet. The rock mercilessly slammed onto the Soul Eater's shield, sending him flying several miles away. After stabilizing his body, the Soul Eater looked at Xia Changming with venomous eyes. As long as he could get close to him, victory would be his. The Soul Eater burst out again, transforming his body into a black divine rainbow. Xia Changming waved his hand dismissively. A sharp wind blew towards the Soul Eater again. This time, the Soul Eater did not raise his shield to absorb it. Instead, he directly slashed through the wind with his demonic blade. He had become a little smarter. Xia Changming was slightly surprised to see that the Soul Eater had chosen not to absorb his spiritual power, but he was still calm and stood in place. Just as the Soul Eater was about to approach, a celestial thunderbolt fell without warning. Boom boom. The powerful celestial might directly tore through the heavens and earth, smashing the Soul Eater into a deep pit in the ground. He was smarter, but not smart enough. If he used his dark spiritual power to block and absorb spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to get close to him. If he didn't block it, he still wouldn't be able to get close to him. The Soul Eater struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He was one of the 7 demon gods, yet he couldn't even kill a human kid. Could what the demon gods said be true? That this kid's strength was far above that of the 7 demon gods? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We were all born from the body of the supreme demon god, possessing the noble demon bloodline of the supreme demon god. How could he lose to a human kid? The demonic energy on the Soul Eater became even more intense. The dark, turbid, devouring spiritual energy gradually spread, enveloping his entire body. His entire body seemed to be covered in a liquid, flowing demonic armor. Kid, I'm going to kill you. I'll absorb every single drop of spiritual energy in your body. The Soul Eater stomped on the ground, and the earth below his feet instantly shattered. He transformed into a black divine rainbow again and rushed towards Xia Changming. This time, his speed was many times faster. Xia Changming waved countless celestial lightning bolts at him, but this time, the Soul Eater chose to avoid the lightning bolts and came directly in front of him. He swung his demonic blade, clashing with the Imperial Immortal Sword. The dark and turbid spiritual energy instantly spread onto the Imperial Immortal Sword like a living creature and began to devour the spiritual power on the Imperial Immortal Sword. And the sharp sword chi on the Imperial Immortal Sword also kept cutting through the dark spiritual energy. The two entered a give-and-take stage. Do you need my help? The faceless Immortal Venerable, who was in the spirit ring, asked Xia Changming through telepathy. Xia Changming chuckled and replied, "There's no need to trouble you for such a small matter, Immortal Venerable." The faceless Immortal Venerable could only fight up close, and he also possessed a large amount of spiritual energy within his body, making him difficult for dealing with the Soul Eater. So, to defeat the Soul Eater, he still had to rely on himself. Hee. I'll take your spiritual power. When the spiritual energy of this world is all absorbed by you, I'll absorb the spiritual energy in your body, and that will be the end of you. The Soul Eater laughed triumphantly and viciously while continuously devouring the spiritual power from Xia Changming's Imperial Immortal Sword. Then you probably won't have the chance. Xia Changming's cold eyes narrowed. The Imperial Immortal Sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with a massive, chilling sword light. The terrifying sword light shot straight into the sky. He had said that he had countless ways to kill the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater looked up at the towering, dozens of meter tall, chilling immortal sword in disbelief. Even with his dark spiritual energy devouring it, he was still able to condense such a massive sword might. Unrivaled sword technique, Skyfall. The dozens of meter-tall, immortal sword fell, and the Soul Eater's demonic blade was instantly cut in half. The sword light pierced into the Soul Eater's demonic armor. Although the dark spiritual armor on the outside was trying its best to devour the sharp sword light, it was ultimately unable to resist it. The sword light pierced straight through the Soul Eater's body. This is impossible. We demons will definitely devour the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The Soul Eater roared in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had been killed with a single sword strike. His dark spiritual energy that could devour all spiritual power had actually been cut open. Go back to your demonic race. No matter how many times your demonic race comes, the result will be the same. We will kill you all. After the Soul Eater completely disappeared into the sky, Xia Changming still had a disdainful look in his eyes. Even until his death, his mouth was still the toughest. Xia Changming turned his gaze to the other battlefield. At this moment, Su Yueli was still fighting against the colossal ancient giant. The celestial fox body was wrapped around the ancient giant's sturdy body, its fox tails tightly locking his feet. Her upper body had climbed onto the top of the ancient giant's head. Her sharp fangs bit into the ancient giant's head with all their might, making a crack sound. She had actually managed to break his skull. Her fox tails also kept tightening, gradually breaking the ancient giant's body. The ancient giant's indestructible body was starting to crack little by little. The ancient giant, relying on the combat instincts from when it was alive, frantically grabbed onto the foxtails that were wrapped around him. His hand was tightly gripping the immortal armor on the foxtail, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to completely crush the immortal armor covering the celestial fox. His body had started to crack even more, and he was kneeling on the ground, unable to stand steady. At this rate, as long as a little more time passed, his wife would be able to completely crush the ancient giant. But Xia Changming didn't want to spend too much time, in case the ancient giant hurt Su Yueli. So, he said softly, "Faceless Immortal Venerable." The Faceless Immortal Venerable instantly flew out of the spirit ring. Without Xia Changming's instructions, he transformed into a divine rainbow and drilled directly into the ancient giant's mouth. In a moment, a huge rumbling sound came from within the ancient giant's body. One after another, celestial thunderbolts pierced out of his body. Combined with Su Yueli's attacks from the outside, the ancient giant was shattered into pieces under everyone's gazes. The huge body fragments that fell down caused the earth to tremble. The faceless puppet's figure stood on top of the ancient giant's corpse, lowering its head and constantly examining it. Su Yueli transformed from her 100-meter-tall celestial fox form back to her human form. She pouted unhappily at Xia Changming in protest. "I said that was this Empress's prey." Isn't your husband your prey, my dear?" Xia Changming said, pointing at himself with a smile. Su Yueli's face flushed red. She snorted and crossed her arms and turned her body around, whispering softly, "I'll eat you another day." Chapter 349. Ancient Giant God Immortal Embryo. "I will be waiting for you anytime, my dear." Xia Changming smiled gently, wrapped his arm around Su Yueli's small waist, and floated directly onto the ancient giant's celestial remains. The Faceless Immortal Venerable turned its head towards Xia Changming and asked through telepathy, "Can I have this ancient giant's celestial remains?" Xia Changming looked at the ancient giant, which had been shattered into fragments under their feet. Even if they returned it to the barbarians, it would probably be useless. Just then, many in the barbarian army walked over. They stared blankly at the ancestral remains, which were piled up like a mountain, and their hearts were filled with sorrow. The ancient giant was like a symbol of faith for the barbarian race. Now, their last remaining faith was collapsing along with their ancestral remains. Looking at the desolate expressions of the crowd, Xia Changming felt a little embarrassed to speak. Would you be willing to give me these ancient giants' celestial remains? I will trade something of equal value with you. Since the Faceless Immortal Venerable wanted it, it must be useful." Xia Changming still tried asking. Many shook his head and respectfully said, "Divine Emperor, if you need it, just take it. The barbarian race does not require any reward from you. Our ancestor can rest in peace, and the barbarian race is free from the demonic race's trap. We owe all of this to you. I just didn't want the 9 provinces and 10 lands to kill each other. Then I'll accept these ancient giants' remains." Xia Changming nodded to the Faceless Immortal Venerable. The faceless immortal venerable waved its hand and collected the massive, mountain-like ancient giant celestial remains into its body. According to it, it had countless interdimensional spaces within its body that could hold many things. The 1,000-year-old centipede heaven worm in the holy capital had also been collected into its body. At first, Xia Changming thought it would directly absorb them, but now it seemed like that was not its plan. After collecting the ancient giant's celestial remains into its body, only a small, brownish-yellow fluorescent light remained, floating in midair. Within the fluorescent light, one could faintly see the outline of an infant. As everyone knew, living things could not be stored in spatial rings. So this was actually a living ancient giant embryo. Many and the barbarians were stunned as they stared at this ancient giant embryo seed. They didn't know that the ancient giant who had passed away thousands of years ago actually still had an embryo hidden within it. Xia Changming gently waved his hand, and the ancient giant embryo flew into his palm. No wonder this ancient giant's body did not turn to dust, despite passing away thousands of years ago. It turned out that it was to preserve the embryo within its body. It used its own spiritual power to seal this last remaining ancient legacy. However, after thousands of years, the aura of this ancient immortal embryo had become very weak. If even this last remaining ancient immortal embryo were to die, the true bloodline of the ancient giant barbarians would probably be cut off from the world. That would be such a pity. Xia Changming gently blew a mouthful of sparkling, spiritual celestial energy towards the ancient immortal embryo. The celestial energy entered the ancient immortal embryo, and the embryo instantly came alive again. Xia Changming, holding the immortal embryo, landed in front of Minnie and the others and placed it in Minnie's hand. Minnie carefully held the embryo seed in his hands, his eyes filled with joy. He was so happy that he couldn't help but tear up, his eyes welling up with tears. "Thank you, Divine Emperor." Minnie knelt on one knee and bowed his head respectfully to express his gratitude to Xia Changming. The barbarian army behind him also knelt on one knee and bowed their heads in thanks. The only people that the barbarian army would be so respectful and solemn towards were their barbarian kings. Besides that, it was towards those who had done great favors for the barbarians and had earned the recognition of all the barbarians. An ancient giant's celestial remains from thousands of years ago could only provide the barbarian race with their last faith, satisfying a little bit of comfort in their hearts. But this ancient giant embryo had undoubtedly given all the barbarians a brand new hope. In time, when the immortal embryo was born, the ancient giant would reappear in the world. The bloodline of the ancient giant would be continued again. The favor that Xia Changming had done for the barbarians was a favor they would never forget. From this moment on, the Savage Lands will assist the Divine Emperor in resisting the demonic race. Please don't hesitate to command us if there is anything we can help with. Minnie placed a hand over his chest and promised solemnly. The barbarian warriors behind him also shouted loudly, "You are our barbarian race's savior. Whoever you tell us to fight, we will fight. We barbarians don't have any other skills, but we have never been afraid of fighting. Then we will rely on all of you barbarian warriors. The demons around the Savage Lands will be left to all of you." Xia Changming seemed to have sensed the wild and unrestrained atmosphere of the barbarians and requested loudly, "Hoo hoo hoo." The barbarians raised their weapons and shouted in unison. The atmosphere was exceptionally enthusiastic. Xia Changming did not stay any longer. He took Su Yueli's hand and transformed into a divine rainbow, flying to the Crimson Forest Marsh. The faceless immortal venerable followed closely behind Xia Changming. Xia Changming then made time to ask the faceless immortal venerable, "Faceless immortal venerable, aren't you going to absorb that centipede heaven worm and the ancient giant's celestial remains?" "I will absorb them. But before that, I need to refine some of them into puppets," the faceless immortal venerable said through telepathy. "I heard that there is also a 1,000-year-old magma beast in the molten lave caves. If I collect all three, I can refine them into puppets." Xia Changming did not expect that the faceless immortal venerable had already planned everything out. Then it seemed that it had also known long ago that there was an ancient giant's remains in the Savage Lands. It had come here to dig up someone's grave from the very beginning. Deep within the Chaos Demon realm, the Demon Palace was completely in ruins. There were broken pieces everywhere. The scene between heaven and earth was desolate and unbearable. The chilling sword aura still lingered on every crack. But in such a tragic scene, there was a man and a woman sitting cross-legged on a broken rock. The man was handsome and refined, showing gentle and cultured demeanor. The woman was cold and beautiful, her face calm and still as water. Between the two of them was a chessboard. Each held a piece and took turns moving. "So you're finally able to stop and play a game of chess with me?" The supreme demon god asked with a smile to Wumingzi. Wumingzi's cold face showed no emotion. She did not intend to respond to him at all. Instead, she picked up a white piece and moved it on the board. Over the 1,000 years, she had become much stronger, and the supreme demon god had also become much stronger. She was no longer able to do anything to him. It had become impossible for her to kill his main body on her own, like she did 1,000 years ago. So she might as well play chess with him and stall for time. The supreme demon god was used to Wumingzi not responding to him, so he did not mind. Just then, a demon general appeared beside the supreme demon god and respectfully reported, "Supreme demon god, the Soul Eater has been killed in battle." "I know. You may leave," the supreme demon god said nonchalantly. However, a shallow and charming smile appeared on Wumingzi's face. She reached out and took a black piece from the chessboard. "It seems your chess pieces aren't as useful as you thought." The supreme demon god smiled faintly and took out another black piece, placing it on the chessboard. "There's no rush. The game has only just begun, hasn't it?" Chapter 350, Battle of Yuzhou. Yuzhou, a treacherous land surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides. High walls had been built on the mountain peaks surrounding the perimeter. The walls stretched across the mountains, surrounding the entire Yuzhou and forming an impregnable barrier. To enter Yuzhou, one had to either climb over the steep, treacherous cliffs and cross the high walls, or they could enter through a huge passageway between the mountains. This passageway was also the passage through which Yuzhou and the various regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands communicated. But at this moment, the passage had been completely blocked by boulders. Countless soldiers of Yuzhou stood on the city walls with their weapons, their eyes filled with killing intent as they looked at what was in front of them. However, they couldn't help but sweat as well, because in front of them was a vast demon army, surging forward like a tidal wave. The demons were all over the mountains and fields, nearly covering all the surrounding peaks. Xiao Ru, the queen of Yuzhou, personally stood on the city walls, leading and commanding the Yuzhou army to resist the demon race. Faming, one of the 7 pillars gods of the Northern Li, stood gracefully in the air, but his expression was extremely solemn. The demon army had come earlier than expected, and their numbers were far greater than anticipated. Fortunately, he had quelled the demon rebellion within Yuzhou before the demon army arrived. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly easy for the demon army to attack Yuzhou in the chaos. Seeing that the demon army was within firing range, Xiao Ru immediately waved her arm and shouted, "Fire the cannons!" Bang! 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 Hundreds of light beams from celestial energy cannons streaked across the sky, crashing heavily into the sea of demons. In an instant, many demons were obliterated by the massive power of the spirit cannons. What stood on the city walls were actually the dragon head cannons transported from the heavenly treasure pavilion. However, the people operating these dragon head cannons were not high-level cultivators, but ordinary mortals. Fill the spirit stones. Elevation 45 degrees. Fire. Bang. Another round of spirit cannons were fired. The demon army had not even reached the city walls yet, and they had already suffered heavy casualties. The mountains had almost been leveled. Above the sky, hundreds of celestial ships were also showering the demon race below with a barrage of brilliant celestial techniques. At this rate, it shouldn't be too difficult to resist the demon race's attack. Faming watched the battle from above, and his heart was slightly at ease. Xiao Ru's face also revealed a hint of joy. With Faming's help and the celestial weapons from the heavenly treasure pavilion, it wouldn't be difficult to stop the demon army. They could win. But at this moment, a deep rift tore open in the sky again. From the rift, black, ominous spiritual energy poured out. The black spiritual energy tainted the earth and spread towards Yuzhou, engulfing all the fallen demons. Soon after, the fallen demons slowly stood up again from the black spiritual energy. Their eyes were bloodshot, they were filled with bloodlust, and they were wearing ferocious smiles. They roared and continued to rush towards Yuzhou. Xiao Ru and the other generals of Yuzhou had never seen such a scene before, and their expressions were stunned. Were these demons truly immortal? If so, how could they possibly win? Don't be stunned. Don't give the demonic race time to breathe. Faming shouted at the people standing on the city walls below. Xiao Ru woke up as if from a dream, and quickly ordered the generals to continue their attack. But in that short amount of time, Many demons had already scaled the steep cliffs and started to climb onto the city walls. Even though there were countless thorns and iron spikes on the cliffs, it could not stop the demon army's climb. Boulders, rolling logs, pour the oil. Xiao Ru quickly waved her arm to direct the troops. The soldiers quickly poured the prepared boulders, logs, and burning oil down from the city walls. Celestial technique, rock thousand blades. Faming also attacked at this time. His eyes transformed into azure and emerald green magic pupils. With a wave of his hand, countless sharp stone blades suddenly burst out from the steep cliffs, piercing and killing the demons attached to the walls. And at this moment, the demon race's flying army had also arrived over Yuzhou from the rift. All kinds of demonized flying beasts swept towards the celestial ship warships floating in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the celestial ships were shot down. They crashed down from the sky, engulfed in flames. Countless cultivators were overwhelmed by the demonized army. Faming had no choice but to fly into the air and resist the demon race from the sky. Celestial technique, sky thunder myriad jolt. The thunder in the sky spread like a dense net towards the demon army. Countless demons were instantly reduced to ashes in the thunder-filled net. Lord Faming is mighty. With Lord Faming here, we won't lose. All soldiers, give it your all. The soldiers of Yuzhou saw the celestial technique that had instantly annihilated tens of thousands of demons. Their morale immediately soared, filled with confidence. But they did not expect that a chaotic demonic sphere with a black body, full of eyes and tentacles, would emerge from the rift. Its strange appearance made everyone shudder. Faming was even more shocked when he saw the chaotic demonic sphere, as if he was facing a great enemy. That dense and terrifying demonic energy. This monster was a demon of immortal venerable level. The chaotic demonic sphere slowly floated above the city walls, and countless eyes scanned the crowd. The next second, black tentacles swept across the crowd like sharp blades. The people who were standing blankly in place had not even had time to react before they were cut in half. Even the city walls that had been fortified with barriers and countless tough materials were cut into several sections. Quick! Run! The soldiers were so scared that they scattered and ran. But they were still massacred terribly. Celestial technique, rock fortress burial. Faming placed his hands together. A thick rock barrier instantly rose up and buried the chaotic demonic sphere within it. You all concentrate on fighting the demon army. I'll take care of this monster. Faming shouted to Xiao Ru. At this moment, he no longer cared about elegance. He used all the techniques he had at his disposal. The gap between immortal venerable and celestial passing stage was an insurmountable chasm. Even though this chaotic demonic sphere's attacks were very simple, and it didn't seem very intelligent, it easily cut through his rock barrier with its overwhelming power. The black, blade-like tentacles swept past his cheek, leaving a bloody scar. If he had not dodged in time, that one attack would have been enough to cut off his head. Faming's expression was grim. Yuzhou was a natural fortress, so he was the only one who had come to assist Yuzhou. Su Yueli's various spiritual incarnations had gone to other places. Could he really defend Yuzhou on his own? No matter what, even if he were to die, he would fight with all his might. Only then would he not be ashamed of the title of Northernly Seven Pillars God. Be honored to receive my most elegant strike, monster. Celestial technique, myriad thunder aurora. Faming's body burst into flames of spiritual energy, and he condensed 10,000 celestial lightning bolts in his hands. Tens of thousands of celestial lightning bolts condensed and compressed, and finally, like a thin beam of light, it shot across the sky and pierced through the body of the chaotic demonic sphere. This celestial technique was something he had learned from his fight with Xia Changming, from his ability to compress celestial lightning at his fingertips. Although he could not control celestial lightning, he could compress and condense 10,000 celestial lightning bolts. Chapter 351. Despair, the true strength of the demon race. The chaotic demonic orb was pierced and sent crashing to the ground, pulverizing countless demon soldiers into dust. The soldiers of Yuzhou erupted in earth-shattering cheers at the sight. Their confidence surged once more. Faming, panting slightly, was filled with renewed hope as well. If he could unleash the myriad thunder aurora a few more times, perhaps he could actually slay this immortal venerable level chaotic orb. But all that confidence shattered the very next moment. Several more demonic realm rifts tore open in the sky, and numerous chaotic demonic orbs slowly emerged from the chaotic demonic domain. The little bit of faith that the soldiers of Yuzhou had just regained was instantly crushed. They stared blankly as the chaotic orbs floated towards them, their hearts filled with utter despair. Feiming was also deeply shaken, his heart sinking like a stone. One immortal venerable level chaotic orb had nearly killed him. He wasn't even sure he could slay one even if he risked his life. And now there were several more. So this is the true terror of the demon race. The battle at the god capital was nothing more than a warm-up. It seemed, it's impossible. There's just no way we can win. Feiming almost completely lost his fighting spirit at that moment. And just then, the chaotic demonic orbs landed upon the city walls of Yuzhou. Their tendrils lashed out, cleaving open the sealed passage beneath the mountain. Like a raging tide, countless demon troops poured into the breach. With this opening, the demons no longer needed to scale the perilous mountain cliffs. They could simply cross the city walls and enter Yuzhou. Yuzhou was in grave danger. Where is the army commander? Xiao Ru shouted sharply. Everyone else might lose their will to fight, but she could not. She was the ruler of Yuzhou. The lives of millions of Yuzhou citizens were in her hands. If this line of defense fell, it meant that millions of innocent people behind them would be slaughtered by the demons. She would never forget the horrific scene from the Saint Capital, so she would not let such a scene repeat itself in Yuzhou. Your subordinate is here. A middle-aged man clad in heavy armor stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Xiao Ru immediately issued a stern order. Command the 4 armies of Yuzhou to proceed to the breach at once. You must block the demon army before they enter Yuzhou territory, even if it means death. You shall not retreat a single step. Yes, your majesty. The middle-aged man quickly accepted his orders and flew away on his blue eagle beast. God of Law, Feiming. Yuzhou still needs your help. Please. Xiao Ru looked up at Feiming, who was still floating in the sky, a blank expression on his face. Feiming snapped out of it. His expression sharpened again. All the soldiers of Yuzhou were still fighting. How could he allow himself to be discouraged? How inelegant. It would disgrace the 7 pillar gods. Queen Xiao, rest assured, he said. Since I have been ordered by the God Emperor to assist Yuzhou, I shall fulfill my mission, even if it costs my life. With that, Feiming's hands once again crackled with the surging power of the myriad heavenly thunder. At the breach, tens of thousands of elite soldiers of Yuzhou had gathered, ready for battle. The soldiers were clad in heavy armor, with heavy shields in one hand and long blades in the other. They stood shoulder to shoulder, exuding a palpable killing intent. The passage was only 100 meters wide. Even though the demon army was vast, it would have difficulty leveraging its numerical advantage. Soon, rumbling sounds began to emanate from the passage. The soldiers could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet, their hearts beating faster with apprehension. In the blink of an eye, the demon army appeared before them, roaring furiously. The middle-aged man, the army commander, immediately shouted in a stern voice, "Listen well. By order of Her Majesty, we shall fight to the death and not retreat. Not a single demon shall pass." Roar. Tens of thousands of soldiers roared in unison, gripping their blades and shields tightly. Soon, the demon army, heedless of death, slammed into the elite Yuzhou army. The 2 armies clashed, their weapons clashing and grinding together. It was as if 2 walls of flesh had been stacked upon one another. The soldiers of Yuzhou used their shields in front, while the ones in the back thrust their long blades through the gaps in the shields to kill the demons. For a brief moment, they managed to hold back the demonic horde. But then, another disaster struck. Another demonic realm rift appeared in the sky above Yuzhou. A massive wave of demons poured out. In an instant, Yuzhou was under siege. The Yuzhou army at the breach was immediately attacked from both sides. Xiao Ru was frantic with worry. But then an even more devastating blow struck. Feiming was struck down by a chaotic demonic orb. Losing an arm, he plummeted from the sky and crashed onto the city walls. With Feiming defeated, Yuzhou was finished. Throughout the 9 provinces and 10 lands, chaotic demonic orbs had appeared everywhere, and the demon army's assault was unstoppable. The appearance of the chaotic demonic orbs completely shifted the tides of battle. A monster with the power of an immortal venerable was simply an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Except for the regions protected by Su Yueli's divine soul, many other places were in dire straits and rapidly falling. The eastern continent was also under heavy attack by demons, but the situation was much better than in Yuzhou. With the sword god Fengyu, head of the 7 pillar gods, Wang Tian, with the bloodline of the dragon tiger, and Song Yinxin, the Phoenix Flame Immortal Venerable who had just recovered her immortal form, overseeing things. The situation in the Eastern Continent was relatively stable. The Eastern Continent was the first to reach a joint agreement with the Northernly Divine Kingdom and to receive assistance from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion, as well as funding from the demon race. Under Xuanhuan's foresight and planning, the Eastern Continent had already achieved unification of its hundreds of states, and defensive fortifications had long been deployed in all areas. Even with the appearance of chaotic demonic orbs, the situation was still under control for the moment. But that was only temporary. With only one Phoenix Flame Immortal Venerable, it was difficult to defend against the numerous chaotic demonic orbs appearing across the Eastern Continent. Outside of Heaven Capital, the battle raged on. Various immortal techniques and spirit cannons rained down from the sky, while arrows and magical attacks flew like a downpour. In the sky above, countless immortal battleships and armies riding demon beasts fought against the demon-corrupted demon beasts and cultivators in the sky. Figures continuously fell from the sky. Song Yinxin personally led the Eastern Continent allied forces, desperately defending against the demon army's relentless attacks on the city walls. She knew this kind of brutal battle all too well. Just like before, the demons were attacking with terrifying full force. Compared to 1,000 years ago, this time, the demon army had many more chaotic demonic orbs, making them even more powerful than before. And in contrast, the human race, which had once had several immortal venerables working together to fend off the demons, was now relying solely on her. The difficulty was unimaginable, but even so, she would do her best to wipe out these demons, even if it meant dying again. Divine Technique, 100 Fire Rhapsody. Song Yinxin leaped out, transforming into a streak of brilliant fire as she crashed into the demon army below the city walls. Instantly, pillars of fire dozens of meters high surged up within the demonic ranks, burning entire sections of the demon army to ashes. I'm sending all of you damned beasts back to where you came from. Song Yinxin's face was like ice, exuding killing intent. She turned from the ground into a fiery arrow, soaring directly towards a chaotic demonic orb in the sky. Flames swirled around her, forming a drill-like vortex that pierced through the chaotic demonic orb, destroying it. But soon, new demonic realm rifts appeared, and more chaotic demonic orbs emerged from them. Chapter 352. Xuanhuan's Courage and Selfishness. Inside the Heaven Capital's conference hall, Xuanhuan and the representatives from the hundreds of states of the Eastern Continent were gathered to discuss their next course of action. Outside the hall, however, the roar of cannons and the din of battle filled the air. We've lost contact with you, Zhou. Urgent requests for aid have come from other places as well. We can't even worry about them. The Eastern Continent is in danger. What about Northernly? What's the situation there? Yes, there's still the powerful Northernly Divine Kingdom. Let's ask them for help. The rulers of the Eastern Continent states were all showing signs of panic and terror. The demon invasion had clearly scared them. Xuanhuan sat at the head of the conference table, her brow furrowed, her gaze filled with disappointment as she looked at the 100 or so rulers. The immortal demon war had just begun, and these people were already terrified. It was fortunate that she had unified the Eastern Continent before the demons arrived, making her the ruler of the continent's hundreds of states. Otherwise, with such weak-willed leaders, the Eastern Continent would have collapsed from within as soon as the war started. Everyone, she began, her voice grave, the immortal demon war has already begun. The 9 provinces and 10 lands are now engulfed in chaos and struggling to cope. Northernly is the central coordination point for the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Right now, they are likely the busiest and most crucial, perhaps even facing a massive demon attack. Our situation in the Eastern Continent is still relatively stable. How can we ask for assistance from Northernly? The other regions are the ones who truly need help right now. At Xuanhuan's stern words, everyone fell silent, but their faces still betrayed their anxiety. In her heart, Xuanhuan was also a little panicked. But as the ruler of the Eastern Continent, she could not show any sign of weakness. Report. Dongping State has fallen. A cultivator, who was using a 2-realm mirror to communicate with other regions, reported anxiously. The somber news shattered the silence in the hall. The atmosphere, which had finally been brought under control, became tense and panicked once again. We're doomed. Dongping State is gone. Soon it will be our turn. Even the Heaven Capital might not be safe. Maybe we should try to negotiate peace with the demons? Some were already so afraid that they were considering surrender. Xuanhuan's eyes grew cold, her eyebrows knitted tightly. She snapped, "Silence! The demons intend to seize the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands and slaughter our people. They wish to turn the world into a living hell. Do you really think surrendering will save you? Your soldiers are out there, risking their lives to fight. And you here are discussing capitulation. How can you face the soldiers who are dying to defend their homes?" Though she was a woman, her voice was passionate and resounding, piercing through the entire hall, shaking everyone's hearts. A majestic aura of a monarch, far surpassing that of the others in the hall, had begun to exude from her. The rulers, rebuked into silence, dared not answer back and meekly bowed their heads. Chu Haofeng stood beside Xuanhuan, his aged eyes filled with admiration. He had not misjudged her. The decision to choose Xuanhuan to lead the eastern continent's hundreds of states was the right one. Xuanhuan certainly possessed the presence of a true ruler, and she was deeply concerned about the safety of the eastern continent, including the lives of her soldiers and citizens. It was her planning that had helped to ensure the eastern continent's stable situation. After regaining control of the situation, Xuanhuan immediately ordered a guard. Notify the sword god to abandon the outer edges of the eastern continent and order everyone to pull back to the core for defense. Yes, your majesty. The guard immediately left to carry out the order. Abandoning the outer areas of the eastern continent basically meant abandoning dozens of small, outer states. However, most of the citizens in those states had already been moved to the interior and spread out amongst other, well-defended states. So, abandoning the outer areas would not cause a major loss of life. They would simply be abandoning towns and homes. Towns and homes could always be rebuilt. The priority was to buy more time to resist the demon army. Notify the Dragon Tiger General from Northernly to assist the sword god. Xuanhuan looked at the eastern continent's war map in the center of the hall. She noticed that the attack on Heaven Capital had seemed to have slowed down. On the other hand, the attacks on the outer areas of the eastern continent had become much more intense, with the appearance of several chaotic demonic orbs. It appeared the demons had realized that Heaven Capital would be difficult to conquer, so they had changed their strategy to start by swallowing the surrounding territories. The Dragon Tiger General she referred to was the son of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of the Heaven Capital, Wang Tian. She was surprised that after all this time, when she saw him again, he would have become a Dragon Tiger General of Northernly, and his cultivation had surpassed hers. He was now close to the transcendent immortal realm. When she saw Wang Tian and Sword God Feng, you come to help her unite the eastern continent's 100 states. Xuanhuan had been astonished. She never expected that the acquaintance her Uncle Xia had called would be him, and Wang Tian seemed to have completely moved on from the past, helping her with all his might to complete the unification of the eastern continent, and was now still battling against the demons at the front lines. Without the support of Feng Yu and Wang Tian, the eastern continent would not have been in as stable of a state as it was now. Queen Zhou, allow the Xia family to join the battle as well. Xia Changming, who had been sitting quietly on the side of the hall, suddenly stood up with a smile and requested. He would normally address her as Anning directly, but in a formal setting, he couldn't be too casual. Hearing this, Xuanhuan refused his request. Uncle Xia, you cannot. Xuanhuan had practically used up every single available force and power at her disposal, but she had not deployed a single member of the Xia family. There was only one reason, her own selfishness. The Xia family had shown her great kindness, and she was deeply indebted to them. Furthermore, the Xia family held an extraordinary place in her heart. She simply did not want to let any member of the Xia family onto the battlefield. If anything happened to any of them, she wouldn't be able to face her Uncle Xia. But Xia Changming insisted. The Xia family is a national family of Tianzhou. In this moment of crisis, how can we stand by and watch? Xia Ruobing, Xia Ming, and the other members of the Xia family also stood up and requested, Queen Zhou, let the Xia family fight against the demons. We in the Xia family are not afraid to die. That's right. In terms of cultivation, few in the entire eastern continent can match the Xia family. Seeing the members of the Xia family stepping forward to volunteer, Xuanhuan was torn. Her selfishness made her want to refuse. But as the queen of Tianzhou and the ruler of the entire eastern continent, it was her duty to use all the available forces to resist the demon army. After a moment of hesitation, Xuanhuan slowly stood up and addressed Xia Changming and the other members of the Xia family respectfully, bowing to them slightly. Anning understands. I entrust you all with this task. It was the first time the others had seen the forceful queen of Tianzhou be so polite to anyone, They were all taken by surprise. Xia Changming smiled, immediately turned around to leave the hall, striding out. The Xia family members followed close behind. Just then, the cultivator in charge of the two-realm mirror connection shouted urgently, "The Northernly Divine Kingdom is contacting us." Chapter 353. I'm in charge here. Inside the Divine Palace of the Northernly Divine Kingdom, a flurry of activity filled the main hall. People rushed back and forth. The two-realm mirrors were constantly ringing with new connections, and the entire hall was a cacophony of voices. Guyu stood before a holographic map of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, her gaze fixed on the current state of the immortal demon war. The cultivators in charge of communications continually updated her with the latest battle reports and requests for assistance from various parts of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Immortal Venerable. Yozhou's border defenses have fallen. Hua Province is requesting more artillery and reinforcements. A demon god has been sighted above Penglai Immortal Island. Lan Province is under heavy assault by demons. They're about to fall. Guyu's expression did not waver despite the constant stream of dire news. She simply furrowed her brow slightly and pouted as she muttered, "Nothing but bad news? We have a report from the Desolate Lands. The Divine Emperor has slain a demon god. The Desolate Lands have surrendered and have pledged to join the fight against the demons." A cultivator reported loudly with joy in his voice. It had been nothing but bad news for what felt like an eternity, and the people's hearts had long been filled with worry. This was finally the first piece of good news. Another demon god had fallen. The news was undoubtedly inspiring. Cheers erupted in the Divine Palace Hall. Guyu, on the other hand, showed no sign of surprise. After all, that kid was the disciple that Wamingzi had taken an interest in. Send news of the demon god's demise and the Desolate Lands surrender to all regions. Yes. The cultivator bowed and quickly disseminated the news throughout the 9 provinces and 10 lands. It's about time I start as well. Guyu glanced at the map of the 9 provinces and 10 lands before sitting down cross-legged. The ancient god eye on her forehead slowly opened, and the aura of divine power and law once again emanated from her body. The others in the hall could tell that she was using some kind of divine power, but they couldn't see what exactly it was. More urgent reports came from the various regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, but seeing Guyu's eyes tightly shut, they dared not disturb her. Just as everyone was wondering what to do, Guyu suddenly spoke. There is no need to worry about Lan Province. But... The cultivator in charge of communicating with Lan Province was confused. On one hand, he was surprised that Guyu seemed to know what he was about to report without him saying a word. On the other hand, he was very confused about the orders that Guyu had just given. Lan Province and the Northernly Divine Kingdom shared a border. If Lan Province fell, the demons could directly invade the heart of the Northernly Divine Kingdom. At that point, the other cities in the Northernly Divine Kingdom would be in grave danger, and even if the other areas wanted to send reinforcements, they would be intercepted by the demons. However, Guyu still stubbornly declared, "I said, there is no need to worry about it. Order the little demon girl guarding Tian Province to assist Yuzhou at once." But Tian Province has also reported an invasion of the demon army. The cultivator in charge of communicating with Tian Province said with concern. Guyu opened her eyes in annoyance and glared at the crowd. Both Northernly Divine Emperors before my time said that I was to guard Northernly. All commands for Northernly, and even for the rest of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, are mine to give. Just follow my instructions. Those who disobey or question will be executed. Why yes. The people were terrified by the immortal venerable's aura that was emanating from Guyu. They dared not say another word and immediately followed her instructions. Not long after, news came from Lan Province that the army of the Desolate Land had come to their aid, breaking through the demon rear lines. The situation in Lan Province was gradually stabilizing, and they were slowly pushing the front lines back. News also came from Tian Province that a demon army had appeared, but there were no chaotic demonic orbs present, and the demon army's attacks were weak as if it were just a feint. The crowd was stunned by the news. They looked in disbelief at Guyu, who was sitting still with her eyes tightly shut. Did she know all of this would happen beforehand? Order the Sky Curtain army of the Azure Sky Realm to lay an ambush in the cloud layers over the border connecting Qing and Eastern Province. Exterminate any demons that appear. Yes. The people no longer had any doubts and quickly relayed Guyu's every order. Order the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion to prioritize the delivery of immortal weapons and supplies to Ping Province. Yes. Order Hua Province to shift its military strength and artillery focus to the northeast. The demon army will arrive there in 3 hours. Yes. We have received a request for aid from the southern continent. The Crimson Marsh and the demons are attacking the border defenses together. The defenses have been breached. Have them retreat to the rear and hold on for just a little longer. The strongest reinforcements are already on their way. Yes. Guyu rapidly issued one order after another. Each order seemed to have already pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, and everything happened just as she predicted. A demonic realm rift suddenly appeared on the border between Qing and Eastern Province. The demons had barely begun to pour out of the rift when the Sky Curtain army of the Azure Sky realm descended and intercepted them. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion changed their shipping routes, successfully avoiding the demon army and delivering all the artillery and weapons to Ping Province. After Ping Province deployed their artillery defenses, the demon army appeared exactly as expected, allowing them to successfully repel the attack. With just a few orders, the chaotic and precarious situation had instantly stabilized. The people in the hall were filled with awe and respect for this young, bewitchingly beautiful immortal venerable in her strange attire. They had no more doubts about her. This was also why Xia Changming and Wu Mingzi had insisted on Guyu's help. They weren't just interested in her fighting power, which was no less than Wu Mingzi's, but also in her ability to influence the overall situation and perceive the past and future. The future she saw with her ancient god eye wasn't the absolute future. It was the most probable of the many possibilities, and she could influence all of those possible futures, redirecting the path of the one she predicted to one she desired to see. The reason she chose to help Xia Changming and Wu Mingzi was because she wanted to see their future, the path of the future that she wished to see. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sitting there directing the war across the 9 provinces and 10 lands. After the situation in the 9 provinces and 10 lands stabilized, Guyu slowly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion on her face. She had a feeling that the heavenly Tao should be coming to destroy her by now. Whenever she had peeked into the future, she had always suffered the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Last time, when she foresaw the demon invasion of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, the heavenly Tao almost completely destroyed her ancient god eye. This time, however, there was no reaction. It was as if the heavenly Tao was purposely allowing her to assist the 9 provinces and 10 lands in resisting the demons. But why hadn't it allowed her to foresee the further future of the 9 provinces and 10 lands last time? Guyu was still pondering this when a guard rushed into the hall, looking panicked. "I am mortal venerable. Something terrible has happened. A demon army has reappeared. Outside the god capital." Chapter 354. Come at me with something stronger. So they're finally here. Guyu's face hardened, and she slowly rose and walked out of the Divine Palace Hall. Standing at the Divine Palace, she could see that another massive demon army was charging toward the god capital like a dark cloud. This wave of demons was much more violent than the previous 2. They must think that now that Wu Mingzi is gone, they can take the opportunity to destroy Northernly first. They really underestimate me. I'm in a bad mood after being forced to do all of this. Guyu's beautiful face grew cold. She took a light step and transformed into a streak of dark divine light, descending directly to the 100-foot walls of God Capital. The city walls were now lined with heavily armored soldiers. Rows of enormous dragon-headed cannons were ready to fire, and the golden bowstrings were drawn tight. Immortal Venerable. The Gold Armored Guard is assembled and awaiting your instructions. The commander of the Gold Armored Guard, who was responsible for guarding the God Capital, addressed Guyu respectfully. Guyu glanced at the sternly standing gold-armored guard and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. You may all stand down." "Yes. Wait?" The commander was just about to accept the order when he realized something was wrong. Guyu was ordering all of the gold-armored guard to stand down? "You all need only protect the interior of the god capital. Remain on the city walls. Leave the rest to me." With that, Guyu soared into the sky, hovering over the charging demon army. Divine technique, ancient god Ghana. A powerful aura of divine law erupted, and her body changed into an elegant, extravagant, high-class witch black robe. She held a witch's scepter in her hand. Her beautiful face was cold and arrogant. Her aura was completely different. Her bewitching eyes looked down upon the demon army, as she had transformed into a proud, ancient celestial god. Guyu raised her scepter and cried out in a cold, clear voice, "Arise, warriors of the witch clan. Fight for me." With her command, the scepter released dense black mist, and countless fallen witch warriors emerged from the darkness. They too fearlessly charged towards the demon army, weapons flashing. The two armies immediately clashed. Both were equally fearless and brutally slaughtered each other, their roars filling the air. The demon army continued to resurrect their fallen soldiers using the black sludge that was spreading on the ground. Guyu, on the other hand, looked down upon her fallen warriors like a cold, aloof queen and ordered, "Rise up." As long as she issued the command, the torn witch warriors would be enveloped in a dark mist and rise to their feet once more. She alone embodied the entire witch clan, which included over 10,000 years of their civilization. Stars fall. Guyu stretched out her slender, flawless jade arm, which was speckled with starlight as if containing the entire power of the cosmos. A dazzling meteor shower descended rapidly from the heavens. Countless demons were instantly reduced to ash by the falling stars, leaving behind only deep meteor craters on the ground. Sun, moon, stars, and galaxies manifest heaven's pull. A Milky Way of stars spread out from beneath Guyu's feet. In the blink of an eye, the entire area surrounding the god capital was enveloped in a dazzling starlit night sky. The starlight was bright and colorful, like a night sky transformed into a river. Everyone in the god capital was captivated by this celestial scene, gazing upward in awe. It was too beautiful. Black void, annihilation. Guyu formed a hand seal, aiming the empty space between her hands at the demonic realm rifts that were tearing through the sky. A dark, deep void, seemingly bottomless, suddenly appeared beside the rifts. The demons pouring out of the rifts were immediately sucked into the black hole. Even the demons who could be resurrected through the black sludge would never return after falling into the void. They had been banished to another dimension. Many of the demons on the ground were also sucked into the void along with the black sludge. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demon soldiers had been swallowed up and disappeared. The people on the city walls stared in shock. Tens of thousands of demons had been wiped out so easily. This power was simply terrifying. What was that bottomless void that had just appeared? It was like it was about to suck in the entire world. Guyu stood in the air, her gaze fixed on the void she had just created. At that moment, several more demonic realm rifts opened in the sky. Each one released a chaotic demonic orb. The chaotic demonic orbs quickly swung their tendrils toward Guyu. In an instant, hundreds of dark tendrils came hurtling towards her. Guyu's brow furrowed slightly. She did not move, but simply raised her scepter and tapped it down. Manifest heaven's pull. Hundreds of tendrils were deflected just as they were about to reach Guyu. Guyu waved her scepter, and the chaotic demonic orbs were pushed together by powerful gravitational force. She stretched out her hand, and a dazzling light burst from her palm. Comet, light obliteration. A beam of comet light stretched across the sky, piercing through the chaotic demonic orbs that were clustered together. As Guyu slowly lowered her arm, the beam of light sliced through the chaotic demonic orbs from top to bottom like a blade. The sky above was also slashed in two, leaving behind one half of shattered space and one half of the starlit night sky. The demons seemed unwilling to accept defeat, and once again tore open rifts in the sky, sending out several more chaotic demonic orbs. Guyu's brow furrowed, and she lightly chanted, "Divine technique, Gala ancient god." Her flowing robes instantly transformed into light, close-fitting, luxurious armor. Her bare feet were adorned with gold bangles on her ankles and wrists, and her cold aura transformed into an arrogant, disdainful, pseudo-masculine one. The corners of her mouth curled up in a smirk. She stepped through the air with her bare feet, transforming into a streak of light as she charged toward the chaotic demonic orbs. The chaotic demonic orbs lashed out with their countless tendrils, but Guyu's incredibly swift and agile body weaved through them with ease. Grabbing one of the tendrils behind her, she pulled the entire chaotic demonic orb toward her. Her slender, white jade leg carved through the air, and she kicked the entire massive chaotic demonic orb into pieces. Black ichor splattered everywhere. Guyu laughed and charged at the other chaotic demonic orbs, kicking one directly into its core, piercing through it from the bottom. She transformed into an arrow of divine light, soaring through the heavens as she punched through one chaotic demonic orb after another. These immortal venerable level chaotic demonic orbs were like toys to her. She shattered them with just one punch or kick. Soon, all the chaotic demonic orbs in the sky had been destroyed by Guyu. The demonic realm rifts closed quickly and stopped producing more chaotic demonic orbs or demon soldiers. The demon army suffered heavy losses, but never even touched the walls of God Capital. Next time you come, try bringing something stronger. Gu Yu's face was splattered with demon blood, and she smiled as she looked up into the sky, speaking in a cold voice. Taking this chance, she vented all of her pent-up frustrations. When Gu Yu returned to the walls of the God Capital after removing her ancient god form, all of the gold-armored guards stared at her in shock as she walked by. Chapter 355. The Three Strongest Reinforcements. Southern Continent, the border region adjoining the Crimson Marsh, Yuan Citadel. Yuan Citadel was not a city but a 100-foot-tall bulwark that stretched along the border between the Southern Continent and the Crimson Marsh. The bulwark was covered with various spikes and mechanisms. The walls were spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of soldiers to fight off the enemy. Inside the bulwark were several passageways that could be used for maneuvering and transporting supplies. The passages were large enough to accommodate dragon-headed cannons, which could be aimed through openings in the bulwark. Yuan Citadel was a fortification that the Southern Continent had been building and perfecting for hundreds of years to defend against attacks from the Crimson Marsh. Now, it was proving its worth, not only defending against the Crimson Marsh but also intercepting part of the demon army outside of the Southern Continent. However, facing both the demon army and the Crimson Marsh forces, Yuan Citadel was gradually reaching its limits. Fierce battles were being fought along the entire border of Yuan Citadel. The artillery fire had not stopped for even a moment. Massive spirit cannon fire and a storm of arrows rained down. The thick, sturdy walls of the citadel were battered and riddled with holes. Fighting had entered close quarters. The battle was particularly brutal and mostly a one-sided slaughter. If they had only been fighting the demon army, Yuan Citadel, having successfully repelled the demon attacks several times, would have had a remarkable record. However, the situation changed after the Crimson Marsh joined the battle. The cultivators of the Crimson Marsh specialized in poison bugs and snakes. They could easily use their poison bugs and snakes to enter through various cracks in the ground, silently attacking from within. The forces outside were also preoccupied with the demon army. By the time everyone realized what was happening, many soldiers had already been poisoned. Some areas had even been completely wiped out without anyone noticing, allowing the Crimson Marsh and demon armies to break through. Once a breach had been created, any chance of stabilizing the situation became a pipe dream. The general in charge of defending Yuan Citadel was a robust, middle-aged man with a stubbled face, Hu Fei. He was at the Divine Power Realm, the Southern Continent's strongest strategic commander. It was he who had proposed building Yuan Citadel. However, in the face of the current situation, even he, with his countless campaigns under his belt, was beginning to feel deeply fatigued. Dealing with both the Demon and Crimson Marsh forces simultaneously, while also having to constantly watch out for the Crimson Marsh's poison bugs and snakes at night, was simply too much. Report. The northern section of Yuan Citadel has been breached by the Demon Army. A soldier rushed inside the bulwark to report to Hu Fei, who was observing the situation outside through an opening. Hu Fei frowned deeply and angrily slammed his fist on the bulwark. Where are the reinforcements from the other regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands? We were promised joint defense, but other than weapons and food, there isn't a single person in sight. The Northernly Divine Kingdom said that the strongest reinforcements are on their way. The soldier replied cautiously. Hu Fei scoffed in annoyance. If the reinforcements don't arrive soon, Yuan Citadel will fall, and the Southern Continent will be completely lost. Tell the soldiers to hold on a little longer. Yes. The soldier quickly left to follow his orders. Hu Fei gazed at the dense demon army and the snake and insect-wielding cultivators of the Crimson Marsh outside of the bulwark. His expression grew angrier. Damn insects and snakes. They actually joined forces with the demons. And to think you were once human, Tui? Seeing the situation worsen, Hu Fei began to consider the possibility of retreating. The main forces of the Southern Continent were gathered here. If they were all wiped out, the Southern Continent would never be able to recover. If he pulled back and consolidated the front, they might still have a chance to fight. Just as Hu Fei was contemplating, 3 streaks of divine light flashed across the sky. 3 elegant figures hovered in the air above Yuan Citadel. Those are the strongest reinforcements? Just 3 people? Hu Fei was finding it hard to believe. He felt as if he had been played, having held out for this long for nothing. Seeing the tragic scene of Yuan Citadel, Xia Changming and the other 2 frowned and immediately plunged into the demon army. He swung his Emperor Immortal sword. and the sword light instantly annihilated tens of thousands of demons in front of him. Not to be outdone, Su Yueli's demon blade burned with a ghostly fire. Her blade strikes released a beautiful fire wave that engulfed the demons. Any demons who came into contact with the ghostly foxfire were reduced to ash. The immeasurable immortal venerable was as straightforward as ever. Every punch he threw released violent divine lightning. It was like an immortal lightning cannon. The shockwave of the fist and lightning obliterated every demon soldier in its path. A trail of devastation was left on the ground. The whole battle changed course in an instant. In no time at all, the three of them had slaughtered the demon army. Hu Fei woke up from his stupor, his face filled with disbelief. Those are three immortal venerables. The demons seemed unwilling to retreat. Demonic realm rifts opened and three chaotic demonic orbs emerged. One of the orbs had not even fully emerged from the chaotic demon realm when a golden bolt of divine lightning shot out from Xia Changming's fingertips. The divine lightning tore through the sky like a thin golden beam, piercing straight through the chaotic demonic orb's body. The chaotic demonic orb was instantly shattered by the violent divine lightning inside of it. Xia Changming wore a disdainful expression, his face calm and unconcerned. Su Yueli took a step and appeared before another chaotic demonic orb. She slashed out with her demon blade, and the orb was instantly cleaved in half. The demon blade, stained with demon blood, glowed brighter and sharper. The demon blood on its surface was absorbed. The demon blade vibrated slightly, and Su Yueli could feel it trembling as if it were a beating heart. She could sense that the more demons the blade killed, the more excited it became. The last remaining chaotic demonic orb was shattered by a divine thunderous fist from the immeasurable immortal venerable. All three immortal venerable level chaotic demonic orbs had been dealt with the moment they appeared. The demons, sensing that something was wrong, quickly started to merge into the black sludge to try and retreat. There was no way Xia Changming would give them a chance to retreat. With a sharp look, he snapped his fingers. The black sludge burst into flames that warped the air, drying up the sludge. Tens of thousands of demons were reduced to ash in the fire. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of thousands of demons that were attacking so violently had all been killed by Xia Changming and the others. This is the might of the immortal venerables. The soldiers of the southern continent on the city walls stared blankly at the ground, now scarred and scorched. It was as if the massive demon army they had just seen had never existed. There were no traces of the demons left. With the demon army taken care of, all that remained was the Crimson Marsh. Xia Changming turned his cold gaze to the forces of the Crimson Marsh. Because the aura and power displayed by Xia Changming and the others were so terrifying, the people of the Crimson Marsh were stunned, completely forgetting that they were allied with the demons. They all stood there, stunned. When Xia Changming's gaze fell upon them, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 356, Quelling the Crimson Marsh. The Crimson Marsh has joined forces with the demons and is serving them. Is that correct? Xia Changming floated in the air above the Crimson Marsh cultivators, asking in a cold voice. The people of the Crimson Marsh were sweating profusely, and none of them dared to say a word. The young man before them, with his extraordinary aura, was the Divine Emperor of the Northernly Divine Kingdom. The demons had said that the Divine Emperor was busy with the desolate lands. Why was he here so quickly? The people of the Crimson Marsh were greatly displeased with the information that the demons had given them. They had been told that they only needed to help the demons take over the southern continent, but now, they were facing three immortal venerables. Each of them was exceptionally powerful. Any one of them could easily wipe out the entire Crimson Marsh. The demon god who was supposed to assist them had not even appeared. It was then that the people of the Crimson Marsh realized that they had been played by the demons. The demons likely had no intention of granting them immortality. They had only used them to attack the southern continent. A man with insect markings on his face slowly floated up into the air and said, trembling, I am the current ruler of the Crimson Marsh, Xuanhuan. So, it was your decision for the Crimson Marsh to join the demons and attack the southern continent? Xia Changming's eyes narrowed as he looked at Xuanhuan. A chilling, killing intent emanated from him. Xuanhuan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He hurriedly explained, Divine Emperor, you misunderstand. Joining the demons and attacking the southern continent was all the doing of our ancestor, Chongguei. I have already killed Chongguei for betraying the human race and joining the demons in the Saint Capital. Then why did you lead the Crimson Marsh to assist the demons in their attack on the southern continent? Xia Changming's question was the most critical. Well, that's... Xuanhuan stammered and could not explain. His eyes darted back and forth, occasionally glancing at the back of Xia Changming's neck. A tiny, colorful mosquito had silently flown to the back of Xia Changming's neck. This colorful mosquito had fed on the blood of countless poisonous insects and snakes, making it extremely venomous. It was the only one of its kind in the entire Crimson Marsh. He had tested it. Even a transcendent, immortal realm powerhouse would not notice it when they were bitten. Once the poison spread throughout the body, it would corrupt all the internal organs and meridians, turning them into a living toxic corpse that he could control. If he could get the colorful mosquito to bite Xia Changming, he could control him and no longer fear the others. He would also gain a transcendent, immortal realm corpse. Xuanhuan secretly watched the colorful mosquito. Just as the mosquito approached the back of Xia Changming's neck and was about to bite, two ethereal arms suddenly reached out from Xia Changming's back. They clapped their hands together, killing the colorful mosquito like any ordinary fly. Xuanhuan was shocked. His face turned white. What are those two hands behind him? No, how did he find out? Has he seen through my tricks? Xia Changming's gaze was cold and indifferent. He let the ethereal spirit crush the colorful mosquito into dust. Do you think you can kill me with something like this? And no, Divine Emperor. This is not my bug. Xuanhuan was trembling with fear, still trying to deny it. Xia Changming slowly raised his arm toward him. His hand clenched slightly, and Xuanhuan's entire body twisted and contracted, screaming in agony. Ah! Divine Emperor, spare me? I was just temporarily deceived by the demons, believing their lies. The Crimson Marsh is willing to work with the 9 provinces and 10 lands, and assist the Divine Emperor in fighting against the demons. Please, give me another chance. Feeling the almost overwhelming difference in their power, he knew he had no way of resisting and could only beg for mercy. It would be as easy for Xia Changming to kill him as it had been to swat that colorful mosquito. Xia Changming simply looked down coldly and had no intention of letting Xuanhuan off the hook. Too late. When you chose to side with the demons and attack your own people, your fate was already sealed. I don't need you. The Crimson Marsh will still listen to me. Die. With that, Xia Changming clenched his fist, and Xuanhuan was compressed into a puddle of blood, without even uttering a single scream. The people of the Crimson Marsh who were standing below were all stunned. Their leader, Xuanhuan, a powerhouse who had reached the transcendent immortal realm, had been killed by Xia Changming as easily as if he was just swatting a bug. After killing Xuanhuan with a single blow, Xia Changming turned his murderous gaze to the people of the Crimson Marsh. A tremendous power enveloped their bodies, pressing them to the ground. They were unable to breathe. It was as if they would all be crushed to death in the next second. Thinking of the methods Xia Changming had used to kill the tens of thousands of demons earlier, the people of the Crimson Marsh all feared that he would wipe them all out as well. Almost everyone cried out, begging for mercy. Divine Emperor, have mercy? The Crimson Marsh is willing to serve the Divine Emperor and fight against the demons. These people know what's good for them. Looking at everyone who had surrendered before him, Xia Changming knew that he had successfully used the method of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Even if Xuanhuan hadn't attacked him, he would still have been killed. As the leader who had betrayed his people and sided with the demons, he was destined to die. Without a bit of intimidation, how would he achieve a lesson learned by everyone? From this moment on, the Crimson Marsh will assist the southern continent in building fortifications and fighting against the demons. Rather than killing them all, it would be better to keep them to help fight the demons. At least they have some fighting power and can be of some use. It was also an opportunity for them to redeem themselves. Yes, we will follow the Divine Emperor's orders. When the people heard that Xia Changming did not intend to kill them, they were greatly relieved, and they quickly responded with loud voices. If any of you dare to collude with the demons again, I will make the entire Crimson Marsh disappear from the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Remember that. Xia Changming looked them over carefully to make sure that there were no hidden demon gods among them, before speaking coldly. Understood. The people replied once again. They had no doubt that Xia Changming could make the Crimson Marsh disappear from the world. The people on Yuan Citadel stared blankly at Xia Changming, who stood tall in the air, as if the ruler of the world. From his appearance to the annihilation of the demon army, to the killing of Xuanhuan, and then to the surrender of all the people of the Crimson Marsh, It had all happened in less than a few moments. Hu Fei also walked out of the bulwark and stood on the city walls, gazing up at Xia Changming's figure. Is this the power of the divine emperor of Northernly? And the cultivation power of the two women beside him is also extraordinary. It's no wonder they are the three strongest reinforcements. Hu Fei suddenly felt a surge of hope. He felt that there was a chance that they could win the immortal demon war. Xia Changming and the other two flew towards the sky without stopping. With the Crimson Marsh subdued, the crisis in the southern continent was over. Of the three dangerous areas, only the lava caves remained. Chapter 357. Unbreakable, the Lava Behemoth. The lava caves were located in the far east. Lava volcanoes dotted the landscape, with countless caves and a fiery heat that, it was said, turned the sky crimson red. The sky was perpetually dyed with a reddish glow. The living conditions were extremely harsh. The entire lava caves were nothing but red rocks and wasteland. Among the three dangerous regions, the lava caves garnered the most attention. It was rumored that a lava behemoth that was nearly 10,000 years old slumbered within the lava caves. Its size was said to be so vast that it could blot out the sun. It could support the sky and earth and could shatter mountains and rivers with a single step. Now, this legendary lava behemoth, rarely seen by anyone, had awakened. As in the legends, its massive body towered above the earth and sky. It had a turtle-like shape with a body covered in incredibly hard lava. The volcanoes on its back were the mountains of the lava caves. Almost all of the cultivators of the lava caves were on the behemoth's back, riding along with it. The lava behemoth's steps seemed slow and its movements were sluggish, but each step spanned a tremendous distance. Every time it put down a foot, the earth trembled violently. Mountains were like little hills to it, which it flattened with a single step, unstoppable. If this giant beast were to enter the other regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, it would flatten everything in its path. Barriers and city walls would be meaningless before it. Xia Changming hovered in the sky, watching the lava behemoth crush everything, and decided to stop this giant creature from moving any further. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he gently raised his arms. The lava behemoth's feet were suddenly covered in a thick layer of dust, sand, and rock. But the lava behemoth seemed unfazed. It lifted its foot and shattered all of the rocks and sand. Even Su Yueli, when she transformed into her celestial fox form, seemed tiny in comparison to the incredibly massive lava behemoth. The immeasurable immortal venerable's divine lightning punch landed on the lava behemoth's foot, only cracking a layer of outer lava armor. The people of the lava caves on the lava behemoth's back also noticed Xia Changming and the others hovering in the sky. Seeing them trying to stop the lava behemoth, they laughed mockingly. Don't waste your energy. Not even an immortal venerable can stop our lava behemoth. Just wait for the lava caves to flatten the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Xia Changming slowly descended from the sky to hover above the lava behemoth. He looked at the people living on the back of the behemoth and smiled slightly. You all are much easier to deal with than this lava behemoth. The people of the lava caves were stunned. It was then that they finally realized that they were all on the back of the lava behemoth. Run! Everyone quickly flew away and hid in the countless caves within the volcanoes. The entire volcanic area was connected, with numerous tunnels inside, leading to every volcano. Xia Changming had no interest in playing hide-and-seek with them. He summoned his divine lightning, and his hands crackled with golden light. He unleashed a barrage of divine lightning strikes on the lava behemoth's back without mercy. The divine lightning could not harm the lava behemoth, but it could surely take care of them. The entire volcanic region was flattened almost instantly. Countless cultivators of the lava caves were killed and injured. But strangely, the others were nowhere to be seen. They had somehow disappeared. Even though all of the volcanoes had been destroyed, he still couldn't find them. And compared to the lava caves' claimed million-strong army, this was far too few. Xia Changming saw a man hiding behind a pile of rubble and picked him up. Where did the others go? Don't kill me. I came to surrender. The man trembled as he pointed at the lava behemoth below and replied, They all hid inside. You came to surrender? Xia Changming asked in surprise. He had just arrived, and this man was already surrendering? The man nodded with a dejected expression. The demons promised our immortal venerable and cave lord that as long as we helped them attack the 9 provinces and 10 lands, they would grant us eternal life. The 9 provinces and 10 lands would be ours. Our immortal venerable and cave lord agreed. But I don't want to see the lava caves attack the 9 provinces and 10 lands, and turn on our own people. The man's expression was serious and sincere. He didn't seem like he was pretending. What's your name? Xia Changming asked the man. My name is Yin Xiao, and Yin Yin, the cave lord of the lava caves, is my elder brother, the man replied. Is there a way to stop this lava behemoth? Xia Changming asked. There is no way. This lava behemoth has been asleep for thousands of years. The demons helped us wake it up so that we could use it to flatten the 9 provinces and 10 lands. It is my brother who is controlling this lava behemoth. No one in this world can stop it from moving, the man said helplessly. He knew very well the strength of this lava behemoth. Even though it was old and decaying, it was still the largest ancient beast in this world, indestructible. Not even an immortal venerable could do anything to it. This lava behemoth would flatten the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands. What would be left of the 9 provinces and 10 lands then? He didn't want to see that, but he felt like no one could stop it, leaving him feeling helpless. Upon hearing that, Xia Changming still remained unperturbed. His lips even curled into a smile. No one can stop it. Huh? Yin Xiao, is it? You just watch. Xia Changming picked up Yin Xiao and tossed him into the air, where the immeasurable immortal venerable caught him. Xia Changming then leaped and landed in front of the still advancing lava behemoth's foot. He gripped his emperor immortal sword tightly. A sharp sword light burst forth, reaching a length of 100 feet. The terrifying sword intent shook the heavens. The 100-foot sword light sliced through the lava behemoth's foot. It was smooth and effortless, without any resistance. The lava behemoth's foot was sliced off. Its massive body instantly lost its balance and fell forward. The aftershock alone was enough to shatter the surrounding mountains. The winds flattened everything within 100 miles. The violent tremors made it seem as if the earth would collapse. Yin Xiao was held up by the back of his collar. His eyes were filled with disbelief at the scene before him. The lava behemoth, a supposedly absolute fortress that was indestructible, had its foot cut off with a single slash, and it was falling down. This was too unbelievable. According to ancient records, even several immortal venerables had been helpless against the lava behemoth and had not been able to inflict even the slightest scratch. But in Xia Changming's hands, he had easily cut through the layer of lava armor on the lava behemoth's body. Xia Changming was indifferent. If the immeasurable immortal venerable hadn't said that he wanted to use this lava behemoth as a puppet, he could have destroyed the entire lava behemoth and the people of the lava caves with a single sword strike. Chapter 358, Yin Yan's Revenge. The lava behemoth, having fallen after having its leg severed, did not make a single sound of pain. There was no blood flowing from the severed area. The smooth cut was made entirely of lava. The lava behemoth was like a giant stone beast made entirely of lava. The lava behemoth's eyes were red and occasionally released demonic energy. It struggled to stand up and turned towards Xia Changming, opening its massive mouth. A burst of blazing hot lava shot out of its mouth. Xia Changming stretched out his arm, and an invisible wind shield appeared in front of him. The lava crashed into the windshield and splashed in all directions. The ground was instantly melted into massive pits. The power of the lava even surpassed that of the lava immortal venerable. The lava behemoth's mouth seemed to be endless, continuously spewing a pillar of lava at Xia Changming. The surrounding air grew extremely hot, and the void began to twist and melt. The immeasurable immortal venerable fell straight from the sky and heavily stomped on the lava behemoth's mouth, forcing it shut. Su Yueli took out a banner from her foxtail and threw it onto the lava behemoth's body. 9-tailed Celestial Soldier Technique, Celestial Suppression Banner. The banner was planted on the side of the lava behemoth's back, and countless celestial cords stretched out from it, tightly binding the lava behemoth's entire body. The lava behemoth, which had been about to get up, was bound by the celestial cords, losing its balance, and fell back to the ground. It had completely lost any ability to resist. Yin Xiao was stunned. The 3 before him were actually all immortal venerables. In just a few moves, they had made the lava behemoth lose its ability to resist. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the Divine Emperor of Northern Li. At that moment, a deep masculine voice came from inside the lava behemoth. Who are you? Xia Changming asked calmly. I am Yin Yin, the cave lord of the lava caves, the voice replied again. Why did the lava caves join forces with the demons? Why did you attack the 9 provinces and 10 lands? Was it all because of that so-called eternal life? Xia Changming asked. A round of mocking laughter echoed from inside the lava behemoth. Yin Yin, with a hateful tone, said, "Eternal life? I don't care about that. As for the reason why, how would you people from the other regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands ever understand our wishes? The lava caves never have rain, never have spring, never have winter. We only have the scorching sun. There is nothing in the entire lava caves other than volcanoes and caves. I want the lava behemoth to flatten the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands so that everyone can experience what it's like to be consumed by scorching heat and desolation. Why are you all able to live in places where you don't need to worry about food and water, while the people of the lava caves can only scrape by in an endless wasteland? Food and water are so scarce. We even have to kill each other for it. We are branded as a dangerous region. My lava caves will cooperate with the demons and flatten the 9 provinces and 10 lands." He chose to assist the demons in attacking the 9 provinces and 10 lands, not for any promise of eternal life. It was to fulfill a promise as a leader. It was also for revenge. He had once promised to end the famine and starvation in the lava caves and to bring a prosperous life. Now was the time to fulfill his ambitions, to shake things up and rebuild the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Suyueli was deeply touched by Yin Yan's words. She could understand Yin Yan's determination, as the ruler of the lava caves, to change the current situation, change the living environment of his territory, and ensure a rich and peaceful life for his people, where they would no longer have to kill each other for a single morsel of food. The lava caves were just like the chaotic and unstable demon clan she had once ruled. Yin Yin started a war and joined the demons to fight for the future of the lava caves. But while she had chosen to reject the demons, he had chosen to join forces with them. He was wrong. He should not have cooperated with the demons because if he did, there would be no new future for the lava caves that he longed for. And the war he had started was destined to fail. It was after meeting Xia Changming that she had gradually changed her way of thinking. War only hurt both sides and would never achieve the future that anyone desired. Only cooperation could bring about real change. The demon clan of today was the best example. Cave Lord Yin, I understand your desire for a better future for the lava caves. But have you ever thought that perhaps there is no need to cooperate with the demons and occupy the 9 provinces and 10 lands or kill your own people? How about we cooperate with the 9 provinces and 10 lands and work together to change the future of the lava caves? Suyueli landed on the body of the lava behemoth, trying to persuade him. The interior of the lava behemoth fell silent for a short time before erupting into a mocking laugh. Do you think I haven't tried that before? Besides cheap lava stones and a few rare spiritual herbs, the lava caves have nothing to offer. I have asked for aid from every region, but no one has ever been willing to help the lava caves. Everyone is only concerned with profit and themselves. Yin Yan's anger grew, and the lava behemoth struggled violently once again. The celestial cords on its body all snapped, and the celestial suppression banner fell to the ground, as if it had no effect on the lava behemoth. The severed foot even began to regenerate new lava limbs. The lava behemoth spat scorching lava at Xia Changming and the others once more. Xia Changming quickly dodged, his brow furrowed slightly. He knew that Yin Yin wasn't a bad person, just a bit extreme. But as he was now controlling this enormous lava behemoth, he seemed unwilling to listen to anything they had to say. It seemed that he would have to beat him into submission before they could have a proper conversation. Xia Changming's expression hardened, and he prepared to look for an opportunity to enter the lava behemoth's body. He would use the truth to make him repent. Suyueli's demon blade did not cause a ripple when it struck the lava behemoth. The ghostly foxfire was also useless. The immeasurable immortal venerable's divine lightning punches could only break a layer of the outer rock armor. The lava behemoth's sturdiness was indeed far beyond what anyone had imagined. Xia Changming was able to slice off its leg with a single sword strike, but he could not break through the shell on its back. If he were to use his peerless sword technique, he would probably wipe out the entire lava behemoth, along with the millions of people of the lava caves hiding inside it. Besides the blocked caves, are there any other ways to enter the lava behemoth? Xia Changming asked Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao shook his head without hesitation. There is no other way. My brother has blocked all of the openings to the lava behemoth. Now, only the behemoth's mouth allows entry. But the lava spewed from the mouth can melt even an immortal venerable. It is impossible to enter from there. As long as the lava behemoth takes the chance to spew lava, you'll be melted instantly. Xia Changming looked at the lava behemoth's mouth and smiled slightly. Su Yueli knew what Xia Changming was planning to do, and her beautiful face grew concerned. Husband, that lava is very dangerous. Her celestial armor had been splattered with lava earlier, and it had easily melted holes into it. The power of the lava was clearly extraordinary. Don't worry, wife. This won't be too much for me. Xia Changming gave Su Yueli a confident smile, squeezed her hand to reassure her, and then he quickly transformed into a streak of divine light and flew into the lava behemoth's mouth. Chapter 359. A Peaceful Passing. Inside the lava behemoth's mouth, it was like a long, winding tunnel made of rock. Other than the lava rock walls, there was nothing else. Xia Changming flew through the lava behemoth's mouth. The fiery glow at the back of its throat quickly grew brighter. A surge of scorching lava shot out from its throat. The lava filled the entire mouth, leaving Xia Changming with nowhere to hide. And Yin Yin had been waiting for this moment. He had deliberately let Xia Changming enter the lava behemoth's mouth so that he could experience the burning heat of the lava with no escape. From the moment Xia Changming entered the mouth, he had been watching him the entire time, waiting for him to go deeper. But facing the scorching, world-melting lava, Xia Changming showed no fear or hesitation, and he transformed into a streak of light that plunged straight into it. This startled Yin Yin. What is he doing? He dares to face the lava head-on. Isn't he afraid of dying? However, when Yin Yin realized that Xia Changming was slicing his way through the lava, he was shocked. This was lava that could melt anything in the world, including spiritual power. How was it possible for him to be unscathed? Yin Yin looked closer and saw that Xia Changming was enveloped in a layer of emerald spiritual armor, and an invisible sword aura was swirling around him. He held the Emperor Immortal sword in front of him, slicing through the lava, flying through it like an arrow. The lava was cut apart by the sword aura, and it couldn't even touch him. Yin Yin started to panic as Xia Changming drew closer to the interior of the lava behemoth. He increased the flow of lava, but he was still unable to harm Xia Changming. He couldn't even slow him down. Xia Changming, wielding the Emperor Immortal sword, was an unstoppable meteor. Yin Yin finally felt the terrifying sword intent of Xia Changming. He quickly tried to close off the throat of the lava behemoth, trying to trap him inside. Seeing the closing throat, Xia Changming's sword aura converged. The sword's edge began to flash, and the celestial sword soared, singing a song of freedom. Peerless sword technique, silent death. The thick and sturdy lava walls were pierced through like a drill by Xia Changming. Xia Changming flew into the belly of the lava behemoth. The scene before him shocked him. Inside the lava behemoth's belly was a city made of rock, with rock houses and a network of interconnected tunnels everywhere. It seemed like the people of the lava caves were living their normal lives within, going about their day. There were so many people that it seemed like the entire population of the lava caves was inside. People stared at Xia Changming, both fearfully and cautiously. Many soldiers, clad in rock armor, arrived to surround him. The rock armor army was the elite force of the lava caves. Their rock armor was made from lava that had fallen off the lava behemoth. Even Xia Changming needed to focus his power to cut through it, showing just how hard it was. Ordinary spiritual or celestial weapons could not harm them at all, giving them the title of an invincible army that could not be pierced by blades or spears. However, the rock armor was incredibly heavy. Xia Changming's eyes narrowed, and a tremendous pressure came crashing down, instantly pinning all of the rock-armored soldiers to the ground. The people had no idea what was happening. They just felt a mountain-like weight pressing down on them, preventing them from moving. Protect the cave lord. Even while pinned to the ground, the rock-armored soldiers gritted their teeth and tried to get up. Other people of the lava caves also stepped in front of Xia Changming. These people of the lava caves were extremely devoted to Yin Yin. Xia Changming ignored the crowd, and using his divine sense, he pinpointed Yin Yan's location and flew off. He entered a dark tunnel where several walls of rock blocked his path. Xia Changming swung his sword and cut through the walls, unstoppable. The further in he went, the greater the obstacles became. Sharp rock spikes would always shoot out from the surrounding walls. Xia Changming had 6 arms and was clad in divine venerable celestial armor. He didn't even need to attack. The rock spikes and all other obstacles could not stop his progress. In a few moments, Xia Changming arrived at the last rock wall, which he cut down with his sword. Xia Changming stepped inside. The sight before him surprised and saddened him. Yin Yan's entire body was nearly merged into a giant rock. The rock trembled and pulsed, and countless rock pipes were attached to it, like blood vessels. This rock was the heart of the lava behemoth. Yin Yin was almost completely merged with the heart, with only a small part of his body still exposed. Xia Changming had been wondering how he was controlling the lava behemoth. It turned out that he had been using himself as a price for merging with the lava behemoth. Because of that, he would never be able to separate himself from the heart again. And his life force was being rapidly drained by the lava behemoth. This was the price for awakening the lava behemoth. He had already overdrawn too much of his life force during their battle. Xia Changming could see that even if he didn't make a move, Yin Yin would not be long for this world. A transcendent immortal realm powerhouse was clearly not powerful enough to provide enough spiritual and life energy for such a massive beast. Yin Yin smiled wryly when he saw Xia Changming. Seeing me like this, do you think it's laughable? Xia Changming slowly shook his head. No, it's tragic. Yin Yin was silent, perhaps knowing that he didn't have much time left. He was no longer as angry and roaring as he was before, and his expression was extremely calm and desolate. In the end, he was still unable to completely fulfill his wish to lead the people of the lava caves to a life of hope. When the lava immortal venerable had spoken to him about working with the demons, what had been on his mind was not the eternal life that the demons had promised. It was about taking the opportunity to move the lava caves to other regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands, to allow his people to live a better life. So, even after he learned that the lava immortal venerable had died, he still chose to continue working with the demons to occupy the 9 provinces and 10 lands. It was simply because they had promised to give the 9 provinces and 10 lands to them in the future. Now, it seemed there was no hope of that dream coming true. Yin Yin looked up at Xia Changming and said, almost begging, the Lava Caves alliance with the demons was a decision made by me and the Lava Immortal Venerable alone. It has nothing to do with the other people of the Lava Caves. They were all forced by me. Please, Divine Emperor, have mercy on them. I will bear all the blame. Xia Changming stared at Yin Yin for a long time before saying softly, in the future, the 9 provinces and 10 lands will surely be prosperous and peaceful, and the people of the lava caves will also live the lives you wished for. Upon hearing this, Yin Yan's expression froze, and he looked at Xia Changming in disbelief. Then a small smile crept onto his lips as he felt a sense of relief. Xia Changming's words were enough. He only whispered, "Thank you." After saying this, Yin Yan's head dropped. His lips still curled into a peaceful smile as he passed away. Chapter 360. The Lava Cave Surrender. Outside of the lava behemoth, Su Yueli's beautiful eyes were fixed on the lava behemoth. It had been a while since Xia Changming had entered. If she hadn't known how powerful Xia Changming was, she would have gone inside herself. The immeasurable immortal venerable, on the other hand, had already skillfully put the severed limb of the lava behemoth back into its body. Just as Su Yueli was wondering whether she should go in, the lava behemoth suddenly buckled its knees and collapsed heavily onto the ground. A thunderous roar echoed for thousands of miles. The lava behemoth had collapsed on the ground and gently closed its eyes. It was completely still. It was gone. The dead lava behemoth's body released large amounts of spiritual energy, spreading across the earth and sky. Lush vegetation began to grow all over it, and in a blink of an eye, the mountains and forests had returned to its back. In just a few breaths, this enormous beast had given itself back to the earth, transforming into mountains and forests. It was like witnessing a miracle. The people of the lava caves walked out from the mouth of the lava behemoth, one by one. When they saw the lava behemoth turn into a mountain and rejoin the earth, they looked sad. There was no question what had happened. The ancient beast of the lava caves had passed away, and with it, their cave lord, Yin Yin. When Xia Changming flew out, Su Yueli immediately went to him. Husband. She was relieved when she saw that Xia Changming was not injured. Xia Changming knew that Su Yueli had been worried about him, so he silently took her soft hand into his. He then looked at the people of the lava caves who were gathered together and said loudly, "Everyone, your cave lord Yin Yin is dead, but he died for you and for the future of the lava caves. So I will not pursue the lava caves alliance with the demons, nor will I blame you. From this moment on, you may all return to the lava caves. I promised your cave lord that after the demons of the 9 provinces and 10 lands have been defeated, the Northernly Divine Kingdom will do everything in its power to help the lava caves. We will ensure a rich and peaceful life for the lava caves." The people looked at each other, unsure what to believe. The Divine Emperor of Northernly was not going to pursue their alliance with the demons. He was even promising to help the lava caves in the future. This was something they never would have dared to imagine. Thank you, Divine Emperor of Northern Li. Yin Xiao was the first to step forward and express his gratitude loudly. He had already seen his elder brother's remains. He had seen that his brother had passed on peacefully, with a smile on his face, and although his heart was full of sorrow, he chose to accept it. He had always known that his elder brother had chosen to sacrifice himself for the lava caves, so he didn't blame him at all. He was sincerely grateful that Xia Changming had stopped his brother and allowed him to leave peacefully. Seeing Yin Xiao do so, the others of the lava caves also bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Divine Emperor of Northern Li. Xia Changming nodded. With this, all 3 dangerous regions were subdued. Yin Xiao ordered some of the people to lead the rest back to the lava caves, while he led most of the cultivators and the rock armor army to stand before Xia Changming. Just as Xia Changming was wondering what they were doing, tens of thousands of people kneeled on one knee and made a solemn vow. From this day forward, the lava caves will be at the disposal of the Divine Emperor of Northern Li. The lava caves don't need to go that far. I have no intention of annexing the lava caves, Xia Changming replied with a wave of his hand. He had only come to subdue the dangerous regions to prevent the people of the 9 provinces and 10 lands from fighting each other. He had not thought about annexing the lava caves for his own use. However, Yin Xiao said with a serious expression, the lava caves are willingly serving the Divine Emperor of Northern Li. Please allow the lava caves to atone for its past transgressions. Please, Divine Emperor, command us. Whether it be fighting against the demons or pacifying chaos, the lava caves will not let you down. Since he had said so much, Xia Changming did not refuse Yin Xiao's good intentions. With the rock armor army joining the battle, there would be fewer casualties in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Then I will have to rely on all of you. Yes. Yin Xiao happily accepted his orders, and with a loud shout, he immediately led the crowd to march towards the other regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The vast rock armor army, fully armed, set off for the other regions of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Demon Realm, Chaotic Demon Domain. Wumingzi and the Supreme Demon God's chess game was still in progress. On the thick, black sludge beneath their rock table, images of the battle situations throughout the 9 provinces and 10 lands were being projected, like a film. The source of the sludge was like the Supreme Demon God's eyes. Wherever the sludge was, he could see. The images were projected for Wumingzi to see. From time to time, demon generals would also come to report the latest battle situations. Hearing that all 3 dangerous regions had been subdued and were beginning to counterattack the demons, Wumingzi's beautiful face still remained unchanged. She placed another white piece on the board. Your pieces are almost gone. It seems that he is the most important piece that you have made in the last 1,000 years. The Supreme Demon God remained unconcerned and slowly picked up a black piece and placed it on the board. A sharp light flickered in Wumingzi's beautiful eyes as she said, he is not my piece. He is my hope. I believe that even if I am not here, he will be able to protect the 9 provinces and 10 lands in my stead. He will drive out the demons. The Supreme Demon God smiled slightly, saying, you clearly know that we are immortal. Even if we die, we simply slumber for 1,000 years. The human race will only grow stronger after 1,000 years. Wumingzi said calmly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the Supreme Demon God. She felt something strange, an indescribable sense of incongruity. In the past, the Supreme Demon God had always tried his best to occupy the 9 provinces and 10 lands, turning the world into a living hell like the chaotic demon realm. But this time, the Supreme Demon God seemed to have plenty of time to spare as he played chess with her. Even as the news came about demons being defeated and demon gods being killed throughout the 9 provinces and 10 lands, he did not seem to care at all. The Supreme Demon God noticed Wumingzi's gaze and smiled amiably. This is the first time you've looked at me like that. What, are you interested in joining my demon clan? Never. Wumingzi said without hesitation. Ah, how heartless. I have been pursuing you for 1,000 years now. Why are you so unwilling to join my demon clan and share eternal life? Why would you rather waste 1,000 years guarding the 9 provinces and 10 lands? This isn't even your duty, is it? With your cultivation, you could have already attained immortality and left this world. Why would you limit yourself here? The Supreme Demon God placed another black piece on the board and asked leisurely. Wumingzi's expression was calm, but her tone was extremely serious as she replied, you are wrong. Protecting the 9 provinces and 10 lands is not just my duty. It is the duty of all cultivators in this world. As for achieving immortality, it is of no concern to me.